Good morning and welcome to SuperSport Park for the CSA One Day Cup match between the WSB Western Province and the home team, the Momentum Multiplier Titans. We've got the match referee with us, Rudy Peckenstock, the away captain Daniel Smith, and the home captain Rivaldo Munsami, who's got the coin and will toss.
Heads. Heads is the call.
Heads is the call.
It's a tail.
It's a tail. Momentum Multiplier Titans have won the toss. What you gonna do?
KG, we're gonna have a bowl first. The wicket looks pretty intact now, and I mean, with a bit of wind and fresh wicket, I think it's gonna be a bit slow, and there's gonna be something in the first hour for us.
And what you guys identified from the game that you played previously against Dolphins to make sure that you can win this game against Western Province?
I mean, look, that's gone by now. We move on. I mean, it's an early stage in the tournament, and we look to kick on from here.
And what does the team look like for today?
Just one change. Lazard Williams in and Gerald Kutsia out.
Right. All the best for the game.
Thank you.
Daniel? Let's the toss. What would you have done?
I think we were also looking to bowl first. To be honest with you, we were unsure, so not a bad thing losing the toss. Looks like a really good wicket. I think the stats say batting first is the way to go here, so hopefully we can put up a score on the board.
And what plans do you guys have to make sure that you continue the momentum in the CSA One Day Cup?
Yeah, so we've got two changes. John James and Oliver Whitehead comes in. Very nice young players, and hopefully they can come out and express themselves today.
All right, thank you, and well done. All the best for the game. That's it from here. As at the toss, it looks like it's a bit of a windy day. Looks like the rain will stay away. That's a very good thing. Looks like it's a very windy day today. Both teams say that they were not really sure what they want to do, so they're very happy with the way that the toss went, especially the Western Province not being sure. They said whatever it is that they're taking it. But join us later on the CSA YouTube channel as we bring in the match. First ball to be bowled at 10 o'clock.
problem hebben.
Sleeve off or...
Deze, je over de bodem.
Ja, maar dat staat over.
It's going to be right on over to you.
Good morning from a beautifully sunny SuperSport Park in Centurion for this CSA One-Day Cup match between the Momentum Multiply Titans and World Sports Betting Western Province. You'll see there from the screen that the Titans are bowling. It's Dayan Khalim, and that's after the Titans won the toss on a breezy, coolish morning here in Centurion. But the sun is shining brightly. I'm Ken Borland, and alongside me, it's a very good morning to Kagiso Masibulele.
Good morning, Ken. Good morning to all the viewers at home. Very excited to be here. Very breezy morning here after a couple of days of rain here in Pretoria. And obviously the Titans winning the toss and electing to bowl first, citing their overhead conditions and how fresh the wicket also looks. And
lovely straight drive by Daniel Smith, who is captaining Western Province today. That's a great way to get the innings and his personal account underway.
yeah, very good shot there from Daniel Smith. Very full ball earlier on here from Dan Khalim. This is the first few balls we'll be looking for his radar. The first one was a bit leg side. This time full and straight, and Daniel Smith just leaned into it. Didn't look to hit it too hard. Used the pace of the ball, just leaned into it nicely.
Again, Khalim, who does generally pitch the ball up, especially with the new ball, trying to get some swing. And KG, you were chatting about the toss and why the Titans bowled first. It just felt a bit like a bowling morning today. And I guess if the bowlers are going to get anything out of this pitch today, it's going to be in this first hour.
Yeah, definitely. And you can see up front with Dan Khalim also looking to pitch the ball up, try to get some swing in the air. So there's obviously, when you do play a game of cricket, and a lot of teams look at the pitch, but not just the pitch, the conditions, the overhead condition. The question, though, remains whether the overhead conditions will change as the day goes by. It does look like it's a breezy day. Temperature says about 22 throughout the day today. So it might be similar as the day goes by. But I suppose when you're bowling first, you're giving your batters also a chance just to see how things are playing around.
Cut upper sleeve but over the infield, and that's the second boundary of the first over.
A very good shot from the captain, Daniel Smith. Previous one was too full, just hit it down. This one a bit short and wide. A lot of room given. Not afraid to take it over that point. Obviously, early on in the innings, there wouldn't be any protection at the boundary. So once you get it over that infield boundary, and that's exactly what happened there. As we have a look at that again. Just a bit too wide. Daniel Smith throwing his hands at it.
Two boundaries in the opening over. Not really what you want after you've won the toss and elected to bowl. 8 without loss after the first over. There's also that strong wind to deal with for the bowlers today. Boundary size is pretty even. We're pretty much in the middle of the square.
Yeah, definitely. I think There's a lot of thought that also gets put into the teams. I just wonder with the Momentum Multiplier Titans having played in Durban on Thursday, build up to that. Also, there's a lot of rain in Pretoria, so they wouldn't have gotten a lot of outdoor practices in the build up. So it's going to be very interesting to see if they're sharp enough for this matchup against the WSB Western Province. The Titans have played 2 matches so far. First one here at home, won the game. And then against Dolphins, the bowling wasn't the greatest in that match.
Western Province coming off 2 defeats in a row. Here's Duan Janssen. Good start by him. So, although it is an important game for the Titans, obviously, and they have 4 home games in the competition this season, so that's an advantage that you want to capitalise on. Even more important game for Western Province. If they go none from 3, when there are only 7 games, that makes it very difficult to stay in contention in the competition. Valentine Kitime is the batter who's got off strike but not off the mark, leg by.
Yeah, definitely. I think this competition also is very important, especially when you look at the Momentum Multiplier Titans and the amount of points they've picked up in the 4-day competition, the T20 competition. Obviously, that promotion relegation starts getting into play. So they do know that this One Day Cup is their last chance to get a trophy for the season, but also to move themselves up in the overall log standings.
You could say that for both teams. Bit of movement away from the left-hander there from Janssen. Hasn't he been a good signing for the Titans this season, KG? All formats.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's been a very, very good signing. Both him and his twin brother, Marco Janssen, having made the move to the Titans. The first thing about him is that he just brings a natural variation of just being a left-arm seamer to the Titans' bowling attack.
Jovan taken sharply in the gully. That's a good catch. Good sharp catch just above his head by Lesego Senokwane.
Yeah, that's a very good catch. Had absolutely no time to react to that. It was hit so hard, flying off the bat of the captain Daniel Smith after a very, very good start from him with the 2 boundaries in the first over. But it wasn't to be. We spoke about that variation. As you take a look at that again, it was full. Looks like there's the movement that we spoke about a bit earlier that the Titans will be looking for. Very close he was, Lesego Senokwane, so had no time whatsoever. Sometimes that's the best when you don't have to think about it too much. Just comes to you, open your mitts, and then it goes in.
Yeah, indeed, KG. Well, Daniel Smith, we saw in the first over, not afraid to hit over the infield. Bit of an uppish cut off Dayan Khalim, went for 4. And we know he goes hard at the top of the order. He went hard there, but not enough elevation. And Duan Janssen once again doing the business for the Momentum Multiply Titans. David Beddingham comes to the crease. Has already made a century in this season's competition. Obviously a high quality batter, and he's got plenty of time today to build a very meaningful innings.
Yeah, definitely. And I think having lost an early wicket, not too many batters around better than David Beddingham to come in. Obviously, he's made his name a lot playing Test cricket for the Proteas. So it is somebody that knows how to bat time and bat well. So it's still early on, but needs to sort of start a rebuild early on in this innings after losing a wicket in the second over.
Oh, that's a bit loose from David Beddingham. First ball up. A few nerves maybe.
Yeah, I think having sitting in the change room As a number 3 batter, I suppose you have to expect that you like an opening batter. As we take a look at that again, just a touch movement away. But that length that Duan Jansen is not afraid to pitch it up. It looks like there's a lot of life, because if you look at where Luando Pretorius is picking up the ball.
Yeah, and the ball was on the rise as it passed. Beddingham's batter now a bit of an unconvincing hook shot. Scuffed down to fine leg for a single. That's the end of a very good first over from Duan Jansen. Just one run off the bat, the leg by as well, and that important first breakthrough. 10 for 1.
A very good start here from the Momentum Multiply Titans. One thing you do know about David Bedingham, as much as he's made a lot of play for the Proteas in the Test cricket, he isn't afraid to go after the ball. He's a very positive batter. As we've seen, he's only faced the 2 balls. The first ball had a full-blooded drive, didn't get it. Got a short ball the next one. Didn't look to duck it. Instead, he looked to hit the ball. So he is a batter that if he gets going, he will hurt you, but he'll also give you a hope that you might catch him and he might get his wicket.
That 100 of his came in the opening game of the campaign, just down the road at the Wanderers against the DP World Lions in a losing cause. Betting him again. Not finding the middle of the bat. We'll get the single there.
Big time, that is middle. Big time.
Nicely driven by Kiteme. It's gone through the covers and it'll make it to the boundary. Belated dive. So, third boundary of the innings. 13 for 1 now. Khalim just battling to find a consistent length here. Perhaps this strong wind is just bugging him a bit. And now down the leg side for a wide. Boundary fielders for the Titans, just the couple both behind the wicket at fine leg and third man. Again, cracking it through the covers, Valentine Kiteme. So, Dayan Khalim just hasn't quite got it right here with the new ball. Conceding a pair of boundaries in each of his 2 overs so far. Yeah, that's just a fairly wide half volley. Your umpires today, by the way, Andre Olivier, who is standing at this West Lane end. That's a beauty by Khalim. Wow, he's bounced back with an absolutely superb delivery that, as the Titans fielders say, has sent Valentine Katimi away on his bicycle, KG.
Very good bowling here from Dian Khalim. Struggled a little bit in that first over, finding his radar. That time around, just outside that off stump. As we spoke about the bit of carry here. It is just getting a nice edge there. Very good bowling, good movement, good length, good line there from Dian Khalim.
Yeah, that's the length you want to bowl, isn't it? And we've already seen there's a bit of movement out there, as you'd expect, when you win the toss and bowl. And nicely just nipping it away from the right-hander. So, Western Province, well, they've hit 4 boundaries in the 23 balls they've faced, 20 runs, but they've lost 2 wickets as well. And Kyle Verreynne comes to the wicket in a bit of a sticky situation. But one thing we know about Kyle Verreynne, he's probably going to counter-attack now.
Yeah, definitely not the type of batter that likes to be backed down. So whenever there is an opportunity, Kyle Verreynne is that side of a player that you also feel like you're always in the game, but they can't really hurt you. So the 2 batters, I think, currently, with the experience of playing international cricket, especially in the test, probably would be the best 2 batting pair at the moment to navigate through this sticky situation that the Western Province find themselves in. 20 for 2 in just a 2.5 overs. Good run rate, but having lost 2 wickets, it's a bit of a tough start here for Western Province.
So that was the voice of umpire Andrew Olivier you heard, giving new batter Verreynne his guard. The square leg umpire, Abongile Saduma. And Khalim will be looking to finish his second over in good fashion. Timely wicket for him because there is Lazard Williams in the Titans team. And it'll just be one to fine leg who can also, Williams can also take the new ball. Lazard Williams, one of 3 changes to the Titans team that, as KG mentioned, had a difficult game down in Durban, losing side. And Neil Brunt has come in for Donovan Ferreira, Junior Dala for Gerald Kutsia, and Lazard Williams for Tsepo Ndwandwe. What do you make of those changes, KG?
It's a very interesting look at the changes. But obviously, it is that sort of thing that happens after you lose. You start asking yourself, where do you want to go? And you just look at some of the players. You look at Donovan Ferreira, just came back from injury. Gerald Kutsi hasn't played a lot of cricket. So maybe there's some sort of information that maybe they're not up to that level as yet. And now you want to bring the guys that have been around for quite a bit. Lizard Williams also is actually coming back from a bit of a setback.
Nicely pushed through the covers by Verreynne and goes for 4. Lovely timing on that. Just a little push through the covers. Kyle Verreynne, we know, plays with a lot of bottom hand, and it came through there.
Yeah, very good shot from Kyle Verreynne. As we did say that he's not going to be back down. He is looking to score and score quickly. That is the nature of this game. Hardly ever changes the way that he plays, stays true to his identity, as good as the Titans are bowling.
Again, a push, it's beaten, said Munsami. And away for 4.
Yeah, very good shot once again. Last one on the back foot, this one on the front foot, and Munsami diving to his left, just doesn't get to it. There is a bit of a gap there. This one a bit fuller, just leaned into it. There is a big gap there between mid-off and extra cover, which has now been plugged. There is a fielder now that's put in that position. A similar area where the ball went through.
Fine leg and third man, still the 2 boundary riders. Better line by Janssen, not allowing Verreynne to free the arms as much. You mentioned Ferreira and Kutsia sitting out. Maybe both coming back from fairly serious injuries. In this competition, the games come thick and fast, not much time to recover. So maybe the Titans management just felt playing back-to-back matches might be a bit much for them.
Yeah, that's something that the Titans have had to deal with. A few injuries here and there. Lizard Williams did play some club cricket in the last weekend for Harlequins Cricket Club. One of the teams that are tied on points with Tucks going into the last game of the season next week Saturday, playing against one another. So he's gotten a few overs in the club league, also the club super league between Titans, Gauteng, Northwest, Free State and Easterns. So he's gotten some few overs in under his belt.
Did he do anything special, or was it more just a training run for him?
It was more, according to the stats, it looked more like a training run for him. Went close to 6 in the overs. Just coming back, but he is a quality player, so you don't want to make too much of that, and understanding that he's just coming out from an injury.
Western Province have also made 3 changes to their team. Juan James is in for Tony DeZorzi. All-rounder Oliver Whitehead in for Josh Breed, and Tibekaya Nabe replaces Dane Patterson as the 4th over comes to an end, 30 for 2. A little bit surprised about Josh Breed being replaced. He's scored 107 runs in his 2 innings so far without being dismissed. But he is, of course, an all-rounder. And perhaps Western Province feeling their bowling needs a bit of bolstering, so Oliver Whitehead has come in.
I think probably it's something that you see quite a lot with teams these days, and it's getting more and more where they've got different players for different types of conditions. So you might have had a good run, but they feel that if you've played in the low field and then you're coming up to the high field, although the other game was against the Lions, which is also up in the high field. So combinations also play a bit of a role. The opposition also will play a bit of a role. Those are head-to-head matchups type of a thing. So yeah, you just feel that teams sometimes they've got pre-plans for the series that go through the 7 matches that they're going to play and say this is probably the most likely 11 to play, which can be a dangerous thing sometimes because you're only as good as your last game, so you want to take it game by game. So you just wonder what the planning behind that is, as you said, 107 without being dismissed in 2 games.
Lovely. Pushed straight between the bowler and mid-off. Moonsami chasing hard. Oh, did he get the fingers in just in time? I think the batters, maybe, as I did, thought the ball was going to win that race and suddenly decided to scamper through quickly. Yeah, good work by the skipper.
Yeah, good work by Rivaldo Moonsami, the skipper, indeed. As we just take a look at that again. Just about got his fingers to it in time.
That's hurt Carl Verena. Self-inflicted wound. Yeah. Inside edge that, so if you heard the little on the stump marks.
It's very interesting, let's say, as we just take a look at that again. Ryan is looking to really put that one away. All the gap in the boundary on the leg side, didn't get to it. So it's very interesting, Rivaldo Moonsami having been given the responsibility of being the captain of the team.
Western Province changed their captain as well. Carl Verena was skipper for their previous match.
Yeah, it's sometimes we want to just be in those change rooms where the coaches are also just to understand the thought process. But obviously, it would be because there's something that they have identified with the player. And a player like Rivaldo Munsami, you want to give him the responsibility so that he feels he's always in the game. And he seems to be enjoying the job, Rivaldo Munsami. And mid-off now, next to his bowlers, going through the plans.
Important hand there from Diane Khalim. He's already been driven once for 4 through there to end the 5th over, 32 for 2.
Yeah, good end to that over there from Diane Khalim, both with the ball and also the fielding that he did off his own bowling.
So KG, you work here. Why have you guys not put up a flag so I can easily tell the wind direction?
There's a lot of trees there from the Henops River end, so we could see it.
Wow, they're blowing sort of all over the place. You know, and I need something that's going to point in one direction for me. Again, nicely pushed down the ground this time by David Beddingham. Quality shot and another boundary.
Yeah, very good shot there from David Beddingham, allowing the ball to just come to him. And that's what the boundaries that we've seen so far. There hasn't been brute force to try and get the balls away. On all the occasions, they've allowed the ball to come to them. Just make sure you get it out of the middle of the bat. It's a bit of a decent start from Western Province in terms of the runs, but obviously having lost the 2 wickets, that will be the big downside. But the run rate is looking good early on.
Nicely tucked this time. They're going to come back for 2, I imagine. I wonder if Daniel Smith will be thinking, watching how Katime and Beddingham and Verena, they've found the boundary relatively easily, keeping the ball on the ground, doing nothing too extravagant, just nice straight pushes, straight bat pushes through the offside, getting good value for shots, as you always do here at SuperSport Park. Maybe you'll just think, I didn't quite need to go so hard so early. No, I think that's bat hitting the ground.
Always have to test the umpire's hearing and eyesight early on. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing about SuperSport Park is that you always get your value for shots. So you don't need to go over early on, especially when the ball was as full as it was for Daniel Smith. But wide and full.
Off the outside edge, down to third man for 1. The umpire at that end, Abongwini Sadumo, former wicketkeeper. So he'll be well aware of the different sounds, the different noises that are made when ball hits bat hits ground. The real nightmare, I guess, is when bat hits ground and ball.
And he'll be aware of the antics of keepers. Always excited when the ball is in their hands.
Definitely poacher turned gamekeeper, Abongile Saduma. Nicely controlled by Verena. Janssen, he can bowl an awkward short ball, obviously, with that height of his. And I think he uses it pretty well.
Yeah, just going back a bit to the Daniel Smith wicket, that could also be because of the 2 boundaries that he got in the previous over. So now you feel that you've got your eye in and you've got your radar, then it can be too easy to get a little bit excited and say that's the one that I need to hit, but it wasn't to be.
Again, good judgment by the batsman to leave that one alone to end the 6th over. 40 for 2. There is the Daniel Smith wicket that KG was just talking about. I mean, he's really lashed at it, hasn't he? And there's not enough control to keep the ball on the ground. Fine catch by Lesego Senekwane, very sharp.
The interesting thing about that is that it was very full. There was a lot of width. So you would say that's a type of ball that you should be putting away. It is just that Daniel Smith decided to rather put it up than going for maybe a square drive into the ground. But nonetheless, the situation currently, it's Western Province on 40 for 2 after 6 overs. Going at 6.7 to the over.
Fine work by our cameraman as well, because that flew very quickly off the bat. He captured it all. Here's Diane Khalim. Again, a very handsome straight drive. He's going to be robbed of 4, is Kyle Verreynne, but he will get 2.
And that's something that we have seen, and we were just making reference to, obviously, Daniel Smith a little bit earlier, that most of the batters that the other batters, when they look to hit the boundaries, they've been going with a straight bat. Maybe a little bit too straight that time around from Verreynne. Doesn't get to the boundary that he's looking for, but there's definitely a sense of positiveness with a lot of control from the batters. Second ball of the 7th over. Dan Khalim is that type of a player also that has got a lot of energy. Just the type of player that keeps on running in. Sometimes it looks like he never gets tired.
Smartly across. Keegan. No, it's on Dile Petlaquire, surely. Yeah, Diane Khalim again having a good season for the Titans. He's done well with the ball so far in this competition. 4 wickets in the 2 matches so far. Conceding just a little bit over 6 to the over. And he made a valuable contribution with the bat as well in the one game. Really quick fire 28.
I think, as you said, the rebuilding of the Western Province. Importantly for the Western Province is that even though it's a rebuild after losing 2 wickets, they're keeping the run rate up. Because often teams get backed up and they go at 2 and 3 and over. Now there's a lot of catching up to be done towards the end of the innings. But they've kept the run rate very high.
Yeah, important for Western Province. There's no need for them to push too hard now. These are probably their 2 most important batsmen at the crease, Bellingham and Verreynne. The run rate's fine. 6.3 achieved. Nothing wrong with that when you've been sent into bat as well. And these 2 will really be looking to build a big partnership to lay the foundation for a sizable score. And so far, I think the way they're going about it is dead right. Khalim aiming for the Yorker there. End of the over, 44 for 2 after 7.
Yeah, obviously, both teams, as we said, have got 3 changes each. Some of the changes are actually forced changes because those are the teams that the players that are going to New Zealand that they're going to for the T20. with a much refreshed Protea squad. So your Tony DeZozis and Gerald Coetzee, having come back from injury, will be joining the Proteas in New Zealand from the World Cup, obviously having lost in the semi-final against New Zealand in the week. And that is what happens a lot with the teams, especially teams that produce a lot of players for the Proteas, is that every time when the Proteas come back knocking, they have to make the players available. Be interesting to see if the players that were at the World Cup will be allowed to play later on in the One Day Cup, because that could be really good, I think, for the domestic competition.
Lovely by David Bedingham. 2-4 from Janssen, and again, just a nudge down the ground for 4. Lovely timing.
As you said a bit earlier on, Ken, that you don't need to force things here at SuperSport Park. When the ball comes to you, just lean into it, get good bat on it. And how many times have you seen that straight drive, the 8 overs, you see, just leaned at it, the David Bedingham with all the control in the world, handsomely on the ground. A very good boundary here from David Bedingham. Very good partnership building up here between Bedingham and Varane.
Oh, now there's an interesting field setting. Neil Brunt has come and stood as close as he allowed to the pitch, between the non-striker and the umpire. Might be, it's a little bit like putting a fielder for a bad delivery for me. Janssen being driven down the ground when he's been slightly too full, and it's not as if there's been any hint of it being up in the air as the 50 comes up, or 46 balls.
You just wonder also if it's that kind of a filled-in position to get the better thinking somewhat, because he did that, but he went a bit straight in the back of a length. That time was that full one, but this time straight to Rivaldo Munsami at mid-off. So very good context here between bat and ball. Definitely Western Province will be feeling better about themselves after losing those 2 early wickets.
Partnership worth 30 now between Bedingham and Verena. Slip has been taken out and comfortable single.
And some of how you could see that probably the other team is the one that is the happier of the two. Having lost the 2 wickets, the Western Province, the Titans would have liked to keep a slip fielder in for as long as possible, but because of the way these two are building the partnership, they're taking a little lesser than what they would have liked.
Dala, always a great athlete. They still get the one. But they've still got that funny fielding position at a short, very straight mid-off. I'd almost rather see him at slip and just say to the bowler, get your length back a little bit. Sure, the batter might still try and leave him the gap there to drive. And if your length is right, you've always got a chance of nicking him off, and then you want your slip in place while there is still movement in these first 10 overs. 8 overs gone, 52 for 2.
Got a bit of a bowling change with Lizard Williams coming into the waist lane, also known as the pavilion end. First game in a while for the Titans.
Not a great start, short and wide. Wonderful fielding, though. Saves the boundary there. Keegan Peterson.
And that is exactly what you need as a bowler. If you do something wrong, as we said, short and wide, was there to put away, one bounce into the ground. But Keegan Peterson almost got it just behind him. Very good athleticism there from Peterson to save that. Definitely a boundary written all over it.
That's a much easier piece of fielding for Keegan Peterson. That was a magnificent save, the previous delivery. I mean, that was racing past him. So doing a solid for his fellow man from the Borant.
Yeah, and very important is that, or what makes it even as good as we say, it's because it was on his weaker hand, also on his left hand side. But you know, with the players these days, they hardly have a weak side, don't they? If you just go to football, also they kick left and right, so the fielders also know that they have to be equally as strong on the left as on the right. And very good fielding there from Keegan Peterson.
And I like the instinct straight away once he bounced back was to look at the non-striker's end and see if the run out was on. That's just going to be a single to deep square leg. No fine leg for Williams. He's got a short fine leg, but no one on the boundary. That was well placed, but it's a no ball, unfortunately. So, well, some early rust for Lazard Williams.
Yeah, Lazard Williams just put a free hit here early on. And something that David Bedingham definitely will like a lot. Of course, there was a single, so they can change the field. And as you see, the tip square leg comes in. Mid-wicket goes to about a cow corner and a long on in place.
Clears extra cover. Yeah, not a great delivery for where his boundary fielders were.
Yeah, definitely. And you had all the time, obviously, to change and put where you want the fielders to be. All the protection on the leg side, but ball full and wide. And David Bedingham was not going to miss out. There's no risk whatsoever. That being a free hit, can hit it in the air, can throw the hands at it. That is exactly what Bedingham has done. That left foot just came out a little bit to access that offside.
Deep square leg in business again.
I just wonder sometimes, Ken, just looking at the field, having a third man and a deep square leg, that it looks like there's almost protection for a boundary on both sides of the wicket, where early on you'd say that you want your bowlers to be, set about where they want to bowl, and you protect probably a fine leg and a third man instead of a deep square leg, because it looks like it's just double-sided a little bit.
End of the Lazard Williams over. A little bit rusty, as we said. 7 off it. 59 for 2. 9 overs gone.
Still going at a good rate here, Western Province. 6.5 they've achieved so far. Last over of the power play.
And spin. Neil Brunt's going to bowl it. Just on Lazard Williams. It's his first game of senior provincial cricket since the 9th of February. So he's been out of action for about a month. Understandable that there will be a little bit of rust. Right, the orthodox left arm spinner. His 2 boundary fielders are at long on and kind of a deep mid-wicket nudging towards cow corner. And he's bowling around the wicket to the right-hander.
And Neil Brunt, one of the, got a unique run up, for lack of better words, starts in front of the umpire. Just a couple of steps and is on you. Very fast arm speed.
Yeah, it's more of an amble, isn't it? And then, as you say, all the arm action comes through.
Good energy behind the stumps here from Luandre Pretorius. Really cheering his bowler up here.
Pretorius. He's having a laugh out there. Good to see. Now he's putting the umpires under some friendly pressure, but Carverena hadn't left his crease.
Almost like a celebration more than an appeal there from Luandre.
I think just seeing if the umpire's awake. Good fielding. By Lazard Williams. Yeah, you must have played in games where, in club cricket, where you suspect the umpire might have nodded off, and if you just put in a really loud, confident appeal, sometimes you know the guy wakes up and thinks, "Jeepers, I must have missed something obvious. It must be out."
Definitely played in some where the match referee Rudy Beckenstock was umpiring, just to see you're awake. Can I get away with something here?
I know, but he's a top umpire. You're not going to have any. You're not going to have any luck with umpires like that, or the two umpires standing here today, Andre Olufia and Abongile Sadumo. 10 overs gone. It's 63 for 2, and there's going to be a change of commentary with Otto Simon and Cody Moffaking.
Once again, a very good morning to everyone. After the power play, Western Province on 63 for the loss of 2 wickets. Lazard William in his second over. We did see, and we heard earlier on from Kent that he's been out of the game for a while. And I mean, he has been playing club cricket, but a different ball game altogether here. And in his first over, going for 7. So it's going to be very interesting to see how he goes about his day today. Otto, how's it going?
Good morning, Cody. Good afternoon, good evening. Wherever you are in the world, we are coming to you live and direct from SuperSport Park in Centurion. It's a lovely day for cricket. Bit of a wind blowing here from the east across the ground from left to right as you look at the pitch. But the World Sports Betting Western Province team got off to a little bit of a rocky start, losing both their openers, but Verreina and Beddingham, the two Proteas at the crease and looking solid.
Absolutely, I agree. I mean, these two Protea players probably holding the team together, and they have to score a bulk of the runs here today. So it's good to see that it's happening currently with a partnership of a 44 and David Bedingham just cutting that one down to the boundary there, and Junior Dala, athleticism always on point as we go. Very interesting that Daniel Smith opened the batting today. Of course, Tony DeZosi not available for this matchup, and he has been batting at 5 for the 2 games that they did play, and unfortunately coming second in those 2 games. And Daniel Smith taking that responsibility, going up at the top, but unfortunately not scoring much.
Yeah, well, he felt an unbelievable catch. I mean, that was just out of this world. From Senokwane catching that at backward point, it was absolutely unbelievable. You couldn't even... I still can't believe that he actually caught that catch. That must be one of the catches of the season so far.
He bowls one straight, Carverain just pushing it down to mid-on. Dane Khalim getting that one. Back on that catch by Senokwane, very interesting that back in his youth days and his schoolboy days, he was actually known to be a serious fielder, has always been at point. So those that know him know that that's standard procedure for him. He's an absolutely brilliant fielder. And it's good to see that with age, that hasn't gone anywhere, eh?
I know that was top shelf stuff from Senokwane. So let's have a look at the field outside the ring. That's the end of the over. So we'll update you after this one. So good over there from Williams, just 3 runs off it. And so the World Sports Betting Western Province going at exactly a run a ball at the moment. They were rollicking along despite losing those wickets, but the Titans managing to pull the run rate back now nicely, back down to 6. So this pitch looks really good. The Titans chose to field, and after some early sporty wicket, it looked like at the start of the day. It's calmed down now. It looks like it's really nice wicket to bat on. At least these two are making it look really easy to
square of the wicket, and hence why they probably put those 2 guys out, square leg or deep square rather, and sweeper. Now the question is, what's Junior Dala's plan? So far he's been hitting that good length and not much coming out from the wicket. And as you said, these 2 have been building. As I say that, puts that one short into the wicket. Carverain pulls it, and unfortunately goes through the hands of Andile Pehlugwayo. He will be very disappointed with that one.
Yeah, that was straight to him. He just had to paddle back a little bit through his hands. Yes, that's he's got his hands on head there from Pehlukwayo, and like you said, that back of a length from Dala, enticing Verreynne to access the deep mid-wicket area that's vacant on the boundary, and almost getting the rewards there.
Staying persistent with that good length, and just squaring up Bedingham a little bit there. He is wheels, so that might happen every now and then as we're looking out there from out here, looking at that drop catch again. Oh, Andile. Just a little bit of a leap, and that could have gone the way of the Multiply Titans, but unfortunately Carverain gets another lifeline.
And that single brought up the 50 partnership. Make that 51 now as Bedingham just clips it off his pads. Yeah, Dala was on his knees there, on his haunches at the wicket. Very disappointing there for the Titans. So let's note that down. Verreynne dropped on, what was that, on 22?
On 22, that is.
So 50 partnership up for World Sports Betting Western Province, 71 for 2, as you can see. Now the wind has died down a little bit. Few people in here at the ground. If you are in the area, make your way down to SuperSport Park in Centurion. It's a lovely day for cricket. A little bit of cloud around, cool breeze. All the vendors are open, and lots of kids rolling around on the grass embankments here. So lots of fun. If you are able, make your way down.
Absolutely, lots of fun out here. And I'm sure you've gone to the first service there at church, so you can definitely come down right now and join us, as it is the Multiply Titans taking on the WSB Western Province. As it stands at the moment, Western Province on 71 for the loss of 2 wickets after 12.1. Lazard Williams into his third over. Similar field to Junior Dalla. It clearly shows that they are trying to hit that hard length, trying to get something out of the wicket.
Yeah, so let's see the plan here for the Titans. They are leaving lots of space open straight down the ground, and then as I said, at mid-wicket, mid-on and mid-off are up in the circle, so maybe just trying to get the mistimed shot to one of those fielders. But it's a tough task to get rid of these two. They seem to be dead set on batting for the rest of the day.
Oh, an LBW shout. Lazard Williams crying out for that one. It looks like it might be going down slightly, and maybe height as well there, Otto.
Yeah, I think so. It's a very close one, though. And the umpire unmoved. Let's have a look at this again. Yeah, I think that's going down leg, hey?
Yeah, no, definitely going down. Lazard was begging for that one.
Yeah, maybe clipping leg, but umpire says not out. Good shout, though.
Absolutely. Great shout.
Oh, and there's that thick outside edge, looking for that mistimed shot to Senokwane at backward point, and all along the ground this time for Bedingham. So he gets away with that one.
It's good to see David Bedingham as well, playing the way he is, as he is one of our Protea players in his first match of the season up against the DP World Lions, scoring some much needed runs. And I mean, in his second game, didn't really do well, and to see him batting the way he is right now, hasn't given much chances to the Titans today. Lazard William bowls that one fuller, driven down to the captain Rivaldo Mansami for no run. As I was saying, it's good to see David Bedingham batting the way that he is, as he is a valuable member of the Proteas, and to see him catching a little bit of form here is fantastic, and long may it be.
It's a good spell here by Williams. He's not giving anything away. And the batters are treating him with respect. Run rate down to 5.6 now. And good work here from the Titans, just pinning things back very nicely.
Beautiful ball to end off for the 13th over by Lazard. I think Kyle might be a little bit upset with himself there, because usually he climbs onto those ones. Unfortunately, a dot ball there. Junior Dalla coming back in to bowl his second one. Field kept the same plans. It should be an interesting one. David Bedingham on strike to start off the over.
And Peshukwayo still lurking there at mid-wicket inside the circle. I doubt if he's going to get another chance coming to him. Let's see. Oh, nicely done there by Bedingham. Quick outfield here today. There's been some rain around. Jansen manages to cut that one off, did he? What do the umpires say? They're looking at the fielders, they're signaling 4. So nice try there by Jansen, but didn't manage to stop the boundary. So those are the areas that the Titans are leaving open, that deep mid-wicket boundary, and Bedingham just accessing it with ease. Very nice looking shot. Good for South African cricket to see Bedingham play like that, as you said. Verena as well. So yeah, it looks like they are in this for the long haul.
Junior Dalla coming in for his second delivery, hits that hard length straight to Sinukwani, who has been fantastic. 2 different lengths in those 2 balls. I think Junior Dalla just fixing his length there might have been a little bit too full there, or maybe a blunt. Might have been a bluff there, but David Bedingham onto him, scoring a boundary of that first ball. Coming in for his third delivery, back on that hard length, and that's where he wants to be. I'm sure that's the conversation between Junior and Rivaldo, just to try restrict them, take that run rate a little bit lower, as it is currently on 5.6.
That's excellent work here from the Titans, from the captain. See, the breeze is still a little bit stiff. You can see the players' clothing just indicating that for us. So there is some wind on the field.
Oh, a chance here. And he's fallen for the trap. Junior Dalla strikes. He gets the massive wicket of David Bedingham. Caught by Keegan Peterson. Oh, he's going to be upset with himself. The only fielder out on the leg side besides that fine leg fielder. He pulled that one straight to Keegan Peterson. And he's gone for 33 runs off of 37 balls. It's all going to plan for the Titans.
Junior Dalla again, back over length, enticing the pull shot there. Bedingham falls for the trap. Like you said there, Peterson didn't move and went straight to him. Good catch. Good plans by the captain and the bowler, and it paid off. Bedingham is gone for 33. Good innings by Bedingham. Came in with the score on 10 for 1 at the end of that second over. So he had a lot of opportunity there, and yeah, like you said, he's going to be very disappointed. Fell right into that trap. So that brings Juan James to the wicket, and he's new to this level, only 6 matches, highest score of 28 versus Eastern's 2 years ago, 23-24 season, and he will be joining the Protea Kyle Verreynne in the middle. He's got the number 1 on his back. Hopefully he can score a few more than that today for the World Sports Betting Western Province.
Very good friends with Luandre, that is. They played under 19 cricket together. Wondering what the conversations are there. As you can see, Luandre just he's just trying to get into his head. Of course, Juan James replacing Josh Breed for this matchup. Probably a good player of pace, and probably does score a bulk of his runs up here in the Highveld, as earlier on KG and Kent saying it was a very interesting choice to leave Josh Breed out, as he has been fantastic throughout this season. And now the youngster in Juan James in facing the experience at Junior Dalla. They keep the field the same. Thought maybe they might put a slip in. Dalla coming in. He hits that hard length. Ooh.
2 minds there.
Yeah.
James almost falling for the pull shot himself there, and then just thinking better of it. Just fending that one back. Looks a little bit nervy, but that's understandable. just squared him up, and he couldn't decide what he wanted to do with that ball. So he's fidgeting with his gloves, scratching around there at the crease, trying to calm the nerves down.
Quite daunting it must be. He goes hard length again, a little bit down, and he clips that one off his hip for a single down to fine leg. Lazard Williams throws that one, and he finishes a fantastic over. That is Junior Dalla getting the much important wicket, big wicket that is, of David Bedingham. As we said, falling for that trap, picking out the only guy who was down at the boundary in Keegan Peterson. Juan James to start off the new over once again. Captain Rivaldo Mansami just going through plans again with Lazard Williams. And now the nerves from James should be off, as he's deep in it now, and he has to get going. And
much more decisive with that second shot, and played it nicely down into the ground. Well, it was through the air a little bit. Leg slipped, or a fine leg inside the circle would have gobbled that up. But as it was, fine leg on the boundary, so he's off the mark and on his way here at SuperSport Park.
No better man to be out there with him than Carl Verreynne.
Yes.
Experience.
Oh, that'll help a lot. And
the two set guys are now gone. Carl Verreynne falls to Lazard Williams. Hit straight to mid-wicket, and in that mid-wicket fielding position was Lancashire.
Oh, beautiful catch. And Lazard Williams just pitching it up there. And like we mentioned before, deep mid-wicket and long on are both
the new man at the crease, but the more experience out there with Juan James. So it's going to be very important what message he relays to young James, just to get him through his first couple of overs. After drinks, Lazard Williams comes in for his third delivery. Mihlali Mpongwani gets on that front foot, but looks like it nips back a little bit. Inside edge onto the pads.
Slip also in for Williams. He's got third man and backward square leg on the boundary. And he's got the sweeper on the offside. And so there's a lot of space once again here past mid-wicket and mid-on. Wide open spaces on the leg side here. So Williams would want to keep this one outside off to access that slip option. And he goes for the wickets, goes for the LBW. That was the plan. The bluff was on. All the fielders on the offside protecting the boundary. And Mpongwana would have expected that one to be on that fourth stump line with the slip in. And Williams went for the kill. Didn't get his man that time. Just a little bit of bat saving Mpongwana there.
Yeah, you can imagine why Lazard would go straight for the pads after that first delivery, thinking that there is a shout for that LBW shout. Oh, he just runs through there. Probably the run-up. A little bit of excitement from that previous ball.
Yeah, he's a very wily character, Lazard Williams. Always making plans and very good at executing them as well. And you could see he was so disappointed. He thought he had the trap set. He thought it would work, and just almost coming through there. Mpongwana survives.
Two more deliveries in this over. Lazard Williams. He goes back of a length, just outside. Mihlali Mpongwani just gets back on that back foot, pushes it through the cover region for a single down to the sweeper region. Putting James back on strike.
Yeah, so Mpongwana off the mark. They seem to be willing to have a look at the conditions. Don't get too greedy yet. There's still a lot of batting to be done here by Western Province. They've got 4 wickets down already. So these two need to dig in. Oh, that's a good looking shot, but not totally in control of that was James. And almost carrying to the boundary fielder Dala at the covers on the boundary. So nervy stuff here for Western Province.
Very nervy. It's going to be very important that Mihlali talks to young James and just calms him down a little bit. It's always good feeling bats on ball and just getting a couple of runs. I'm sure looking for that first boundary just to get the confidence up. But should be careful not to fall into the trap of the Titans as they set a similar field once again. 4 guys out, the 2-man back in third man and fine leg, and we've got sweeper and deep square. Junior Dalla. Oh, he goes back of a length. Just goes through that gully region down to third man. Dane Khalim getting that one back into the keeper. Playing away from the body. I think you can see the nerves. He should get it right. He is a quality player. We've seen him through his high school career, under 19 cricket. He is considered one of the best, and I'm sure as soon as he finds his feet right now, we're going to see the best of James.
It was interesting there, Dala putting the fine leg inside the ring there for the previous delivery to James, exactly where the ball went off the last delivery of the previous over. But this time the line was not going to bring that fielder into play, but interesting play there from Dala and the captain. So let's see, the third and cover fielders are on the boundary along with square leg now. Dala keeping it short, back of a length. He's very good at doing that. Very experienced now, 100 matches up for Dala, so it looks like they've got their plans set. They're making things happen now, the Titans, getting the wickets instead of just waiting for mistakes, setting the traps and getting those 2 wickets.
Oh, brilliant fielding by Senukwane again at backward point. They have to try and get these wickets. 2 new men at the crease. The Titans will feel like they have a sniff in this one once again.
As a surprise delivery, fuller and straighter to the stumps. And keeps it just that back of a length again. Half a shot from someone in the field, but Dala and Luandre Pretorius behind the wicket, not interested. So excellent over there from Dala, just the 1 run. His bowling figures are looking magnificent at the moment. He's bowled 3, got the wicket and only conceded the 1 run.
Mihlali Mpongwana with that last delivery, just fishing outside. And as we said earlier, the Titans with plans in place. And I'm sure he will talk to himself there and just calm himself down as they need to rebuild again with James. Field is staying pretty much the same. The slip is out now for James. Lazard Williams coming in. He goes slightly fuller than the previous over. James just pushing that one through the cover region to sweeper for a single. As you can see, the confidence is coming in slowly but surely. Getting that one straight out the middle. And this is what we want to see from the youngsters. Stepping up into these roles, these big teams and this level of cricket and just fitting right in.
He's done well so far just to get off strike, and that's basic skill being done right there.
It seems Lazard is going slightly fuller.
Yeah, he's going for the stumps a little bit more, maybe looking for that cut shot to backward point, and the extra cover man is also inside the circle. Keegan Peterson about halfway between the circle and the wicket now, and then mid on, mid off as well. And Pongwana just desperately wanting to get off strike. Oh, what does the umpire say there? No, not interested. Titans are a little bit surprised that that wasn't given. It looked to me like he made it. Let's see here, halfway down the wicket. Oh no, get back. And his bat is down. But was he over the line? The umpire thinks so.
Oh, a close call, very hard on the naked eye there, but umpire in a much better position than us up here.
Yeah,
I think it was.
I think he made it just in time.
Just in time, Mihlali.
Yeah, now he's desperate to get off strike now and doing what James is doing, rotating the strike. I mean, that's what you want to do when you get to the wicket, just to get your innings going, not to waste too many deliveries, put too much pressure on yourself. Oh, that's a positive stroke coming forward. A little bit of bat there saving him. And I think it also hit him outside the line. Yeah, so Mpongwana is getting stuck. 11 deliveries already. So hopefully he can just block that out of his mind and get himself going here.
Absolutely. These two here are going to have to bat like a diesel tractor, warm up to it. They're going to have to warm up to it. They can't just get into it as they are in the rebuilding stages after that fantastic partnership between Bedingham and Varane. So they shouldn't be rushing it, get used to the play of the wicket, and the longer they spend out there, the better it should be for them. Both quality batters, but of course they are up against a quality lineup as well. At the moment, the partnership of Lazard and Junior Dalla can't be simple, so a lot of grafting needs to happen from these two gents out here. Mihlali Mpongwana facing. And as I say that, the diesel tractor's warm. He throws his hands through that one for 4 runs, just short of the boundary, but a brilliant shot by Mihlali Mpongwana over the captain, who is at mid-off, Rivaldo Mansami, for 4 runs. A brilliant way to end off the 17th over. Western Province currently on 86 for the loss of 4 wickets.
Yeah, that'll calm the nerves down, make Mpongwana just get a little bit of confidence back. That was a very good-looking shot. Pitched up by Lazard Williams, inviting the drive, and Mpongwana showing us how it's done. With mid-on and mid-off up inside the ring, a safe shot over the head of mid-off. Very well done, Mpongwana. And looking a lot better with the 5 next to his name now. Run rate just above the 5 mark. Dala continues. James again, immediately off strike. Very well done by James. Keeping the scoreboard ticking there. And now let's see. Same field. Exactly the same field still. And Dala still going to go for that back of a length ball. That ball was through the air. If they had that fine leg inside the circle like they had at the start of the previous over, it could have been in business. Again, short of a length. When is the Yorker going to come?
We know he's got a very dangerous Yorker that is Junior Dala. Maybe setting them up a little bit, ball a couple on that hard length. And when they least expected, that Yorker, as we've seen him throughout the years, throughout the past seasons, he's got a lethal Yorker that is a Junior Dala.
Oh, indeed, so... Going for the pads there. Clipped off the pads by Mpongwana. He gets off strike.
I think a little bit too straight from Junior Dala. The first delivery of the over to James. Also a little bit, a little bit too straight. Easy for the guys just to clip it off. Maybe go on that 4th foot stump. Have something. And I mean, we also know that his bumper is not the easiest to deal with that action. As I say that, he goes, a bumper just goes a little bit too hard, called wide by the umpire. That should shake James a little bit up.
Yeah, no, that's... and he's quicker than you think,
Very.
Junior Dala. He's got that deceptive speed. And as we mentioned before, lots of experience, lots of variation. He's definitely trying to get them onto that back foot. And then he goes for a little bit of fuller length. So just making it very, very difficult to see what's going to come next.
A little bit of calmer from James, as you saw how he went on that forward defense to that ball after the bumper. So he's definitely getting his feet right.
His stance is way outside leg stump. He steps across a little bit, so he's trying to open up the offside there. That's interesting. As he's standing on that leg stump line, but a little bit away from his stumps.
Away from his stump.
Yeah.
He does have that trigger,
Yes.
that he jumps onto middle stump. I think that's just to activate him. It does also help with the nerves, instead of just standing there and waiting for the ball. Just that little bit of movement. That little bit of movement before facing a delivery, just get the feet moving a little bit. And as we say that, Mpongwana gets one on the gloves, and he gets a single to end off yet another over by Junior Dala. 18 overs completed by the Momentum Multiply Titans. World Sports betting Western Province currently on 91 for the loss of 4 wickets, with Juan James and Mpongwana out there in the middle fighting for the Western Province. Currently on a partnership of 13 runs. A change of bowler from the Momentum Multiply Titans back into the attack after bowling 4 overs earlier on. Dane Khalim.
Oh, so he's with a lot of experience as well for Khalim. As you said, he opened the bowling. He got that wicket of which one was his? Kitime, with the court behind. So it's the same end here, the off bob end for Dayan Khalim. He goes to Mpongwana.
Oh no, Mpongwana hits that one up in the air. Lazard Williams running after it. Oh, what a brilliant take!
Wow!
By Lazard Williams. Oh my word. A fantastic catch. Oh, who said fielders are only batters? Bowlers in this day and age are as brilliant. What a fantastic take by Lazard Williams. Khalim coming into the attack. We always know when he comes in, something happens. He gets the big wicket of Mihlali Mpongwana. Gone for 7 runs after facing 17 deliveries today. It was tough out there for him. And Dayan Khalim, once again, rushing him a little bit. Oh, what a fantastic catch by Lazard.
And Mpongwana going for that open space there, deep mid-wicket, trying to access the boundary there, cross-batted shot, just getting a little bit of a top edge. And Wow, what a catch by Lazard Williams. One of the most difficult catches to pull off, running backwards over his shoulder. Makes no mistake, makes it look easy like a Protea player should. And that was an excellent, excellent catch.
Yeah, no. As we look at it again, I mean, look at how he keeps his eyes on the ball and in the buckets, as you can see, Neil Brun running to him there. Just couldn't believe it. Neil, it is a fantastic catch there. They build him different here in Pretoria. Yeah. What a fantastic catch there by Lazard Williams. After completing his spell, to still have the energy to run after that one is absolutely fantastic. New batter in for the WSB Western Province, Oliver Whitehead. Only 2 matches under his belt with 22 runs, an average of 22. And of course, this coming up against Northern Cape.
And the highest score of 22 as well. So a duck and a 22 to his name so far, Oliver Whitehead. And he joins fellow newcomer James now. Big moment in the match here. If the Titans can get on top, get these two out, that's going to be very tough for Western Province to set a competitive score. And Halim stays on that back of a length delivery again to the new man. So it seems to be the plan here from the Titans to keep it shorter than usual, because if you get it into that fuller length, this outfield, the way that the ball flies here on the high felt as well, so just make it that little bit more difficult. They had a feeling for the catch behind. Awkward looking pull shot there by Whitehead as he sort of got out of the way, but not quite. No, says the umpire.
Deceivingly fast as well, eh?
Yes. And just very awkward there from Whitehead, but he survives. Right, so offside field, backward point, extra cover, and mid-off. Mid-on is there as well, mid-wicket. So it's pretty much the same field. Again, dot balls, building the pressure here on these two young men. Cover is on the boundary, third, fine leg and square leg as well. So there you go, short deliveries, pull shots, and that's the plan for the Titans right now. Making the batter think a lot about this wide open space here at long off, down at mid-wicket, trying to get them, them to play straight. Because with a short of a length ball, you've got to play the cross-bat shot to access those areas. And this time on a good length, Whitehead gets off the mark.
Yeah, very tricky way to get off the mark. Very busy body out there, that is Whitehead. He looks like he always looks to get a run. So his time out there in the middle is going to be very interesting, as you see him getting off the mark, playing just outside of his body. Maybe just try get into line and make life a little bit easy for himself. And Juan James does exactly that, getting in line with the ball, punching it down to sweeper for a single to end off the over. What was a brilliant over by Khalim, getting the wicket of Mihlali. And now out in the middle, two inexperienced, or rather young cricketers of the CSA one-day series in Juan James and Whitehead. And it's a massive task for the young men out there to try get the Western Province back on it, as they are currently on 93 for the loss of 5 wickets, and having to face an experienced player like Junior Dala is going to be a massive task, a mammoth task for the two young men But as we've seen, Juan James looking like he's getting his rhythm in it.
Now he's looking more and more like a quality batter that he no doubt is. Oh, that one misbehaving a little bit. And that would be also yet another dimension for these batters to think about if the ball is going to do that. That one just sat down and stayed low.
Oh, gold dust.
Another dot ball, so the run rate now down at 4.8. But Western Province won't be worried about that at the moment. Just trying to bat through the overs from this position would be a win. So the Titans are all over the World Sports Betting Western Province here. And it's up to these two inexperienced batters to show what they're made of. Situation like this can make you a hero down in the Cape.
Absolutely. And I think it's a massive one for these two batters, just to get the team out of a little bit of trouble. Juan James just going square a little bit to that one. It seems that Junior Dalla has got that gold dust ball, because that ball is not full at all, but it is staying low a little bit. So like you said, Otto, earlier, and now it means the two batters have something else to worry about. I mean, they worry about that short pitch delivery that comes through quite quicker than the normal delivery, and now there's that one that just stays low. That one gets up a little bit too straight, easy for Juan James to just clip off his hips for a single. Keegan Peterson coming in off the boundary from a square leg, getting that one in. And like I said, now Whitehead on strike, busy body, and to see what's going to happen now is going to be interesting. Keep your eyes locked. The next two deliveries are going to be fun. Junior Dalla. Oh, he goes shorter. Whitehead just sticking out his bat. Unfortunately for him, it just goes past. But everyone getting excited there.
I mean, that's like a catching practice type of shot there from Whitehead. What was he trying to do? They just guided past the keeper. There is a third man fielder on the boundary, but he gets away with that.
Ooh, I wonder if Captain Rivaldo might put in a slip there. Well, it's the last delivery of this over. I'll go straight and defends that one, keeps it out. That is Whitehead to end off the 20th over.
Thank you very much, Cody. We'll have a change of commentary now. Stay with us. Ken and KG will be the next voices you hear.
Thank you.
21st over on the way. Dian Khalim still operating from the West Lane Pavilion end. Looks like Cody and Otto had a good bowling partnership, 3 wickets down in their bowling partnership. We left with the run rate, it's over 6s, it's now on only 4.7. Hey, another one for the Titans. Straight to Lesego Senekwane at that shortish point there. Trying to fend it away from the body. Good bowling here from the Titans. Bowling from Dian Khalim. 6 wicket down. 94 for 6. Titans dominating all over the Western Province here, Ken.
Well, KG, I was just going to say that by necessity, the run rate had to come down as Western Province had to rebuild. Unfortunately for them, while they've been trying to rebuild, they've still been losing wickets. And you can't really say that it's been brilliant deliveries that have got the wickets either. Just fairly soft dismissals, and there's another one really. Jean James, who's worked hard for his 9 runs and then just trying to punch, not getting on top of the bounce properly. Always a factor here and a difficulty for the coastal teams.
Yeah, definitely, especially if you've got the young players that are just coming out of the systems here and having batting together. Bit of a tough one here for the youngsters, but that does bring to the wicket a more experienced batter, Kyle Simmons, bowling all-rounder for the Western Province. We'll have good information, of course, about the pitch. Having played a season or 2 here for the Titans, Kyle Simmons.
That was quite a long time ago now, KG, wasn't it? And funny enough, that dismissal, just watching it from the side on, the ball didn't bounce that much, actually. It wasn't a particularly high bouncing delivery. So perhaps a bit of a waist shape from Diane Khalim, and James just playing away from his body a bit. So Kyle Simmons, he's a very, very handy batsman down in the lower order. Has made a few first-class hundreds for Western Province down there, and also a very useful white ball player. So the Titans will know that their job is not done here yet.
Yeah, definitely they know that they have to keep on chipping away. But shot away from Dian Khalim. The crowd has been building up here at SuperSport Park. Lovely Sunday, as we said, to come out. Obviously, with those Braai facilities also available, the Weber Braai facilities available behind Castle Corner. It's a good day, maybe even if you're just coming back from church, just to come around, come to the ground. The lovely setting, blue skies, Titans dominating. The Sky Blues are dominating under the blue skies. It's again pulled away. This time hit handsomely by Kyle Simmons. Just hitting it past that mid-wicket. Very good shot. Much needed boundary here for the Western Province.
Well, at Dian Khalim's pace, he can't really be dropping it that short. And Kyle Simmons pouncing very quickly. We're in mid-March. And just a reminder to people that summer's coming to an end, guys. It's a lovely day out here at Centurion. I've seen kids with soccer balls, with rugby balls, as you say, people braaiing. No one's swimming. It's a little bit fresh for that.
Once again, another shot to one in there momentarily. But just in that gap there, just a single. So definitely Calvaren looks like he'll be taking on those short balls from Dian Khalim. Moving on to 99 now, Western Province, 99 for 6. We don't even want to talk, I don't know if you want to talk about the target that the Western Province will be looking at the moment. It's a bit of a tough one. You would say that the target now is 50 overs more than anything?
For sure. That's the first target. So that's 29 overs to go. The rate achieved at the moment is 4.7, so we're dealing with the tail soon. Let's say they can go at 5 and over. So that would be 145 added to the score, which is 243, which is just slightly below par for a day game here. And I think this is a pretty good pitch, KG. I don't even think 250 is par. I think you need 270, probably.
Yeah, definitely. I think even at 270, you might still feel like you are probably 30, 40 runs short. And that's just the way that cricket has moved on. That, you know, that 270 where 10 years ago 270 would have been a good score. But now 270 just looks like it's under par, especially if you're playing at grounds like SuperSport Park with a beautiful pitch, beautiful outfield, as we've seen with the count of shots. But Junior Dala to continue from the Hennep's River end. Into the body once again, Junior Dala. That's exactly the type of bowler that he is. He is an enforcer for the Titans. Bowls what we call the heavy ball. Always hits the splice of the bat harder than what you would imagine.
He's got a very specific role in the bowling attack, and another man who clearly has a very specific role in the bowling attack, because we haven't seen him yet, is Andile Peklakwaya.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, in terms of change of pace, we've only seen Neil Brandt with just that solitary over. So maybe you just think that the Titans are... We've spoken about how good the wicket is. So they say that when I use the wicket as much as possible for as long as possible with your quicker bowlers. And maybe later on, that's when you can get to Andile Petrakwaya and Neil Brandt bowl a few more overs. Andile Petrakwaya obviously is the one that bowls a lot more slower balls, bowls a lot of variations. But while there's still a lot of life in the wicket, the Titans want to make the best use of that.
Yeah, I think Peklakwaya will come into play when the ball's a bit softer, and we're still only in the 22nd over. We're only just past halfway. No, we're not even at halfway yet in the innings.
Fended away. 100 came up in the previous ball. So 101, the Western Province found themselves. 6 wickets down. 21.3 overs having been bowled. Junior Della choosing to operate from around the wickets when he's bowling to the left-handers, because he does like bowling into the body. So that is exactly what he'll be doing. He will be targeting that rib cage of Carl Simmons. And that's it. Exactly that. Into the rib cage, making Carl Simmons feel uncomfortable being out there. He's pulled a few balls from Dejan Khalim, but obviously a different challenge that we'll face from Junior Dala. Quicker, heavier, more direct into the body. So it's going to make it very uncomfortable here for Simmons Dala.
And then Peklakwaya will probably come on closer to the back end of the innings with those variations and a softer ball, making it hard to score.
I'm actually just thinking now that if we will get to the back end of the innings with the way that the Titans are picking up the wickets, you'd almost see that the Titans would want to wrap this up within the 35th, 36th over. And with the way that they're going, that's very much a reality. Let's fend it away once again to end the 22nd over, and Western Province moves on to 101 for 6.
I think about the only thing I haven't seen on the banks is a bicycle, KG, in terms of fun activities while you're watching the cricket. Fair smattering of people in the shade of the grandstand as well. Very nice to see. And as usual, the grass banks, you see, there's some people camping. Here's another leisure activity. I don't think you're allowed to stay overnight at SuperSport Park, but we'll have to ask CEO Jacques Fall whether it's allowed. Khalim again.
Tian Khalim obviously has gotten a bit of a taste of international cricket. Did make a bit of a mistake earlier speaking about Lizard Williams. Actually, his last game for Harlequins, he bowled 6 overs, 3 for 24, so he had a very good outing in club cricket against Tucks 2 in the Titans Premier League.
Did someone get hold of you and complain, KG?
Ooh, almost onto the stumps there. No, actually, because I knew that there was 2 games that he played and there was one where he was a bit off, but I think I mixed them around and I just went onto the CSA app to just check my facts in case also if Lizard does listen a little bit later on. So you got my stats wrong here, but apologies for that.
The important thing is that the correction was made. There we go.
Good drive from Whitehead, but there is protection on the boundary, so it'll just be a single. The bullet arm there from Junior Dalla. He's got a very strong arm, Junior Dalla. He is the type of fielder that you want on your boundary. He backs himself very much when he's at the boundary to just fire one in. Because a lot of times when we speak about fielding positions and not enough times to speak about the fielding personnel in those positions. Pulled away, tucked away once again to the deep square leg. Just a single.
Junior Dala also a very good catcher and a very good athlete. He gets around the boundary very quickly. So he's definitely one of the best outfielders in the country. Is there a better fielder as a fast bowler in the country? Kagiso Rabada's done some remarkable things in the field. Marco Jansen's pretty good.
Yeah, definitely. I think there isn't too many around. Remember, Junior Dala does have the background of indoor cricket. So with indoor cricket, it's a lot about agility. And quickly, when the ball bounces off the net, you want to get to it quickly. So would have gotten a lot from his time as an indoor cricketer.
Wow, it couldn't have been a lot of fun facing Junior Dala in indoor cricket. That ball still hurts.
It's again hit away nicely from Whitehead to Junior Dala, as we speak about, comes around, keeps it just down to 1. I think with a lot of fielders probably would have been 2, had to make some ground, come into his right, picks it up. And if you've seen him around, you know how quickly he gets that ball back into the keeper or the bowler's hands. End of the 23rd over, and Western Province are 103 for 6.
No question. There, the 2 batters, seeing he had the ball in his hand already, not willing to take the risk, and rightfully so. Arguably the last pair of recognised batsmen for Western Province, and they've got more than half the innings to bat through. There's some festive people enjoying one of the hospitality suites here at SuperSport Park. You see a few jackets being worn there, which tells you that autumn is on the way. You can feel it in the mornings, KG, and in the evenings.
Yeah, definitely a lot of cool breeze out there. As you said, probably the last month that you can enjoy a lot of sun. So come out to SuperSport Park to watch the game, yeah. Gain into the body from Junior Dala, but nicely controlled by Whitehead. Hitting it to that sweeper on the offside, where Neil Brandt is operating.
The importance of partnerships. Western Province have only had one partnership of more than 20 today. That was the 56 for the 3rd wicket between Beddingham and Verena, and then they both got out in successive overs.
Once again into the body from Junior Dala. He has made his plans very clear here for Western Province. They know that they're going to get nasty ones into the body, and it's the type of role that he plays for the Titans. Makes you scared to hit the ball away, bowls it very heavy. Works very, very well for the Titans. And that's what makes this bowling attack also to be balanced the way that it is. Hit away this time. bit of width, and down to Keegan Peterson there, the sweeper boundary.
It's very effective, isn't it? I mean, the offside field of a deep point and quite a fine third man is mirrored on the leg side by a more conventional fine leg, but then a man just behind square on the leg side. You're not going to get many full balls to drive down the ground, that's for sure.
Oh, and again in the air, but just going over. There's another single here from Whitehead. It's definitely making it uncomfortable for the batters here, Junior Dalla. Constantly in their face, in their body, running in. As you see, once again, Whitehead choosing to take that one on.
In the air and not too far away from Keegan Lyon Cachet, lurking there.
A single, quick single, and well-judged single there. Andile Klugwayo coming around from that extra cover. There's a partnership, you would say, if you just look at the battle lineup, that probably their biggest hope of getting anywhere close to that 240 mark or so will be hanging on the shoulder of these two batters currently there. Carl Simmons wouldn't have wanted too much responsibility with the batting, but that's the situation that he finds himself in.
Well, it's a situation he's fairly familiar with, unfortunately for Western Province. Often in partnership with a specialised batsman, though. He's shared in some really big partnerships. But now it's the two all-rounders who have to do the job for Western Province. Still 26 overs to go, and they're 107 for 6. Partnership worth 13 at the moment. They've just got to try and grow that. That's take it deep, not worry too much about the runs. Try and bat for 20 overs together, and then naturally the rate will increase as they get more comfortable at the crease.
And you'll never know. I mean, if you do bet those 20 overs or so, keep the Titans out there for as long as possible. Because as a bowling team, when you get a team in such a situation, when you're bowling and you're thinking that it's just a matter of a time until we start batting and chasing, but if they keep you out there for long, then it starts getting boring, and then as a batting team, you might start to lose your concentration a little bit with the expectations of batting not coming quicker than what you would have thought. But there is a bowling change with Neil Brandt coming back into the attack as only bowled the one over from the Hennops River. And so changing ends now, coming in the West Lane Pavilion end.
Yeah, I don't think the bowling performance has been that superb to warrant 107 for 6. It's been a decent bowling performance, a good one, but there have been quite a few loose deliveries. There have been opportunities for Western Province to score, certainly.
Yeah, definitely. I don't think you could say that there's Jeffers that came out. Probably the best wicket was that of Valentine Kitime. Just very good ball from Khalim. But if you go back to your Daniel Smith chasing one away, Bedingham had just one in the body. Khalim Pongwani just tried to force it away a little bit of that pull shot. Very good catch taken by Lizard Williams. We did see him practice those a little bit when they were doing some training in the morning before the match. So got to see that what he has practiced is exactly what is executed in the game.
Yeah, we forgot to mention him as a bowler who feels really well. That was a fantastic catch by Lizard Williams. Made a lot of ground.
It's always good. It's what you need. The traditional seam bowlers back in the days, their job was just to bowl. If you want to ask them to dive around and take those overhead catches, good luck to that.
Well, some coaches used to forbid their bowlers from diving around. They didn't want them to get injured.
It's just amazing how you've seen the evolution of fielding in cricket. One comes to mind your Indian team, Pakistan team. Back in the days, they didn't take care of their fielding, but now you've seen how important it is. Kyle Simmons just comes down, gets a thickish inside edge down to that shot 45.
And I think it's fair to say that South Africa have generally been at the forefront of that shift. Going all the way back to the late 60s, a guy called Colin Bland, who was acknowledged as the world's best fielder. He was quite a sensation on a tour of England. Very quick across the ground, but his real superpower was that he just almost always hit the stumps. He was incredibly accurate. And then, of course, after the return from isolation, Jonty Rhodes really set the world talking about fielding again.
When you speak about the 60s, that's where I step away from the conversation. When you speak about Jonty Rhodes, we used to call him La Jones because he was just all over the place. Can remember the 92 World Cup, that diving to dislodge the wickets. It's again in the air momentarily, but no one there at square leg. The kick and line catch, it looks like it's just in between that square leg and a 45 type of an area.
Just in case you were wondering, no, I wasn't born in the 60s. I read about Colin Bland.
I suppose there wouldn't be too many video footages also of that time.
There's a famous bit of TV, and I'm sure you'd be able to find it on YouTube. Colin Bland did like a masterclass for the BBC during a break or just one day during their tour, where he just did like a few fielding drills, running, fielding, throwing down the stumps, and it was incredible. He just hardly ever missed the stumps.
Yeah, definitely a rich history of, even in the recent times, of fielding for South Africa. I mean, we speak about Jonty Rhodes and Herschel Gibbs. Nothing went through there. When you speak about your J.P. Dumini, Faf du Plessis, speak about A.B. de Villiers, of course. And now you speak about your Devil Brevis, your Aiden Makram. Those are the guys that really like their fielding. Tristan Stubbs also very good in the field. David Miller.
De Villiers and Gibbs, two of the best in the world, certainly.
And I think it is that type of a thing where teams now started understanding that it is not just about the ball and bat, it's about how many runs that you can also save in the field. If you go out there and you say that we've saved 20 runs, I mean, we spoke about Rivaldo Munsam a little bit earlier on, with what looked like it was going to be a boundary, saved it for 2. There was a very good fielding from Keegan Peterson also to his left. That would have been a 4. So with that, we're already talking about 6 runs and that catch of Lizard Williams. Hit away. This time, finding the gap between extra cover and mid-off. Good shot from Kyle Simmons. Bit slower that time. Looked like it just looped to him there from Junior Dalla. Good shot from Kyle Simmons.
Yeah, in the air for quite a long time as well, but, well placed. But that's also the difficulty of handling this ploy by Junior Dalla, is that when there is a bit of two-pacedness in the pitch, it's quite difficult to keep it on the ground.
Back into the body there. It does look like Kyle Simmons looks to give himself a bit of room whenever the ball is shot to sort of like access that offside.
He's strong on the cutter, I do know that. So it's a good battle at the moment. 113 for 6, 26 overs gone.
I think the Titans will be looking at just one more wicket and then they get deeply into the tail. Let's say that Carl Simmons is more of a bowling all-rounder, so he can definitely bat, but from there on, they would think that once they get this wicket, they'll be very much into the money here. The momentum multiply Titans.
Bjorn Hendricks can hang around well, but he definitely needs a proper batter at the other end to hurt you, that is.
And just looking about how this is a very good opportunity for Whitehead to just show what he's made of. I mean, if he gets a nice 60-70 here, it would be very, very good for his CV. So, as difficult as the situation is here for Western Province, there's also very good opportunities for the batters, especially the young Whitehead. Coming down the wicket and handsomely hitting it over Rivaldo Munsami at mid-off. Very good shot, good batting here from Carl Simmons. Bit of a counter-attack here, Carl Simmons.
Well, he's identified the left-arm spinner as giving him opportunity with no long off in players. Really quality stroke, that. You mentioned Oliver Whitehead, and backing up your point, making it especially pertinent, is the man he's replaced, Josh Breed, has scored 64 not out and 43 not out in his last two innings. So that's a lot of runs that have been taken out of the lineup. Whitehead, obviously, Western Province looking for him to do a better bowling job.
Once again, down the leg side, this time misses everything. Running away to the boundary, 4 wides it is. Bit of a loosish over here from Neil Brandt, second wide of the over. This time, this one costing a bit more with 4 runs going down. Much needed runs here for Western Province.
And all because Simmons has put him under a bit of pressure by coming down the pitch early in the over, hitting him over mid-off. Suddenly Brandt trying a different line and straying.
Again, a bit leg-side-ish here from Neil Brandt. He is the type of a bowler that doesn't turn the ball too much, so he likes to bowl more wicket to wicket. So sometimes he can stray down a bit. Again, one down leg side, going up for the catch, but Empire not interested. Wonder if that came off something, if it's not signaled to be a wide.
Yeah, interesting point. Maybe it hit the pad.
I wonder if there was any signal from the square leg Empire, because certainly the team looks a bit confused at what might have transpired. Not given a wide, nor a catch down the leg side.
Well, the only thing then, the only likelihood then is that it brushed the pad, which probably also would have made the noise that got the Titans excited.
They're looking very confident. You know, often we say that the fielding team just likes to put the Empires under pressure. They look very confident, very sure about that. So interesting to just take a look at that again, just to see what might have transpired there. But nonetheless, that's the end of the 27th over. The Western Province on 124 for 6. Let's have a look at that again.
No, that's the last ball of the over. Dwan Jansen is coming back to bowl. His second spell, his first spell of 4 overs, went for 26 runs. Got the opening wicket of Daniel Smith for 8.
change of line also coming around the wickets. Duan Jansen, which is something that we are accustomed to these days with left arm seamers. They look later on in their innings to just come around, try to bowl it full into the block hole. And especially if you've got a team that's already 6 down, I feel like you can go death bowling earlier than what you would normally. God, just flashing away the white hair, doesn't get anything on it. Because the challenge when you've got a Duan Jansen as tall as he is that when it pitches full like a Dian Khalim bowling, the trajectory of the ball is a little bit more from Duan Jansen. So you have to counter that a bit of an extra bounce than you would get from the other bowlers. So that's something that Whitehead will have to figure out early on here. Tucked away straight to mid-wicket that time. Keegan Lyon catch it. An easy stop there.
Difficult man to drive on the up is Duan Jansen. And you just heard that last delivery, hit the bat hard. That's what he does.
Pulled away this time to Dan Khalim at fine leg for a single. Yeah, it's quite interesting, Ken, and we've just spoken about the struggles of the Titans this season, but you look at the team and you say this isn't a team that should be struggling down there. This is a team that should be fighting for championships, but this season hasn't been the easiest for the Titans. It's also been obviously players going to the Proteas. There was a time where the Proteas and the SAA was playing at the same time, so they didn't have your Rivaldo, your Luandre, and all those other guys obviously available for them.
Yeah, I think it was always going to be tough. A new coach coming in, Ravesh Gobint, that always takes time to settle.
In the air, an opportunity. Oh, just bounces short there. Bit of an opportunity there. Was in the air for quite a while. Just moving away a bit there from, looks like Lizard Williams at mid-off.
Well, you heard Carl Simmons go, oh no, as he hit it. Looping up off the bat. Mtlali Mpongwane had a similar one as well when early in his innings. So maybe a bit of variable bounce out there.
This time driven down to Munsami at mid-off. Captain of the team, of course, Rivaldo Munsami. Probably one of the fewer times that he's been a captain in cricket. Went through his school cricket. Actually played with Cody at some point in provincial cricket.
Just going back to the Titans season as the over comes to an end, 128 for 6 after 28 overs. So a new coach comes in, Ravesh Gobint, obviously replacing Mandla Mashimbi because he became Proteas women's head coach. Always tricky for a new coach coming in. He's got to kind of build a relationship with the players, and then to make his job especially hard was those tours you talk about, KG. Both the Proteas and the SAA team away at the same time, and being one of the more successful franchises, the Titans provided a lot of players for those 2 tours. At one stage they were very much involved in the relegation struggle, but I think they're safe now, the Titans.
Hit away again from Carl Simmons. Couple of bounces to that deep square leg. Yeah, definitely. But you know, a lot of people from outside say that as the best, you just keep on producing. You have to keep on producing. We've spoken a couple of times about how many players actually come from the Titans and play for other franchises, type of a thing. swept away. Another single. But as you say, there's a lot of changes that have happened because after Manda Mashimbe left, also there was actually Richard Dasneves that took over the coaching.
On an interim basis, yeah.
Helped by Albie Mokel, who is still assistant, but is with the Proteas at the moment. So you sort of like feel that there has been a bit of a change up there, but also might have been a bit of a change in the leadership group of the Titans, because if you speak about people like Sibonelo Makanya, who was a captain for quite a bit, so that has changed obviously with Nel Brandt captaining, and now Rivaldo Donovan Ferreira also captained. So the new coach obviously is trying to find what works for him, the combinations that works for him, but also the relationship with the different personnel that have got a big say, that you say, in the team. Massive franchise to come into, so there's a lot for the coach to do. Previously, obviously, with the Tanzania, was it national team, the coach?
And he was an assistant with the Warriors.
Was also with the Proteas sometime, with the videos. Good shot. Oh, but there's a man there. Junior Dalla. There's a man, Junior Dalla, the man that you want there with the safe hands at cow corner. Very well taken, very well judged. Looked like a good shot, but there is somebody that was waiting for it, and Junior Dalla says thank you very much. Big wicket, good wicket here from Nel Brandt.
And another Western Province batsman caught, picking out the fielder, hitting in the air. And you'd have to say that's pretty soft for Kyle Simmons. Gone for 20, just when he was starting to maybe turn this innings around for Western Province. It's been the story of their day, really. 131 for 7 now. You could understand the idea for the shot, but the execution is not good enough. Junior Dala didn't have to move much there, and I fancy he's hitting slightly against the wind as well, Kyle Simmons. So yeah, not the cleverest shot in the circumstances.
Yeah, definitely. When you look at the trees, they actually go into the opposite direction, and this time just you would say that in terms of match-up of a left-arm orthodox bowling into a left hand, I fancy these chances there, but not the best option that was taken there by Carl Simmons, especially with the situation that Western Province find themselves in. And with that, that's a 7-wicket down. Western Province 131 for 7. It was a promising partnership, 37 runs from that partnership, so it was building up. The Titans will be happy to pick up that wicket.
Raik Daniels is the new batsman. Scored 5 runs in 2 innings this season in the One Day Cup. Not out in both knocks.
I just wonder then the kind of pressure that will be on Whitehead. Having a young batsman still finding his groove also in domestic cricket, to have to sort of like shadow the tailenders. Does he start attacking a little bit more, thinking that he needs to score as many runs as possible? Does he trust his partners a bit more and say that, let's see how long they can bat with me? I mean, Raik Daniels also fairly new, maybe a Hendricks is a bit of somebody that can hang around a lot, but how much trust does the young man then put on the tail to try and get themselves to something that you can bowl to, close to that 200 mark, something that you can bowl to?
Well, the fact that Raik Daniels has come in ahead of Bjorn Hendricks tells me that Daniels he must have a bit of capability, a bit of technique at least to stay in. And yeah, I think Whitehead needs to trust Daniels and Hendricks to be good enough to get him on strike.
There you go. Nicely behind it there. Didn't look phased by that short ball from Janssen. Not the tallest of players or batters, Daniel. So the length now it's going to be very important, particularly for Janssen. See what he can get out of it. Probably when that short ball needs to be fuller from him. Full it is, and just dug out there for a single. Just the two balls that he's faced are right Daniels, but it doesn't look like he's going to be scared of anything or anyone here. Bit of discussion taking place between Munsami and Petlokwayo. Janssen to Whitehead. Pulled away once again. Few times it has been hit there, but Keegan Lancashire is a bit behind square, so you would say that it's safer. Another single from Whitehead. Junior Dalla tidying up once again at the deep square leg boundary. Wonder if it's worth it for the Titans to maybe put that man on square leg, because there's a couple of occasions that the ball has just hung in the air past that square leg.
They did have him there previously. There's a man in front of square, fairly close in. He'll do the fielding now. He might have a run out. No.
Yeah, of course, looking to push, and does get to a point in the game where batters start talking about how difficult it is to get the boundary. So those singles come in, and that does carry an element of risk sometimes. They might be pushing themselves more than what they should because they know that they are behind the game here. Still plenty of overs to go. Still 121 balls to go, but going at 4.6 to the over. Definitely not the type of runs that you want to get at SuperSport Park. Again, just a full toss, but gently hit to mid-on. And with that, brings the end of the 30th over and the end of the commentary street between me and Ken Boland as we welcome back Otto Seyman and Cody Lucky Mufokeng.
Right. Welcome back, Cody. My name is Otto Simon. We are here at SuperSport Park in Centurion. Players are having a drinks break. And World Sport Betting Western Province are in deep trouble now. Only 3 wickets in hand. Only 135 runs on the board and another 20 overs to go. Can they make it to the 50th over, Cody?
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see if they do get to those 50 overs, as they have 3 wickets in hand. Daniel's also another young batter, inexperienced, out there with Whitehead. 135. It's not where you want to be out here at SuperSport Park. As we know, in the past, up here in the Highveld, it produces a lot of runs. So they're going to have to dig deep, these 2 batters here, and try get the Western Province to a formidable target. As it stands at the moment, I think if they can get to 200 plus, that's a win for them, as it's looking rather tricky for the WSB Western Province side. Neil Brunt to continue from the Avbob end. Rather,
I think they'll tear your arm off if they can get to 200 runs from this position. That will be a good recovery, you have to say. And once again, you have to say from a Western Province point of view, time for a hero to step up. Lots of deliveries left. There's runs on offer if you can stick with it and keep your wicket in hand. Another quick single there. So I think that would be step 1 if I were out there in the middle. Just get the runs going, rotate the strike, don't worry too much, the bad balls will come. Trying to shift the pressure back onto the fielding side.
yeah, singles are very important when a team finds themselves in this situation. I think instead of just trying to absorb the pressure, they should still look to score runs whenever presented.
Oh, straight through Sinokwane there. Great looking cut shot off the back foot from Whitehead.
As we did mention earlier on, very interesting how Neil Brunt starts off his run-up right in front of the umpire. And he's just bulleting everything in there. Oh, another sneaky single there from Daniels to end off the 31st over straight after drinks. WSB Western Province 138 for the loss of 7 wickets.
The Titans are well in control here. And if you look at those numbers there, Whitehead, 36 deliveries faced for just the 14 balls. So that's not at all what Western Province would want. But at least he's still at the crease. I think they shouldn't worry too much about the run rate or anything like that at the moment. Just try and occupy the crease. Try and get to the 50th over. So that they can try and make something of a contest out of this situation that they're in.
Jansen back into it, hitting that hard length again. Field still the same as earlier on when the 2 bowlers in Junior and Lazard were bowling. We've still got your 2-man at the back in fine leg 3rd man, and we've got sweeper and deep square.
No, the Titans haven't had to change their field at all. It's been working for them very well, so why change it? So that's just tells you the story of what the Western Province batters have been doing. I think a a few of those wickets were sort of just handed to. We saw 2 great catches and then a couple of bad mistakes by the batters, I would say.
Bad mistakes, and it's all planning from the Titans. I think they've stuck to their guns. That is the bowlers of the Titans. That one just goes down. A little bit of a wild one from Janssen.
Now, it's the same situation where square leg and fine leg are on the boundary for the short delivery, the mistime pull shot. Mid wicket is there. So the Titans are sticking to the back of a length and short deliveries, with the fuller length delivery being the surprise delivery.
And as you say, a fuller length delivery. He goes fuller and gets the outside bats of Daniels down to third man for a single. As it's looking currently out here at SuperSport Park. Sun's out, guns out. Families, kids are coming out to enjoy a good day of cricket out here. Once again, if you are home and you are in and around the area, don't be shy to come in and have a great time with us here. Titans in a very good position as it stands at the moment. That short delivery comes in, he pulls it, and it's a boundary for Whitehead. Goes up past fine leg. The effort there of Khalim, unfortunately, just couldn't get to it.
Yeah, that's a well-controlled shot there from Whitehead. Just managing to keep it down. No chance of a catch. And good execution. That's how you should play the short ball. You can see here he gets that trigger movement going and gets it fine enough to beat the man at fine leg on the boundary.
Yeah, Janssen's struggling a little bit here. He goes down leg again. A wide. 14 extras have been conceded by the Titans this morning, or rather this afternoon. The partnership between these two batters at the moment currently on 14.
Now that's quite a high number if you look at the score and the scores of the actual batters as well.
Another one going down leg, and Whitehead handling that well. This time for single only, down to fine leg.
Yeah, he's well in control of that, and this time not fine enough to beat Dayan Khalim on the boundary. But good shot, good execution, and he moving up his score, catching up to the deliveries faced.
And that's the end of the over by Janssen.
Great over there for Western Province, 8 runs from it. So that's a better over for them. The run rate now, as you can see there, 4.6. That's still nowhere near what you would want here at SuperSport Park. And yeah, they need to fight back from this position now. It's up to these two all-rounders to get it done here. Daniel's more of a bowler than a batter, really, if you look at his strike rates. So they're well into, they are now officially into the tail here, the Titans. The bowling figure's looking wonderful if you're a Titans fan.
Gets on the front foot is Whitehead for a single. I think it's going to be very important that they keep on doing this and wait for that odd bat delivery, which the Titans bowlers haven't really offered much. But if they can keep on rotating the strike, it should be good for them. LBW shout. Just sliding down maybe.
Yeah, I thought I heard a woody noise there. But yeah, he was standing on leg stump as it struck him. No time for replays with the spinner in the attack. Let's see that shot again, just past where it struck him. He's trying to make room for himself. Daniel's trying to step away from the wickets. Let's see that again. Yeah, he's standing outside leg stump when it strikes him, so that's definitely hit him outside the line.
Yeah, the moment you see all three stumps, you know there's absolutely no chance.
Yeah, that's a very optimistic shout from Brandt on that occasion.
And he pulls that one, and that one goes all the way for 6 runs. Much needed runs for the WSB Western Province, bringing up 150 runs for them from 207 balls.
15 fours, and that is the first 6 of the innings to take them past the 150 mark. And Daniel's showing the batters how it's done here with a very nice looking pull shot. So 33 overs gone now.
Yeah.
And that's another decent over. You see the replay there, just rocking back and smoking it into the hospitality area there, just to the right of the main pavilion as we're sitting looking down at this magnificent field. Still a light breeze blowing. And Williams now from the Henops River end into the attack. So he's only got the 1 wicket so far. Feels like he should have had more. Again,
He did.
Aborts his run up. Yeah.
He did have a great first spell, a tricky first over, and then once he hit his lines and his straps, looked a lot better, changing ends as he came in from the AFBOB end earlier on. There might be something for the bowlers from the Henops River end as he comes in.
That's still exactly the same field for the Titans. For every single bowler, except for the spinner, I think Brandt had a little bit of a different field, but they have not messed with this winning recipe, the Titans. It's been successful for them so far. After choosing to field, having Western Province 7 down in the 34th over, that's job well done so far. And the Titans would want to finish this off. They don't want to be kept in the field for the full 50 overs. So, yeah, if you are in the area and you want to make your way down here to SuperSport Park, you better do that quickly, because it does not look like we will have a 100 overs today. At least if the Titans have something to say about that. And then, yeah, as we've mentioned a few times now, Western Province need to make it to that 50th over. That should be their main target right now.
It's very interesting that you say that the Titans would want to finish this up before that 50th over. That both games that they've played this season so far affected by rain. Hopefully the weather gods are with us today. But as it looks at the moment, clear blue skies. But I don't think Rivaldo and the team would have thought that this is where they would be this morning, or rather this afternoon. But happy to see where the Titans are. Goes short, just doesn't get up as he would have liked. And an easy one for Whitehead to just swivel and get that one down to the deep square boundary for single. And of course, Junior Dalla bulleting that one back in. My question is, both batters at the moment look like they run very well between wickets. And I wonder if they hit it on the right or the left side of Junior Dalla. If they did hit it to the right or left of Junior Dalla down at the deep square boundary, you think they can try go for 2 runs there with that bullet arm that he's got.
No way. There is no way. This outfield is too quick. You'll have to, you'll have to sort of bunt the ball, as they say in baseball, just to get it to roll slowly towards the fielders. This is not a 2-run or a 3-run kind of ground today. I would say it's. Just way too short from Williams, and the extras tally clicks on with 1 more run. 13 wide so far, and more than a couple of them have been bouncers.
Yep.
So it seems like the middle of the pitch has got quite a lot of bounce, because the bowlers are misjudging where exactly they need to place those short ones to get them into the shoulder area. That's the full delivery, the surprise one. Right, so Western Province, Whitehead and Daniels survive another over. Only 2 runs from it. Williams keeping things nice and tidy for the Titans.
Fantastic field, fantastic stadium it is at SuperSport Park. Yeah, we've had quite a lot of rain throughout the week, but the outfield is still quick, which just shows the drainage system here is world class. I'm sure sending them into bat, they might have thought that it might have been difficult, but the moment you get it outside the inner circle, it just rolls here as Neil Brunt comes back for another over. With that over, I think the 4th delivery of that over, Daniels missed out on one that was short. He cut it straight to the point region where Peterson is, and the last delivery definitely latching onto that one. New over. He goes short again. Whitehead getting back and throwing his hands at that one, going down. Too long off for a single. And the field this time, because it is a spin a little bit different.
Oh, just short. Cut shot almost carrying to Sinokwane at backward point. Yes, they do have the sweeper out in the covers, square leg, or mid-wicket out on the boundary, and then long on and long off out on the boundary.
Very nicely played by Daniels. Rushing him a little bit, but dealing with it properly like a top order batter. He seems to be enjoying himself out there, taking on the responsibility of getting his team ahead. Another one. It's not really short. They're just moving their feet nice and quick and getting into great positions to play those balls a square. I mean, even the ones that are going down the ground, they're not necessarily driven down. As you can see, the guys are getting back a shy from Keegan Peterson, as there was a little bit of miscommunication between the two batters, missing the stumps and going down for a single all the way down to the long on boundary. Janssen bringing it back. That one a little bit fuller. He gets on that front foot, drives it down for a single. I think once again a great over for Western Province. No spinner likes to see that. No spinner enjoys singles like that in their over. So Neil Brunt possibly not happy with that one, but a great run nonetheless for the WSB Western Province, moving on to 160 for 7. The two batters at the moment, Whitehead and Daniels, moving their feet very well to the spin of Neil Brunt. And that's what you want. If you can get singles and lessen the dot balls, wait for that boundary ball, all of a sudden it takes the tally, or rather the total in that over, above what you were expecting. He goes short. There's a man there. And it goes all the way over Andile Pehlugwayo. It goes all the way for 6 runs. Innovative there by Whitehead. I'm sure he had his heart in his mouth there for a second, as it looked like there was a chance, but unfortunately it goes over Andile Pehlugwayo for 6 runs.
The breeze has died down a little bit, and if it were still around, it would have helped it. No, it is still blowing a little bit. Maybe the breeze just helped it carry over. Yeah. Pehlukwayo thought he was in business there for a second. Nicely done by Whitehead, getting off strike, score the 6, get the single, score 5s and 7s.
That's exactly what you need. At the moment, 2 balls, 2 deliveries, 7 runs, already in a great position. And all they want to do now is just keep on rotating the strike and keep the scoreboard ticking.
Now keep the Titans in the field as long as possible.
Another single. It's going great at the moment. That partnership steadily building. They're going to need these partnerships to at least get a formidable target. 37 currently, Whitehead on 31, and Daniels on 14. This is exactly what they need to be doing right now. Don't go out looking for it. Just play what's in front of you. He changes his length, goes a tad bit fuller, and Whitehead gets on that front foot, defending that one for a dot ball. Again, that dot ball doesn't necessarily hurt them at this moment because they had such a great start to the over. 8 already in this over with 2 more deliveries to go.
No need to take any risks, and pressure a little bit onto the bowler now. Try and get out of the over. Nice shot. They're coming back for the second, and the throw is not good enough to beat the batter, to beat Whitehead back to his to the striker's end. Good running.
Great running. Great running.
That's what I was saying earlier, because the ball went a little bit slower to the fielder, so that enabled the second run. And well done by those 2 batters to make use of that opportunity. And the throw could have been a little better.
Goes a little bit straight again. Swivels around it. Is Whitehead. Gets a single to get out that over. A brilliant over once again. 11 from that over. Again, no risk in that over. And that's exactly how they need to go. I think a boundary in that first delivery of the over makes it a lot more easier for the batters. And I mean, in a boundary, if you get a 6, that's a massive bonus. So 6 off the first over in that last one, and just singles, and that 2 run there just made that over brilliant for the WSB Western Province, who are currently on 171 for the loss of 7 after 36 overs.
Oliver Whitehead now the leading run scorer for World Sports Betting Western Province, going past the much vaunted Protea Bedingham. So well done to him, giving Western Province a fighting chance here.
Once again, Whitehead gets on that back foot, gets himself in a position to try and get some runs off that. And that one going straight down for a single down to long off.
Oh, nice slap shot there. Almost a tennis-like shot.
Down, really down.
Again, I think they've spoken about it, that as soon as he's not full enough, they're just going to get on that back foot and just try and milk it out for as long as they possibly can. And as we said earlier, it's not a nice feeling for a spinner to be going for singles like that. They hate it there, once again. Fortunately, that one, some brilliant fielding from Keegan Peters at backward point. But again, very busy in the crease, and that's what you want.
Goes for the sweep, misses everything. Oh my goodness. Brandt cannot believe it. Neither can Luandre Pretorius. Sticks the glove into his helmet there. No way. How did that miss everything?
Yeah, I think there was a bottom edge there. And
through the legs of the wicketkeeper. Lucky fish. You lucky fish, Whitehead. But yeah, they'll take it. Western Province will. So good cricket here by these two batters. Just getting the singles. Making sure that the bowler can't relax. No dot balls. That would be first prize here for Western Province. Don't face a dot ball.
And
you can see that frustration there from Daniels. He wanted a single. He wanted just to beat that fielder, just to get off strike, rotate the strike. So you can see that they are trying here. They're trying to be positive, trying to attack a little bit more now, the Western Province guys, because they've got to go for it now. They can't just wait around for something to happen. If they want to get some kind of score, they need to be a little bit more positive. And so both these batters are now set. They've faced a lot of deliveries, so they've got to. It looks like they're trying to be a lot more positive now.
Absolutely agree. They are looking to be a little bit more positive and getting rid of the bad ball. But in saying that, Whitehead there with that sweep shot was looking for that boundary option, and I think a boundary and over just puts them in a better position. Get your singles and get that one boundary ball. Let's see if he tries to get a boundary in the first delivery of this over. A great delivery by Lazard, resulting in a dot ball, which means now Lazard is on top. Now this is where experience comes in. Will Whitehead try to do something, or will he get off strike and wait for that delivery ball to present itself? But again, waiting for a boundary ball from Lazard Williams. You could be waiting the whole day. He's absolutely fantastic hitting his straps.
Oh,
there we go. There it is. He throws his hands at it. It came. His eyes lit up and he's got his boundary for the over. 4 runs going through cover and mid-off.
Moon Sammy there at mid-off just watches it fly by. 50-run partnership also up for Whitehead and Daniels. So well done to them. And giving the Titans a bit of a headache here, this 8th wicket partnership. Oh, sweet.
Beautiful cover drive. And that's what happens. A little bit of pressure off. And he starts playing his strokes. Another glorious shot through the cover region for 4 runs, which takes them to 8 in this over. And of course, that run rate slowly climbing, now in the 5s. And it's that simple, Otto. You just keep on doing that. 8 runs, 3 deliveries to come. We've won the over.
Absolutely right.
Here we go. That quick single comes in. And that's all it is. There is absolutely no pressure at the moment on Daniels. Whatever comes now is just bonus runs. And they'll take whatever comes. But a fantastic start to the over by Lazard Williams. And as we said, Whitehead getting on top, getting 2 boundaries. That just takes the momentum back to WSB Western Province.
Yeah, no, they are doing a really good job here for their team. These two, and nicely done by Daniels, just riding the bounce, Gets it down to fine leg. They come back for the second. So this is very, very good news for the World Sports Betting Western Province that these two look like the batting conditions suit them, and they've managed to cash in a little bit here.
Looking at that great.
Oof, that was beautiful. Absolutely gorgeous shot from Whitehead. Full and driven. Will be cleaned up. Yeah, no, definitely more positivity here from these two. And great partnership here for the 8th wicket. Just irritating the Titans. Keeping them out there in the sun. I'm sure they would have thought with that 7th wicket going down, it's only a matter of time now, boys.
Yeah.
But they're still out there 10 overs later.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, this is a great partnership for the 8th wicket here. As you heard on the stump mark at the end of the over, happy with the single and getting 12 runs from that over. Neil Brunt coming in for his 9th over. I'm sure he wants something. Something's got to give. But again, they've sort of figured him out. They're moving their feet really well. And they're literally just cruising at the moment. They are on cruise control, are these two batters in Daniels and Whitehead.
Now Whitehead's managed to catch up to his deliveries faced quite nicely now. It's, squared him up a little bit there. He's trying to access the space there behind square leg. There's nobody on the boundary this time around for Brunt on the leg side except for long on.
Looks like he's changed his pace quite a bit. He's giving it a little bit of flight. And this great dip for Brunt. Goes for the quicker one. Daniels onto it. And he slaps that one for a single down to sweeper. Again, I think it was working and there was something in it for him when he was going a little bit slower, tossing it up a little bit. But as soon as he went for the quicker one, Daniels was onto him.
Just a correction there. I see Khalim is also on the boundary at deep mid wicket. Now square leg goes back. Long on comes up to mid on. So he does have 4 fielders on the boundary.
And with that single, that is Whitehead. Oliver Whitehead reaches his 50 runs. Change room, very proud of that. Couple of fans here as well, supporting the Western Province on their feet, appreciating that. You cannot help but appreciate that inning as he came in when they were under the pump. 50 runs from 55 deliveries, as Otto said earlier, catching up, taking that strike rate up once again, looking at how he started. Absolutely brilliant from Oliver Whitehead.
Yeah, take a bow. That's brilliant innings, exactly what the team needed from him. And he's managed to now get them to a place where they could start to think about a 250, 260, maybe more than that. But yeah, it's gonna be. He's gonna have to be there at the end because they've only got the 3 wickets left, and it's Hendricks and Nabe to come.
Oh, he gives it flight again. So again, when there's a little bit of flights on it, there's something that happens, and I think the reason why Whitehead was trying to go for that one was because, of course, there was no boundary in that over, so he was trying to catch up to that. Only 3 runs coming from that over. A brilliant over by Brandt. WSB Western Province 193 for the loss of 7. Earlier on in the 30th over, we spoke about how getting to 200 would be amazing. Hey Otto, and you thought, yes, they would love that. And without much risk, they find themselves in this position. They're very close to it right now, and they're in a very healthy position. 5 runs and over. And now change of bowler from the Hennops River. As Dan Khalim comes in, That was, of course, his maiden 50 runs. That is Oliver Whitehead.
Yeah, his first 50 at this level, so well done to him. Showing his talent and getting his team out of a really bad situation here. It could have been well embarrassing for Western Province to be all out for 140, 150 odd, but he has guided them now to something of a more respectable total, giving himself and the other bowlers something to defend. Yeah, Khalim is going to try and put a stop to this.
At the moment, they're making it look so easy. They are just cruising here. And I'm sure Luandre, Pretorius, and Lesego, Keegan as well, would be licking their lips right now because it looks so easy to bat out there. A little bit more comfortable than when it, well, rather earlier this morning. So I'm sure they don't mind that, but they would still love that wicket to come quicker. But these two batters here are making it look rather easy. Getting in line and not trying anything special. Singles. 3 more deliveries to go in this over right here. Once again, they always look for that boundary option. So in this 3 deliveries remaining for this over with Whitehead on strike, at the moment he's looking around. He's looking for his boundary option. And we've seen how busy he gets at the crease. So let's see if he tries and finds that boundary ball in these next 3 deliveries. Setting up on leg stump with that little shuffle across. And that one hard into the deck for a single. They don't mind this, hey, Otto?
No, I don't think they do. They're still dangling that carrot. They've got lots of space open down the ground, straight past the bowler, past mid-on and mid-off. And it's worked for them so far. And now it seems like these 2 batters are getting on top of the tactics here. And another single. So job done for Daniels.
Doing his role very well. Just getting Whitehead on strike. And that's all you can ask for. I mean, coming in where he comes in, as you said, the Titans might have thought we are in the tail. And I mean, this tail is wagging, and it's wagging really hard.
No, definitely. 67 run, 8th wicket partnership. It's not what the Titans wanted at all. Oh, just a teasing one for Khalim there. Almost got his man. Oh, so close. So close to the fingertips. It was toe end of the bat there as Whitehead tried to pull that short delivery. Cued it. Almost back to the bowler. Just outside his reach.
With that brings a change in commentary. Ken coming back into it. And KG.
Bowled him.
Yeah, Brandt has his man. Welcome back in. The wicket falls just as Ken Borland takes his seat here, and it is Raik Daniels. As we have a look at this one, full off on a leg stump by Brandt, and did that get a tickle off the pads there?
I think it must have. I don't think Brunt turned it. Let's have a look. It's right up there in the block hole. I think he just played over the top of it, didn't he? That's why he's frustrated. Is right, Daniels. But he's done a really good job for his team, putting on that partnership with Oliver Whitehead, who's made a debut to remember for Western Province in the CSA One Day Cup. He's got a half century as Buren Hendricks comes to the crease, another man who can hang about. And Lotto, 9 overs and 5 balls left. 198. Can Western Province get up to 250? Are they in the game with that?
I don't think after the loss of that wicket, I don't think the 250 is on for them. If they can survive the next 10 overs and get to 50, maybe they should be able to get to 250 if they can bat the 50 overs, but I don't think they'll be able to do that. It looks like the plans are working for the Titans. They're sticking to their guns here in terms of their field setting. Very much static throughout. Brandt is fiddling now with his field a little bit more than the pace bowlers, but they've got, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 fielders now outside the circle. So yeah, let's see what Western Province can do. If they get to 250, that will be an amazing recovery.
No concussion test.
Did that hit him on the helmet there?
Yes, he defended it dead into the ground, and just to show you how hard this pitch is, it bounced up and hit him in the helmet. The previous delivery, Buren Hendricks, but he's off the mark now. I do think the Titans would have been a bit frustrated that they let things drift a bit in that partnership.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, they just kept on that back of a length and short, being a little too predictable. But Whitehead has done an amazing job. The way he played the short balls was really good so far. So the Titans didn't really change their tactics, but he seemed to adapt to it and managed to
tick it away nicely by Buren Hendricks. That might well go all the way it does. Hendricks collects a boundary.
Geez, that outfield is lightning quick. Goodness gracious, that for a spin bowler to be tickled like that and the fielder can't haul it in from inside the circle, that's like it's running down a steep mountain, this ball. Yeah. Good news for Western Province. They would take that for sure. 200 up as well for them in that over.
Yeah, I think it does show you also that good news for the Titans, that the outfield is quickening up with the sun shining on it, and the pitch also is looking a very good one to bat on. That partnership for the 8th wicket lasted more than 45 minutes, and I was just surprised not to see Andile Peklakwaya get a go. Here's Dayan Khalim. You know, when they were getting frustrated and they just couldn't break through, Peklakwaya's your man. Surely he's got a knack of getting wickets with not great deliveries, but just the variety he brings.
And he also has a knack of playing for a team and not being asked to bowl. I can remember at least one Proteas game where he played and didn't bowl. So that's quite strange. And you're right, Ken, he's got that golden arm.
That's pulled away for one by Whitehead, yeah. And he's definitely fit. I did see him bowling during the warm-ups, roaring in. So no injury issues.
Yeah, so Brandt is bowled out. Khalim is bowling his 9th. Maybe he will get a chance towards the back end. Dala has got 2. Williams has got 2 left. So they brought Khalim and Williams back to try and break that Whitehead and Daniel's partnership. So maybe Pechluquayo still will get his chance.
One more. Yeah, I did always think Pechluquayo would bowl at the back end. But, I think you've got to adapt to circumstances when things change. And when 7 wickets went down inside 30 overs and then they got a bit stuck with the partnership, change the plan. Try Pechluquayo. You've still got lots of bowling options if it doesn't work.
Well, we'll never know because they didn't do that. But just Pretoria is interested in that one. Now, it would have been interesting to see Pechluquayo, and it's been sort of surreal almost, the fact that the Titans have had the exact same field. It is still the same field. No, they've got mid-wicket now on the boundary instead of in the circle, being allowed one more fielder out.
And with Whitehead on strike, it makes sense to be a little bit more defensive against him.
Yeah, once again, he gets on top of the bounce of the shorter delivery. A bit of a slow bouncer there from Khalim, but no, Whitehead not phased by the short stuff at all.
He's looked very composed.
Mm-hmm.
And we did say earlier that he's got some big shoes to fill just in terms of the man he replaced. Josh Breed, 107 runs without losing his wicket so far this season in the 2 games. And, Whitehead has justified the selection totally. 55 not out. Really rescuing this Western Province innings.
Yes, they all owe him a great debt of gratitude, as we see the wides now up to 14. So for the left-handed Björn Hendricks, Khalim is around the wicket. And still the same field. Exactly the same field. The mid-wicket on the boundary, square leg and fine leg as well, and then cover, fielder, sweeper, and the third man. Right, so 42 overs gone, and tidy over from Khalim, only 4 runs from it, and Western Province survive one more. 8 overs now to go for them to get to the end of the innings. What can the Titans do? Are they going to try a different field? No. It's still the same for every single bowler. It's a bit odd. I haven't seen that in a while.
Duan Jansen coming over the wicket to Whitehead. Been some good pace-off bowling from the Titans in the last few overs. See Whitehead, even though he's been there for over an hour and a half, in fact, just struggling to get timing on some of these shots now.
So with the field set, that back of a length delivery is waiting for the mistimed shot, and this time the full one outside off gets Whitehead driving. We saw him play some beautiful cover drives. This time just couldn't control it. It went looping through the air, and he's out.
Well, we'll have to look for a change of pace here from Duan Jansen. I fancy he's produced a very good piece of bowling here. Yeah. And Whitehead trying to hit over the top. Cannot clear mid-off.
No, it was full and wide. Just couldn't get hold of all of it. And it's a good catch there by... Who was that? Lion Cachet. taking his second catch of the match. Whitehead goes for 55, and an excellent innings by him. Western Province have got him to thank for the fact that they did make it to the 200 mark. Right, so Nabe now will join Hendricks, the two tail enders, the bowlers. Ntiwekaya Nabe, and he will be on strike.
Whitehead's done a very good job, but it's bad timing in terms of getting out for Western Province. He perhaps should have just tried to keep that one on the ground.
I think he did. I think he just got under it a little bit too much. Maybe he was trying to go over the top of mid off, excuse me, but yeah, not a great time for Western Province to lose that man. And if he had been there in the 50th over, they might have had a sniff of getting to 260, maybe 250 at least. But now the Titans are back in control. Two tail enders at the crease, and the new man to face the dangerous Duan Jansen.
Nabe keeps it on and gets a single. So even if Whitehead had gone at run a ball for the last 7.5 overs, that's 45 runs added, which takes you over 250. At least you're in the game.
Yes.
But if this last wicket falls fairly quickly, Province get less than 220, and you have to feel with on a good batting pitch that seems to be getting better for batting, it's not going to be enough.
It does, yes. The breeze has also died down quite significantly. So it looks like you can fill your boots if you're a batter.
And that's been Western Province's problem, that no one has stayed in, apart from Oliver Whitehead, long enough to even remotely fill their boots. Whitehead's 55, and then Beddingham 33, Verena 22. They got in, and then they fell in successive overs. Simmons 20, Daniels 23. That's a good slower ball bouncer from Duan Jansen. Very difficult for number 11 to do much of that.
Yeah, and it's a delivery that the Titans have leaned on quite heavily with this static field. They've got the fine leg and the square leg there, and the mid wicket is now up inside the circle again. There's just 4 fielders on the boundary for Nabe as he faces Jansen.
Oh, that's a nice little flick off the toes by Nabe for one.
Yeah, he's going for the kill, is Duan Jansen, and Nabe dealt with it quite nicely there for Western Province. So 3 runs and a wicket for the Titans. That was a great over. So
7 overs to go. Stay with us.
that Pretorius urging his teammates on there. Let's see how many more runs can Western Province get here with this final partnership. How long will it take the Titans to get rid of the final wicket?
Khalim continues from Henops River End, also going for the Yorker. Just whistles past the off stump there.
Yeah, Khalim has been a little bit unlucky. He's got the 3 wickets, but he also, like Williams, it feels like he should have had more. He's been bowling really, really well. So they want to get rid of one of these two quite quickly and set about the chase as soon as possible.
Good areas from Diane Khalim. Good skills at the back end of the innings here, to anyone really, but especially to a number 11, just a single.
So Titans remain in control. And they will really like to get this 10th wicket. Don't want another lingering partnership like the 8th wicket was.
Oh, it's a good blow by Björn Hendricks.
That is
Over wide, mid on. 1 bounce 4 or 6. We'd have to have a... Nah, umpire Saduma's signalling 4. But a very good blow by Björn Hendricks.
Yeah, and that space has been available throughout the match. Nobody down there on the boundary. So the short delivery getting the treatment this time. Very nicely done by Björn Hendricks.
And then through the covers. Björn Hendricks is capable as a batsman. He can certainly stay there. He's got to 12 already.
He's any runs that he can get will be just bonus at this point. It'll be interesting to see how attacking exactly he will be. Is he going to just get as many as possible as quickly as possible, or is he going to try and bat through to the 50th over? It doesn't look like Nabe has got the 50th over in mind with that shot.
Well, I was going to say that so far Nabe's looked okay. He didn't look like he was going to get out imminently. That was a bit of a wild yahoo. I think Björn Hendricks maybe just needs to have a word with him and say, listen, you just stay there. Don't worry about the runs. I'll do the run scoring. You do the surviving. Chipped.
It's going to fall safely.
Couple of bounces to Junior Dala on the mid-wicket boundary.
7 runs off that over. So good one there for Western Province, thanks to that great looking pull shot by Björn Hendricks. And they survive another over. Starting to build another little irritating partnership here for the Titans. Western Province would be loving this. Like I said, every single run is a bonus from here. We're talking to each other in the middle of the pitch there, Hendricks and Nabe. So let's see, what are they going to do with Duan Janssen?
Again, Nabe flicking in the air just over the infield. He's done that about 3 times now. Maybe the Titans should think about a catcher.
It's up to Nabe to stay with Hendricks here, who's now on strike. And Duan will change over the wicket. Another pull shot, another short ball, and this is another slower bouncer by Duan Janssen. They have 220. World Sports Betting Western Province. As we've said, largely thanks to Oliver Whitehead, new player, young player coming into the side and doing the job.
Lofted and out. Taken by Senokwane at extra cover. Just a way too ambitious stroke by Mtiwakaya Nabe. Trying to drive a tall man like Duan Janssen on the up. Even, and inside out to boot. That's a tough ask for even a top order batter.
Yeah, so that is it for the World Sports Betting Western Province. Tuikaya Nabe goes caught Sinakwane bowled Janssen for 5. of 8 balls, and yeah, in the end, it seems that he also wanted to attack, and the Titans get the job done in the 45th over. After they had Western Province reeling at what was it, 130 odd for 7. So for Western Province to score another 50 runs, 57, 77, 87 runs off the last 15 or so, that is an excellent recovery. So well done to Oliver Whitehead. Will you take us through the scorecard, Ken?
Well, it started with the Titans winning the toss and electing to bowl first. And it seemed the right decision. It felt like a bowler's morning, and whatever life was in the pitch was early on. And they're the bowlers who did the job. Diane Khalim and Duan Janssen, 3 wickets apiece. And Neil Brunt ended up with a couple. Yeah, it's a solid all-round by the bowlers. Junior Dala did a really good job, as he always does after the power play, restricting the run rate, hitting the deck hard. I think the Titans will say it wasn't their best bowling performance, and Western Province will be pretty disappointed with their batting effort, and especially the number of soft dismissals.
Exactly right. I thought the same. Saw 2 great catches, and then the rest of the wickets pretty much gifted to the Titans, and the bold dismissal as well. So 7 of the 10 wickets were a little bit soft from Western Province. They will have to defend 220. The Titans need 221 to win from 50 overs. So please join us after the lunch break. Thank you very much, Ken Borland. Thank you to our producers. Thank you for watching and tuning in. Tell your friends about the Cricket South Africa YouTube channel. Make sure that you subscribe. Get that notification bell on so that you know when we are live. We will be back in about 40 minutes or so.
with their 55 from 72. David Bellingham had a very good start, but just threw it away a little bit. 33 of 37. Kyle Verreyn, 23 from 33. And Raik Daniels coming in at number 9, scoring that 23 of 34. Pick up the bowlers for the Titans. Dan Khalim, 3 for 50 from 10. Duan Jansen going 3 for 45 from 8.3. Very good bowling from him. And Neil Brandt with that left arm orthodox, picking up the 2 wickets. Junior Dalla also bowled very aggressively, picking up that 1 wicket, 29 runs. Just bowling the 8 overs, Junior Dalla. My name is KG, back in commentary with Cody Lucky Mufukeng.
Yo, KG. A very, very 8-wicket partnership got Western Province to where they are now. I think the 2 young batters in Daniels and Whitehead, that 8-wicket partnership was absolutely brilliant. And at some points, we didn't think they were going to get anywhere near 200, and ending up on 220. Fantastic effort from those 2 young batters. But now it's time for the Titans to get into it, with Luandre opening together with the captain, Rivaldo Mansami. Opening the bowling, Buren Hendricks.
Gentle push by Luandre Pretorius, but gentle enough to get to the boundary through that extra cover. Luandre Pretorius starting off on a high here. Looks determined from the first ball. Full one there from Buren Hendricks to start off this innings. Luandre Pretorius, as we just take a look at that again, just allows it to come to him. Just a gentle push through the covers for 4.
Of course, he was behind the stumps the whole game, and we did say he must be licking his lips as the wicket looked a lot better.
This time just a bit pulling the length a little bit. The last one was a bit too full from Buren Hendricks. That's why it was easy for Luandre Pretorius to just pounce onto it. This time, the experience of Buren Hendricks has been around the circuits for a very, very long time. So no doubt that if he starts off not in the right space, he will quickly adjust and make sure that he's in the right space. Once again, this time between that point and cover, another boundary from the hands of Leandro Pretorius. Very good hands he has, Pretorius.
I mean, KG, just a question to you. Do you think it's a little bit easier for keeper to come bat in the second inning, as he's been behind the stumps throughout the game and probably understands the condition better than anyone else coming in?
Again, now good line and length from Buren Hendricks. No doubt that it'll be pumped up. Cody, that's a question that I would ask you as a wicket keeper. You played provincial cricket for Titans as a wicket keeper, played for UJ also in the USA. What do you think as a keeper? What does that do for you after fielding for 45 overs? Do you think it's better? I'll ask you as a player.
Or just to answer you, KG, I think that question would be better answered by keepers who actually scored runs. I struggled a little bit, so I can't really come here and say it is a little bit easier. But, I mean, I've heard from the likes of Ryan Rickleton, the likes of Grant Rulofsson, who have said it is slightly easier because you understand conditions a little bit better than the rest of the batters.
Well, there we have it. Yeah, look, I would assume obviously that having fielded that 45 overs, even when you stand up, when you're catching the balls, you can see how quick they come. And all the information that obviously you would get from your bowlers themselves to say that this is this looks like is what is working. You know, the formation that we'll also get from the analyst, because when you do go for that change of innings, the analyst might go to the opening batters and say, guys, this is what I see is happening out there. So yeah, I think you do have an advantage when you're coming out of understanding the conditions a bit more. But nothing is better than actually facing them up yourself.
Absolutely agree. And someone else who batted quite a while out there, Raik Daniels, coming into the attack. Let's see if he knows what was better. Oh, a beautiful cricket shot by Rivaldo Munsami. He stands and delivers that one through the cover region for 4 runs. Looks like the Titans batters are in a little bit of a rush here. It's a beautiful Sunday, and it looks like they cannot wait to finish with this and head on over to enjoy the rest of the Sunday.
A copy and a paste there from Rivaldo Munsami. First ball up, similar to how Luandre Pretorius started. Just threw that extra cover. So we've got the same manual, definitely, these two batters. This time at the ball. Obviously, Rivaldo Munsami, we spoke about now not the pressure of being a captain, but the responsibility of being a captain. Understanding what's needed, what he needs to do, the role he needs to play in the team to get them over the line. He's normally a very attacking batsman. These two got very good chemistry between themselves. Once again, through the covers. As I said, copy and paste. First ball 4, second ball dot, third ball 4. Exactly what happened in the previous over. Good batting from Rivaldo Munsami and Luandre Pretorius on the other side.
It's very interesting, the point you make, as we look at that shot again. Again, stand and deliver, throwing his hands into it and getting a beautiful boundary. Like I was saying, very interesting what you said about him captaining the side.
You would know him quite a bit, having played with him in the provincial setups for Titans growing up.
Absolutely.
What kind of a player was he for you, with you guys?
Very flamboyant, I should say. He's a free-flowing batter, so that's why I'm wondering that the captain's role, does it give him a little bit of responsibility and take down that flamboyantness?
Look, from what we've seen, the start of this innings, no. First game of the season also. You know, that low look shot that he likes to play, still plays that shot. So I think he is continuing with the way that he has been. He's actually relishing the responsibility that's been given to him. He's always been the type of a player that has got a lot to give, but he wasn't the captain, so now he's just fully expressing himself.
And as we say that, another boundary, the third one in that over to finish off the second over. Flamboyant as ever, easy on the eye, very fun to watch. I mean, with Rivaldo, you just always have to keep your eye on him. He's brilliant, just leaning into that one. But I mean, look at how he holds his position after that, taking the picture for the social media. And with that said, don't forget to tell your friends who are just relaxing that they can go on the CSA YouTube channel and catch this all live. It is the Momentum Multiply Titans taking on the WSB Western Province. 221 is the target. After 2 overs, Titans on 20 for no loss.
Yeah, very good there from Rivaldo Munsami. I mean, how many times in this match in particular have you seen the ball being hit down the ground? A couple of times in the Western Province innings, and similarly now to the Titans. It's a very good start. 20 for naught. The one thing about these two batters, Luandre Pretorius and Rivaldo Munsami, is that they will keep that scoreboard ticking at close to 100 or over 100 strike rate, because both of them like to really hit the ball. There's a lot of times that you see that they bet that they take tens in dominating the bowling attack. But if both of them now go at the same time, oh my word, that will be trouble for the bowlers.
Trouble, you say, KG. You look at the scorecard at the moment. I think Western Province is in a little bit of that trouble as both batters are going at a relatively healthy strike rate. 8 of 8 for Luandre and 12 of 6 for Rivaldo Munsami. 20 after just 2 overs just shows that it might be one of those days where they both decide that let's have a good time.
What's the song? Easy like Sunday morning. So yeah, having a good time out there, Luandre Pretorius and Rivaldo Munsami. Obviously, you might be tempted to say the two youngsters in the team, but Rivaldo Munsami has actually been around for quite some time. Luandre, the young of the two, I think it doesn't look like it is sometimes, but there's about a 10-year difference between the two of them. Again, this time just momentarily in the air, but it's vacant there. Down to that third man for a single. First time in the innings that Rivaldo Munsami will be facing up to Hendricks. Let's see how he's gonna take to his bowling.
And of course, Bjorn Hendricks, the more experienced bowler in this WSB Western Province side. So it is going to be very interesting to see how he handles the two batters that are going at such a strike rate and how the young Daniels from the other side handles that. As we saw in his first over going for 3 boundaries in that over, there's going to have to be a lot of conversation happening between him and the experienced Hendricks.
Looked to be in a bit of 6s and 7s there, Rivaldo Munsami, but healthy, thick outside edge down to that third man. Yeah, I think that the role that Bjorn Hendricks in particular is going to play in this innings is going to be of paramount importance. As you said, probably the most experience has been around. It's got national colours. Yes, you do have a Carl Simmons that's been around quite a bit with the left-arm orthodox. Nabe and Pongwani have been in and around, but the biggest man will probably be Bjorn Hendricks. Ooh, that time. Ball climbing on Luandre Pretorius, lucky not to get anything on it. Better over from Western Province. 3 overs done, 22 for naught.
Absolutely better over, KG. 2 coming from that one. Again, I think after that first over, he went back and, just sort of thought about his lines, his plans, and you can see, and unfortunately, experience is not something you can just buy anywhere, and he's showing it, as you can see right now, to all the viewers. Bjorn Hendricks, he's fielding at mid-off at the moment, and that is, of course, just to have a word with Raik Daniels, as he will need someone in his ear, someone of that experience, to just help him and calm the nerves down.
Ooh, just looking to go into the channel there, Rivaldo Munsami, but at the last minute decided to just duck under it. Yeah, I think it's going to be very important. We often do see your captains to be the one that will be at that mid-on, mid-off, so that they can keep on encouraging and being in the ears of the bowler, especially a young bowler like Daniels. But in this, we've got both their captain and the most experienced bowler in that mid-on and mid-off. Because he's definitely going to need some guidance here, the young Raik Daniels.
As you can see, both of them having that conversation. Bjorn, very important in this. Just trying to nurture the future of Western Province and make sure that Raik understands plans and what to do coming in for his third delivery of the over.
This time just tucked down to that... looks like a deepish point for a single. Yeah, and it's very important for a youngster that you're going to get certain information from the captain about what plans we are looking to put out for the two batters out there, how we're looking to get them out. then the execution will probably come a bit more from a Björn Hendricks, because then he's got the experience of executing plans that he's been doing for all these years that he's been playing. So, in good hands, Ray Daniels.
Youngster to youngster. Well, I can say youngster, but the way Luandro Pretorius has been playing doesn't show any that youngsterness in him. He looks like he's been in this, in the system for quite a long time, and that's the talent that we have coming up for South African cricket pipeline. Batting really well, very confident in his strokes, very confident in his style of play as he faces up.
Once again, through extra cover, another boundary, dealing in boundaries here, the momentum multiplier Titans. Luandro Pretorius making sure that they continue in their merry way. Off to 27 now. Busy with the 4th over. It's a very good start here from the Titans. Similarly to the start in terms of runs that Western Province had, the only difference is that Western Province lost those 2 early wickets. Almost a cut and paste there. This time a bit straighter to Whitehead at that extra cover. And that's the end of the 4th over. And the Titans are 27 for naught.
As we look at that shot again, very confidently so, throws his hands through. And that's how he's played his entire senior career. He's very confident with his hands. And I think that's also a lot of keepers. A lot of keepers don't really necessarily move their feet a lot. They trust their hands to do all the work, as we see with Luandro. But something else that I'm noticing right now is whenever he's off strike, unlike back in the past where he sits and he just waits to see what happens, he's jumping around, he's trying to stay active. And we know someone else who does it, another brilliant player who does it. As I was saying, another brilliant player, a young one who does this very well, that is Dievel Brevis. Whenever he's off strike, he's busy jumping around, trying to stay in the game. And I know they're very good friends, so I'm wondering if maybe that's something that he passed down and said, Chomi, this is how you do it. You try to stay on your toes so that when you get to the other side, it's a little bit easier. But again, with Luandro, it's not a lot of foot movement, but those hands are just amazing.
We do actually have 2 keepers batting at the moment. You would have fought for gloves with Monsami back in the days.
The only difference is that he actually scored runs. I could catch a ball behind the stumps, but it was a little bit tricky with the runs, and it wasn't a fair fight there. That is the talented Rivaldo Munsami.
Ooh, slashed away. Very thick outside edge. Down to the 3rd man for another single from Munsami. Definitely not a batter that's going to back down. Yeah, very talented Rivaldo Munsami. Talented soccer player as well. Talented hockey player as well. He's got a brother, Ricardo Munsami, is very talented. Was a very talented cricketer as well at club level. So definitely comes from a family that breeds talent.
Great bowling from Björn Hendricks. He's stuck to his guns. He knows exactly what he wants. He knows what he's trying to execute. And as it stands at the moment, it's all coming together with only a single run coming from this over. It looks like that first over was just a little bit of a warm-up over and Luandro just climbed into it. But now he's hitting his straps properly, showing his experience.
Oh, and bowled him. Very good bowling from Björn Hendricks. As you were saying that Björn Hendricks back at it. Gets one to jack in there. And that is the middle stump. Luanda Pretorius looked like he wasn't expecting that to come back in, and it came in so sharply from Hendricks. That's the first wicket down for Momentum Multiplier Titans, 28 for 1 after 4.5.
Yeah, fantastic delivery by Bjorn Hendricks. It did jack back in, and it does not look like Luandra was expecting that. I think it's set up as well. We speak about experience, you know, he just stayed on that line and everything was just going through nicely. And just that one delivery, jacking it back in to end off, or rather, close to ending off that over. And that's what it's about. We spoke about that experience. We speak about it as well right now. And Bjorn Hendricks showing exactly what that is. Staying patient and not searching. And, you know, that one delivery coming in. And I now go back and I compare him to our Titans bowlers earlier on, who in that little period where Bedingham and Calverain were batting, they were just going hard length, and just waiting for the mistake. Right here with Bjorn, I don't think he was waiting for the mistake. He was waiting for the batter to relax, and then he strikes.
As they say, there's many ways to skin a cat. So with Bjorn is that he makes things happen. And he knows that, importantly, this is not the type of a game where you want to look to take it too deep, because it's only 220 that you've got on the board. So if you are to win this game, you're going to have to bowl the Titans out. Into the legs, and Keegan Peterson away on the first ball. Very good shot here. Another experienced player coming in. Keegan Peterson, first up, pitched up to him. Just gently around the legs, hitting it down to the boundary to open his account.
A gift from Bjorn Hendricks to get Keegan started. So he will be disappointed with that one. But again, new at the crease, you always want to attack the stumps and see if the batter is wide awake and is ready. Never know, but of course, Keegan Peterson has been at this level for a very long time, playing that one gently for 4 runs. Raik Daniels back into the attack. What's the conversation right now?
His nerves will have settled a little bit more now. First, because we've got a good bowling partner in Bjorn Hendricks on the other side. And secondly, because there's a wicket down for the Titans. So he'll be feeling more confident now, because it means that there's an opportunity for him to settle in as the Titans are trying to rebuild after losing that wicket. Ooh, straight on there. Rivaldo Munsami was looking to whip that one away. Looks like might have gotten a bat on it, and that's why the shout was just a gentle little shout.
You can see the confidence with Raik at the moment. He's looking a lot better. And that's what happens as he goes back to the experienced Bjorn Hendricks. Just to talk about it. Again, it's very important, KG, having a guy like that in the team. As we are seeing Daniels, the confidence is now up a level.
Coming around, Rivaldo Munsami accessing that leg side. A bit shorter that time around from Raik Daniels. Rivaldo Munsami pounces on it very quickly, and off to the boundary it goes.
Rivaldo was waiting for that one. Any opportunity that comes. And I mean, he shuffled the car across very quickly, picked it up. And that was just easy peasy for him. 4 runs for Rivaldo Munsami. He's always looking to do something, that is Rivaldo. Never backs down from a fight.
The one thing that he does, and it looks like it's a bit more development in his game, is that he looks to come a lot more in your channel. Where previously he would stand quite still and make those hands, as we said, didn't use his feet a lot, make those hands do a lot of the work. But now it looks like there's a clear intent and patterns in the way that he wants to bat. Comes across a little bit more, goes into that channel. So if you're thinking you're bowling around that 4th, 5th stump, he makes it look like you're bowling on middle stump by coming across.
True that, KG. Again, his strong area around the ground is on that leg side. He's an incredible flicker off the ball, keeps his head down nicely. And I think every time he tries to make it easy for himself, as coaches may say, you want to get as close to the ball as you possibly can. And I think Rivaldo, understanding his strengths, he always wants the ball to come straight at him so he can access that leg side.
Oh, this time was looking to hit it past the offside. Was just a little bit too close to him. But that ends the 6th over. 36 for 1, going at 6 and over. The momentum multiply Titans. 37 for 1 rather, after 6 overs. Just about 6.2. It's a very good start, I think, from the Titans. Yes, there's a wicket that's been picked up, but 220 is not enough for Western Province. The Titans going over 6 and over, so they'd feel very good about how they're going about it. There's a lovely Sunday, as we see on the crowd there. Looks like the Titans family, the twins of Junior Dala there.
You know, it is a beautiful Sunday out here in Pretoria. We've had a lot of rain throughout the week, and as said, the weather gods are with us today. As you can see, families are out having a great time, and the Momentum Multiply Titans, it's certainly delivering on that, entertaining us in these first few overs of this first power play.
Okay, not giving too much room here, Brian Hendricks. Rivaldo Monsami is the type of a batter that will keep on looking for something. So Brian Hendricks just needs to stay there. As you see in the suite also, a couple of people coming to enjoy their Sunday at the stadium. A couple of cold ones definitely will be going down.
Yeah, I know we went to the first service this morning of church, and now it's time to enjoy some cricket.
Ooh, it's tempting him there. And as you can see, when we did speak about it, that is definitely a plan, Brian Hendricks. Because in this over, he went close to the body, close to the body. He knows that Rivaldo Monsami will be itching to score some runs because he is that type of a player that likes to bet, that likes to feel the bat on ball. So went a bit wider to try and see if Rivaldo Monsami will chase after it, but it doesn't. And he changes his line of attack now, coming around the wickets. It's again Rivaldo Monsami looking to come in his channel. Brian Hendricks will know that he can't bowl too straight. There isn't enough protection on the leg side. Bowling with a 6-3 offside field at the moment. So if you go onto his legs, there's lots of gaps to hit to the boundary on the leg side.
And he's got 2 slips as well. So I'm thinking change of angle to come around, maybe nip one away. And if you look at the guys on the offside, they're literally running in, not walking in.
And just opening the face of the bat down to that third man for a single. Definitely bowling very well here, Brian Hendricks. Bit of a chat here between Hendricks and Monsami.
One thing I know about Mooney, he's telling him, don't bowl straight, mate. Don't bowl straight. As we can see from here, Buren Hendricks has a little smile on his face there. Probably a fun chat there, because one thing about Rivaldo, he does not back down from that challenge. And he's probably saying to him, you're bowling well, but you come straight, you're fetching.
And obviously, Rivaldo Monsami, somebody's bowling well, will try to get into their ear a little bit, throw a challenge, and a player like Brian Hendricks, as experienced, will probably go like, oh, he's challenging me, I'm going to bowl it there. As you see, some couple of more people just going away from the sun at the moment, preferring to be in the shade as they enjoying their cricket here at SuperSport Park. Bit of chipsticks, very always nice. Mac and bean around. Nice day to come relax. Plan your week ahead, going back to work tomorrow.
Yeah, no, a little chip and dip has never hurt anyone. And coming into the attack is Mihlali Mpongwana. And we know he hits that hard length. Looking at the field at the moment, it's pretty much the same. We've got a third man who's rather very square. Not third man, fine leg, pardon me. He's very square. And we've got a deep point.
Did say Mihlali Mpongwana does hit the deck hard. Also a tall man, so he can afford to pitch it up fuller than most bowlers because he's so tall, so he gets that extra bounce there. Wonder though if he's feeling comfortable, because after bowling that ball there was a bit of a yo from him. So also walking back slowly. Once again, whipped away, Rivaldo Monsami into the channel. He's been looking to do that many a times, and this time very successful. There is a mid-wicket, but he could only just watch it as the long on fetches it from the boundary.
The flick of the wrist from Rivaldo Monsami, absolutely incredible. I did say a pleasure on the eye. He's such a brilliant player to watch when he's on song like this. You just want him to bat for long periods, because one thing he does is he entertains whoever's watching. And I'm sure at home as well, you're enjoying this one from Rivaldo Monsami, walking into that channel and just flicking it. With that brings a change in fielding. It looks like fine leg comes into the ring and they take out a deep wicket cowish area as Mihlali goes back. KJ, I don't know if you've seen when Jansen was bowling from the other end, there is a little bit of a spot that just stays low from the Hennops River end. And I think the first ball, Mihlali hit that one.
Yeah, there's definitely a channel to bowl at. When Jansen was bowling, there was one also from Junior Dalla that looked like it didn't come up as much as we would have expected it to. But yeah, good going here from Rivaldo Monsami, as we said, relishing captain in the team. I have spotted his family also in the grandstands there. Not in the grandstand, in the grass embankment rather. This one just a bit too close. Was looking to tuck it away, but just too close to him. Can't control it. And as you said with Mihlali Mpongwana, that there's always that extra bounce. It's giving information to Peterson here, Monsami.
Mihlali Mpongwana looking comfortable. Looks like he's also found his area that he wants to hit.
Too wide. It is because of the movement from Rivaldo Monsami trying to come into his channel, so Mpongwana looks to play away from him, but that is very wide. But something that's encouraging is probably the movement. If you see how much that ball moved, that swing away from Mpongwana. Once again from Rivaldo Monsami, this time for a quick single. Easy enough, easy enough. Just hit that one to that mid-wicket. That flamboyance you still see, because as he was making connection, his back leg was raised up in the air.
Yeah, Rivaldo. One thing I'm noticing from Mihlali as well is he sort of decelerates when he's approaching the crease. And I'm just wondering, you spoke about him not looking comfortable today. And I'm just wondering, where is his pace coming from? Is it coming from the shoulders Or is it just that momentum? Because as it looks at the moment, if you look at how he approaches the crease, he sort of decelerates a little bit, and all of it comes from the shoulder as he comes in for his final delivery.
Nicely played from Kian Peterson to end the 8th over. Score 44 for 1.
And that's the end of the over. Not a bad start by Mihlali Mpongwane. Only going for 6 in that over. Momentum multiply Titans on 45 for the loss of 1 wicket, with Rivaldo Munsami out there on 26 from 29 deliveries, with the experienced Keegan Peterson 5 for 3.
Just trying to read out what it says there. Something Mexican army. They're preparing for when the Bami army comes to Centurion for the Boxing Day test, to show that they're not the only army around. We've also got an army here.
It seems this army thing is a thing that everyone is doing at the moment. You look at the university space at the moment. We've got the Red Army, that is one of the universities right here in the beautiful city of Tshwane, that is the Tshwane University of Technology. We've also got the Orange Army in Johannesburg, that is UJ. So it seems this army thing is a real thing. So maybe those two armies, divided by the Jitske, maybe come together and come against this Bami army.
Again, that extra bounce from Beren Hendricks. Don't know if you want to mix the two Jitske sides together.
I mean, at this time, it won't be a Jitske thing. It'll be South Africa. Surely we can do something. KG, I know you've got a couple of connections in those two universities. Let's talk to them, man. Let's talk to the right people. Let's get them in green. This red, orange stops.
Well, you are my contact in the Orange Army. I've seen you a few times. Hyping the crowd up in the university rugby.
It is a good time. And I mean, most of the time, or half the time, the people don't understand what's going on. They're there for the vibes. So, I mean, I'm sure we can do something. One thing about those two armies is they definitely bring the vibe. But one thing we have here at SuperSport today is a vibe. Families are out having a great time.
So the mascot of the Titans actually walking around a bit earlier. Had a bit of a race with some young ones in the crowd. So when you're at home, there is something for everyone here at SuperSport Park. You can have a lekker braai here. Always a good day to have a braai at SuperSport Park. The little ones could be running around with the mascot, having a good time. There is a pool here if you want to get into the pool, if you want to dip a bit, if you feel a bit cold. It is a little breezy today, but nonetheless, very good day to be out watching cricket. The CSA One Day Cup.
What a great delivery by Bjorn Hendricks. Speak of the mascot, I mean, that was the first, can I say the first person that I saw when I walked in here and I got my picture. So this goes out for all the older ones as well. I mean, you want to come here and take a picture with the mascot. You can never get too old for that. Can never get old. Brilliant over so far by Bjorn Hendricks. He'll want to close it off. 5 dots.
Another dot ball. Maiden over from Bjorn Hendricks. 45 for 1 after 9. As we give a bit of an update. The other matches around the country. The CSA Division 1 match between Tuskers and Dolphins. That was reduced to 41 overs. The Tuskers batting first, 211 for 9. In the allotted overs, Dolphins currently going at 5 for 0. Then moving on to Division 2, Mpumalanga Rhinos. Just playing up at Tux today versus the CSA Imaging. The Rhinos 277 for 8 in their 50 overs. CSA Imaging currently cleared 9 for 2. The Knights versus Northern Cape hit big runs from the Knights. At some point they were 221 for 1, ended up on 307 for 6. Northern Cape hit currently on 14 for 1.
Mihlali Mpongwana once again a tad bit too full, but again the ball climbs up so high from him because he also comes from such a high angle. Rivaldo Munsami trying to throw his hands through that one, but unfortunately that one just hitting the top part of the bat and going nowhere. Dot ball to start off the over by Mihlali Mpongwana.
Again, Rivaldo Munsami looking to come into the channel of Mpongwana. But what helping Mpongwana when Rivaldo Munsami comes into the channel is to pull the length a little bit, bowling that 5-meter area so that it's not easy for Rivaldo Munsami to just whip one away. We've seen him whip one that is short from right tunnels and one that's full. Bit of a change in fielding here with the mid-wicket going down to the boundary. This time, full to the right of mid-on, chasing to the boundary, but that man will come across that just put to the boundary to cut it down to just the 2 runs.
It seems they have figured the plan out as they brought in that fine leg into the ring and taking that guy to protect the leg side boundary. And Rivaldo Munsami just getting a splash off the bat there with that one. Not getting all of it. And the 2 runs are not going all the way to the boundary.
Of course, the captaincy will play on Rivaldo Munsami's head because now he knows that his responsibility is not just scoring runs, but also making sure that the team wins.
He is really trying to access that area. And it's very interesting how Western Province, with him still trying to access that lakeside area, they still keeping that mid-wicket region open. I would have thought maybe they would have, I don't know, taken out a slip. I haven't really seen much, but I mean, privy to that ball that Mihlali had, is that why they're keeping that slip?
Once again, Rivaldo Munsami coming into the channel, but this time hitting it straight down the ground for a very handsome 4. Rivaldo Munsami going on nicely here. 32 from just the 34 balls. 9.5 overs gone, and the Titans also reached their 50, getting 51 of 9.5 overs.
Oh, KG, I'm upset with the captain there. As you saw, he went wider before that delivery. He sort of started going wider on mid-on. He started going wider, and I think Rivaldo saw that. At the moment, Mihlali Mpongwana looks like he wants that slip out, but with one more delivery, they'll keep it the same.
Once again, Rivaldo Munsami. Just a bit of a bottom hand shot there to that mid-wicket, and that's a single. And with that, 10 overs done. Momentum multiply Titans going wildly at 5.2 to the over, 52 for 1. And with that also we'll have a change in commentary with Ken Boland and Otto Seyman coming back into commentary.
Björn Hendricks continuing. He's given Keegan Peterson a bit of a workover in the previous over. He's definitely one of those left-arm seamers who's able, bowling around the wicket, to angle it into the right-hander and nip it away. Archer Simon, Western Province bowling so far.
Yeah, it's been good. They started off a bit shaky, but they found their lengths and lines that they managed to keep things under control here. Nothing too much to worry.
Oh, taken. Good catch. Diving at backward point. I was just going to say, Otto, in following up with your point, that despite that, the 50 has come up for the Titans with 10 boundaries in it. 40 of those 50 runs in boundaries. And I can't remember many being in the air at all. There was one of the few ones in the air. And snaffled a very nice take by Valentine Kitime.
Björn Hendricks showing his class. He was the one to take that first wicket of Luandre Pretorius, and now getting the other opening batsman to drive at this one. And Munsami this time picking out the fielder, not managing to keep it down. Yeah, they did, Pretorius and Munsami right at the top, they did manage to find the boundary quite easily. And then after, as I said, it seemed like the Western Province bowlers started to find the correct lengths and lines that they needed to restrict the Titans, and it worked out for them. Now Senokwane gets to the wicket to join Keegan Peterson. So totally different approach on the same wicket by World Sports Betting Western Province. They seem a lot more comfortable with the fuller deliveries and bowling to that off stump line. Not so many short balls that we've seen so far.
I think to start with, Titans did, I remember Daisy Khalim opening the bowling and getting the ball up there, and they too were driven straight and pushed through the covers a few times. So with the new ball, as you say, Western Province doing the right thing as Lesego Senokwane prepares to face his first delivery. A second wicket for Björn Hendricks, and he's switched back to over the wicket now. 2 slips.
Now that's another thing that's different here from Western Province. They operating with 2 slips for this new batter. They also opened the bowling with 2 slips. So they know they need to take 10 wickets in order to win this match. If the Titans manage to bat through to the 50th over, they will chase this down. Doesn't look like the wicket has too much for the bowlers to work with. But as I said, Hendricks is showing his class, hitting the right areas and making things happen here for World Sports Betting Western Province.
And I think we need to give a bit more credit again to Valentine Kitime for a very sharp catch. Diving quite close to the bat. He might have been obscured for a moment as well. Rivaldo Munsami feature of his innings moving a lot around the crease. Quick single by Senokwane. Fortunately, Keegan Peterson is very quick between the wickets, but I can think of a few other batters who might have not been very happy with that call.
No, these two are flight of foot, and they managed to make it look easy at the end. Now Munsami was trying to access the offside by moving across his stumps, and I think that prompted Hendricks to just push one wide of him, have him chase it, and got the wicket.
Does that come off? What does that come off? The umpire, Olivier, is unmoved, much to the dismay of Western Province. I must admit, just watching it live, I didn't think it was bat or glove. I agree with umpire Olivier. You see him singing their helmet. Let's have another look.
Yeah, I don't know, eh? It's difficult to tell. The umpire is, at the end of the day, in the right place. That might have brushed the glove there, but it's... No, I don't know.
It did seem to...
Let's see from the side angle here.
It got the wicketkeeper Pretorius dipping, which suggests to me that there was a softish impact.
Yeah,
Maybe the shoulder.
maybe.
If not glove.
Maybe. So, Peterson survives.
Here's a slow-mo.
The way Peterson reacts there, he looks guilty to me.
Well, fortunately, most umpiring decisions aren't based on people looking guilty. Otto, fortunately for the Titans, or Keegan Peterson at least. It's a Senokwane actually. Senokwane. Very good. It was Peterson, end of the over. A very good bouncer though by Buren Hendricks. Here's Mitlali Pongwana for his third over. He's gone for 7 in each of his first 2.
No, he will be happy to see that he's not bowling to Munsami, who took a liking to him a little bit. Let's see what he does here to Senokwane now. Western Province have got 2 new batters here at the crease. Let's see, there's some drinks or something going on.
No, it's the treatment for, I would think, Peterson.
So he was hit somewhere.
Yes, yeah. Or is it a concussion check because the umpire said it came off his helmet?
Yeah. I think Carl Varane is telling him there was nowhere near your helmet, my son.
I would tend to agree it's nowhere near the helmet, but the big question is it glove or is it shoulder?
Yeah. Maybe could have glanced off the helmet from that angle, having a look at it again.
It's very difficult to judge.
Very slight impact if it was, but looks like they are giving him the once over for the concussion test.
And some French cricket going on the banks.
Verena is not impressed. He's definitely giving Keegan an earful there.
Yeah, shake of the head.
Right, so protocols have been followed.
You've got to keep up appearances, hey?
Exactly.
If the umpire ruled it came off your helmet,
yeah, send on the helmet check.
you better have a concussion test.
Yeah.
Yeah, just in case.
So, very interesting. Would be very interested to know if it was the umpire who called for that concussion test, or if it was the Titans improvising and seizing on that moment. There's a lot of banter going on there that you can pick up, I hope, through the stump mics. Very interesting now. The Western Province guys know they need to unsettle the batters. They need to take wickets. Looks like they're trying everything. So we've got so just the 3 fielders out on the boundary: square leg, fine leg, and third man.
Rate achieved at the moment is nicely ahead of the rate required. Titans going at 4.8, which is brought the rate required down to 4.3, as Otto Simon pointed out earlier, though. If the Titans bat their 50 overs, they're almost guaranteed to reach their target of 221. Peterson also walking outside off stump, and well judged quick single.
The Western Province have nobody from square leg all the way to back behind the bowler. Nobody on the onside protecting the boundary. So there's a huge gap there, and that's why Munsami and now Sinukwane also walking over to the off stump, trying to access that onside. Mid-on is now in position.
Got that one through square leg, did Sinukwane.
So it looks like if the bowlers hit the right areas, it is a little bit difficult for the batters to score quickly. So with this offside dominant field, that's why the Titans are trying to change the line.
What?
Well, it also calls for a lot of discipline from the bowling side, because let's be honest, the Titans will be quite happy with run and ball, and if the bowling gets it all straight, they can just work it all day on the leg side, as you said, Otto. So much room for singles.
So Ongwana and the other bowlers just want to keep it outside off stump.
No!
Good end to the over. 12 overs gone, 55 for 2.
Bongwana there, seeing the movement, moved a bit too early there. Was that Sinukwane who was on strike? Oh, it was Peterson, but Bongwana reacted well there, pitched it a little bit short, kept a wider line there, and interesting battle here. Titans trying to access the onside, Western Province dangling the carrot there, and the batters trying to move in front of their wickets. So I wonder if we might see a surprise leg stump Yorker there. Nice and straight there from Björn Hendricks, and Sinukwane only drives it straight to extra cover, or to mid-off rather. 2 slips in for Sinukwane, who's faced the fewer deliveries. We did see with the 8th wicket partnership there from the World Sports Betting Western Province that did take them a little bit of time to find their rhythm on this wicket.
One more to fine leg. Björn Hendricks is into his 7th over. The veteran. Imagine he'll probably come off after this over, I would think. Do you want to save him? Do you want to have a few overs left in the bag for him?
Yeah, he's also good at the death, but you're not going to have a death bowling spell here in this match.
Well, the bowler's frustrated because he didn't feel there should have been a one there. Just he put the ball in the right place, outside the off stump, expecting his ring of steel to stop the one, but they didn't. And the ones are going to be a problem for Western Province as well if there are too many of them.
Yes, indeed. 163 runs still needed for the Titans. 8 wickets in hand.
That one's got through, and it'll run away for 4.
First boundary for Sinukwane, nicely timed. Just stroked it through the covers. Beautiful shot. Let's see if we can have a look at that again. So that's job done for the over as far as the Titans are concerned. And you beat this inner ring. There's nobody sweeping in the covers yet for Western Province. Still in the first power play. So nicely done.
Well, he was hoping for something a lot more emphatic than that, was Sinukwane, but bottom of the bat, but gets the one. No, we're 13th over, so Western Province could have more fielders.
Oh, yes, of course, you're right.
I think rightly they are trying to make it a bit harder for the batters just to get easy ones.
And they've got the 2 slips in. So they're placing their bets on the outside edge there. Really makes sense because they need the 10 wickets. They need 8 more wickets. They're not going to defend the score on this wicket.
Hendricks to Peterson again. This time it was angled into Peterson and he's up for the challenge. Just a lovely push through mid-on for 4. Previously, Hendricks has been coming around the wicket to Peterson, angling it in and nipping it away, and beat him a few times outside off stump, but he speared that one in looking for the front pad. But beautifully played.
Excellent shot there by Keegan Peterson. 2 Proteas battling it out. Lovely to see that. A good over for the Titans. 12 runs from it in the end. So they'll be very happy with that.
Yeah, I think that might well be the last we'll see of the 35-year-old Bjorn Hendricks for a little while. Scored really well though. 7 overs, 2 for 28. Both wickets to fall to his name as Pongwana will continue from the Henops River end.
Those offside fielders stalking their prey, walking in with the bowler. So just the second slip now for Sinukwane. And still only 3 fielders out on the boundary. Yes, third, fine leg, square leg. It's again that just back of a length, getting the ball to move off, trying to get the ball to move off the wicket. I did not see any kind of swing early on with the new ball. Was there at all? Not really.
Slight, maybe.
Slight, yeah.
There was certainly a bit more this morning.
Yes.
But that's why the Titans won the toss and bowled. Ooh. Sinukwane was going big there down the pitch and trying to heave over mid-on. Not sure that's particularly his natural game.
I personally haven't watched a lot of him play, but he's definitely an excellent fielder, and if he's batting at 4 for the Titans, he must be good. Trying to hit Pongwana off his line, off his length, rather.
That I don't think was too far away from the stumps.
No.
Peterson outside off stump and Pongwana going for the old boulder around the legs.
Now the Titans look like they are trying to make something happen. They know that they've got wickets in hand. They can try something, try and attack, try and take the game away from the Western Province.
Worked onto that onside. There might even be 2 here. Yeah. Back they come. Good running. Yeah, it's a bit strange for me because you would say at the moment that the Titans are the team on top, needing 151 to win. After this ball, it'll be in 36 overs, 8 wickets in hand. Surely it's the bowling side who should be trying different things. They're the ones under pressure.
Yes, and I think that is why we see fewer fielders, only the 3 fielders out and the slip in. And just not, they don't want, they do and they don't. So it look like they bit indecisive. Do they want the batters to drive? If the drive is successful, it's a 4 because there's nobody covering that. And we haven't really seen the ball beating the outside edge of the bat, so maybe they should get rid of that slip now. So doesn't look like that. Okay, we have a change now. Carl Simmons into the attack.
Left arm spinner, Kyle Simmons. So a fresh challenge for these 2 right-handers. In terms of field, Simmons has protection on the boundary, a deep square leg, long on, long off, and a deep cover point. Nicely tossed up, first ball.
Got the drive that he wanted. He's got that, what is that, a short extra cover.
Ollie, second point, please. 2 points.
Asking for a second point there, Simmons. So he's looks like he wants to keep it outside off, turn it away from the right-hander and get the mistimed drive outside edge through to the keeper or to backward point there.
Yeah, or 2 catches behind square on the offside. That's the first of them. Very nicely fielded. Excellent work by the skipper, Daniel Smith.
So Senekwane just happy to defend that one. Hasn't been able to score yet. Well, they got the single at Peterson, but this time he gets it away. They're coming back for the second.
And a long stare from the bowler to long off. It's not often you hit the ball to long off and get 2.
Yeah, Simmons was not impressed. Wanted the fielder to attack the ball a little bit more, and now they've swapped fielders, putting someone else into long off.
The bowler's displeasure is now public. Ray Daniels is slowly making his way down to one of those 2 catching positions behind square on the offside. They're just about on the edge of the ring, but as you said, Otter, certainly there for the thick edge drive. Oh, that was the arm ball that Peterson was lured into trying to cut. End of a very tidy first over from Kyle Simmons. 73 for 2. The Titans after 15 overs, and we see that at the same stage, Western Province were 80 for 4. So the Titans 7 runs behind, but 2 wickets to the good.
Yeah, it was those 4 early wickets, or the 2 early wickets, and then getting rid of Beddingham and Verreynne that really set the Western Province back.
A lot of history in the back row of the Titans president's box there. Former presidents Sinovich, Alan Jordan, former captain of the Titans, Hein Roth, long-time Northerns player as well. Great to see some of the great stalwarts of Northerns and Titans cricket in the house today.
Yes, indeed, and quite a number of fans have joined us as well, which is good to see. It's never nice to play in front of an empty crowd, and if the ball does go past the fence, there's some people that can throw it back to the players. They won't have to go and fetch it themselves.
You heard the conversation between the two batters there. Maybe. So good intensity by the Titans. Running the one, but looking if there's any hope of a two. There wasn't.
I mean, if they score at twos, this will be an early afternoon for all of us. But it's a good battle so far. Titans still in control, but Western Province not letting them run away with it.
No.
Another kind of indicator of the game situation is the DLS par score. Gives you an indication of who's on top. And at the moment, DLS par is 62. So Titans are 12 runs to the good. It feels about right that they're kind of 12 runs ahead at the moment.
Indeed. Just on that point, there is no chance of rain for us here in Centurion for the rest of the day, according to the Weather Channel app. So we'll use the DLS just to gauge where the Titans are in terms of their chase, where they should be. And yes, they are well ahead. But still, I think Western Province could have gone a lot worse with this batting lineup of the Titans and the nature of the wicket. It does seem to be a wicket where you can score a lot of runs once you've got in, and these two have now faced enough deliveries.
Stylishly done. Oh, that's a gorgeous stroke by Keegan Peterson. Lovely. Found the gap and sent it streaking over the outfield for 4.
Just leant back. Late cut. Very nicely done. Bit of width on offer, and Keegan Peterson says thank you very much. Go and fetch that, please.
Quality stroke.
Tighter line by Mpongwana. Umpire says we're going to take a drinks break. So, just the 5 runs off that over. That's good enough for the Titans. Not too bad for Western Province.
Well, there you see the match situation. Western Province sent into bat this morning. 220 all out. They were rescued really by Oliver Whitehead from 131 for 7. Whitehead on debut for Western Province in the CSA One Day Cup, making a very good 55. And the bowling, 3 wickets apiece for Diane Khalim and Duan Janssen. Titans in reply 78 for 2 after 16 overs. Both Rivaldo Mutsami and Luanda Pretorius look good at the crease before Buren Hendricks nipped them both out. So at the drinks break, 143 runs needed to win by the Titans off 34 overs. We'll be back in a couple of minutes. Kyle Simmons to get us underway after drinks, and Senokwani just easily pushes him away for one. That's the way to go, I think, for Senokwani.
Yes, indeed. It looks like Peterson has started to play some shots. Feed him the bowling and see what happens. Still, let's see now. So 4 fielders out for Simmons. Nobody behind square on the boundary on either side. Again, well done by Senokwani. If they can roll on like this, they'll be happy. No need to panic. So Ken and I would just wait for this one. So we heard the Western Province guys say, remember Newlands, and we can't figure out why, because we know it's not referring to anything that has happened in this series so far, because they haven't won a game in this season.
Yeah, I can only believe I think it was Carl Verena, the wicketkeeper, who said it. I can only imagine he's referring to the T20 game between these two teams that happened in November at Newlands. Western Province winning by 84 runs. Eddie Moore made a century off 53 balls to take Western Province to 225 for 6. And the Titans 141 all out.
So, yeah, they don't really have a formidable score this time around, but maybe they're just talking about keeping, doing the basics right, and keep chipping away, don't give up, and make sure that you take the catch when it comes to you, that kind of thing maybe.
Yeah, and just reminding his team that they can beat these guys. Of course they can. They've got a similar sort of score to defend today, but unfortunately it's a 50-over game and not a T20. Right, here's the man who rescued their batting effort, Oliver Whitehead, the all-rounder. He's done a great job with the bat. What can he do with the ball? We've seen that a lot today, Otto. Batsmen trying to pull, just battling with the pace of the ball. I think there must be a bit of too pacedness from the pitch.
Yeah, and we saw one, Cody and I saw one keeping low from that Henops River end outside off stump. It was quite wide outside off stump.
No.
And yes, a couple of the Western Province wickets were pull shots that went wrong. And we saw one Whitehead, the same, who's bowling now, cued one past Khalim, almost lost his wicket that way. So maybe it is a bit more difficult than it would seem, or that we would be used to here at SuperSport Park.
Hooked away by Peterson, nicely controlled.
Yeah, right on top of that one, steering it nicely. Only the one run. So I feel like this is still 2 wickets here for Western Province, and they'll feel right in the game.
Exactly. We saw in the taking on right Daniel direct hit, but I think Senokwani was home.
We'll take a look.
As much as Western Province are celebrating.
We'll take a look. It was close.
Yeah, good fielding by Ray Daniels. He did really well here.
Ran in, attacking the ball, direct hit. Oh, that was out. He was short there.
Wow.
Lucky escape.
I'd love to see that again because, yeah, that. Western Province might be right to feel aggrieved. Wonderful piece of fielding by Ray Daniels.
Yes, that death stare from Simmons might have done the trick. So he's running in, attacking the ball. Let's have a look here. Oh, he's definitely short there. He's out. That should have been a run out.
I
Bad
agree.
luck. Bad luck for Western Province that we don't have official replays.
Yeah, I'm with you, Otto. If we did have a third umpire to refer that to, I'm pretty sure Lesego Senokwani would have been found short. So, unfortunate for Western Province. They've just got to keep their heads up, keep pecking away, tell themselves they're making opportunities. One of them will come through, surely, eventually. 18 overs gone, 86 for 2.
Oh, so let's note that down. Senokwane saved by by the umpire's decision that time. I mean, to be fair, in real time, standing there, it's not as easy as it looks.
Simmons continues. Just the one catcher behind square on the offside now. Maybe it's a Keegan Peterson thing that he had those two catches there. That one was really tossed up, actually. Got to Senokwani on the full.
No, it didn't look like he really wanted to do much with it. Rather play it safe, get off strike, and continue to thank his lucky stars.
Maybe he's cat-like. He's got 9 lives.
Right, so Titans still well ahead of where they need to be in this chase. Run rate achieved is coming down to meet the run rate required. So Western Province are not letting them cut loose just yet.
We saw in the Western Province innings third wicket partnership of 56 between Beddingham and Verena, which seemed to be putting Western Province in a very good position. Oh, trying something fancy. Peterson calls well for the quick single. So Beddingham and Verena were going well. Partnership 56 for the third wicket. But then lost their wickets in back-to-back overs, and suddenly it went to 78 for 4, 91 for 5, 94 for 6. And so that's what can happen. Western Province will know that one wicket often brings two. That probably should have been the one wicket, but given not out. And yeah, if Western Province can make the breakthrough and back that up with another one, then they're right back in the contest.
Absolutely. I always say add 2 wickets to the score. So if it were 89 for 4, the Titans would start to worry a little bit. Western Province can still pull this back. And 2 or 3 big overs can break the back of the chase. So very important phase of the game here at the moment. Both these batters are quite a low strike rate at the moment.
Nicely pulled by Senokwane. Too short, too wide. from Whitehead.
And the fielder was there. That what do you call that fielding position? Like a shortish mid-on. Just went to the right of him, 2 or 3 meters to his right. No chance of a catch. But the pull shot has undone a few batsmen today, and Western Province hoping to add another one to that list. So that is like a
Nicely guided now to third man for one. So Seko Senokwani, an opening batsman in red ball cricket. And I think he's adjusting quite nicely to this middle order role. 24 of 29 balls. He's not done anything too rash. He's just concentrated on collecting the ones and twos.
yes. He's definitely planning to feed the strike to Peterson as much as possible. Some width there, but straight to the fielder. Yeah, so what do you call that fielder? He's just about in line with the non-striker's end, 3 or 4 pitch lengths away from the wicket. Pitch widths, sorry, away from the wicket. So what is that? It's a short mid-on.
Wearing the floppy hat.
Yeah.
A short, straight mid-wicket.
Yes.
I would say.
Yes. Okay, I agree with that.
One more run.
1 ball to go, and we'll have a commentary change. And let's see. That will be Cody and KG taking over from myself and Ken. Western Province are in tight to the wicket, trying to get the catch. And we'll hand over to KG and Cody. Thank you, Ken.
Game has changed slightly. I want to say changed slightly, but I think that 220 on the board for Western Province proving not to be too easy to get. Obviously, the Titans having lost the wicket of Luandre Pretorius early on. Rivaldo did get involved in a good partnership, but there's a rebuilding phase here happening between Peterson and Senokwani. Partnership on 44 going on nicely. As we say that, Senokwani comes down the wicket. 3 bounces and into the boundary.
Yeah, no, it is a rebuilding stage for the Momentum Multiplied Titans, with Senokwani running down in that one, getting himself a boundary, taking the Momentum Multiplied Titans to 100 runs up, slowly, steadily. As we saw earlier on with that 8-wicket partnership, a boundary and over just makes life a little bit easier for the team chasing at the moment in the Titans, needing 120 from 175 balls.
Yeah, still some runs on the board. You would say that the Titans would still feel confident enough to go on and get those runs, but still runs to get 120. can spring a few surprises. You'll never know. Few wickets here from Western Province, and they could really find themselves in a good position. But it's safe to say that currently the Titans are in a commanding position, as we saw the mascot engaging there with the kids around. Some nice, lovely handshakes for the little ones.
Yeah, you can never get too old for that. A picture with a mascot, absolutely. Any day, KG. You get me on that grass embankment, I'm definitely getting my other picture and posting it across all my socials. It is a very important partnership that's building here. I want to say steadily, but already on 49. And there's still a long batting lineup with Brunt and Lancashire coming up. So the Titans in a very comfortable position at the moment. 120 runs with still plenty of deliveries.
Yeah, I would say the Titans have got quite a nicely balanced attack, both in bowling and batting. We speak about Brandt and Kashet to come in, Khalim also, Petlekwayo, Janssen. Dala can bat also, can bat. Remember a couple of seasons ago at Benoni, coming in and scoring a 40-odd to win a game, where at some point it looked like it was all but gone for the Titans. Held its own.
Innovation by Lesego Senokwane. Not enough pace on it to take it all the way. Just lens in the inner ring for a single. The first single of the over. He was just trying to guide it, but there wasn't enough pace from Whitehead. This is the time where a little bit of innovation is going to have to happen, as they are on 1 run in this over.
No.
But of course, the experience of Keegan Peterson, understanding what's going on, understanding that there's no need to rush. And that's the difference between this partnership currently taking place and the 8-wicket partnership for Western Province. Is Keegan Peterson, loads of experience, understanding that he's got plenty of time, and at the moment seeing the ball as big as a beach volleyball.
It's swiveled away there by Keegan Peterson. Just a single to that deep square leg. It does look like there's a bit of a plan to definitely go short here by Western Province, and with that the 50 comes up between Keegan Peterson and Lesego Senokwane. 51 runs from 69 balls.
Oh, what a fantastic shot by Lesego Senokwane. Dances down the track once again and hits that one all the way for 6 runs. The confidence is definitely peaking here. Lesego Senokwane showing why he was on that tour of Zim. And of course, he's part of the South Africa A team, if I'm not mistaken. Very talented. And a little bit of a story about Lesego. Again, in high school, he was actually considered a bowler, which is, it's very funny. And I mean, after his varsity stint at Northwest, he sort of worked on his batting, and then out of nowhere, he became one of the, known batters in the game. And he's worked really hard, and to see him playing the way he's playing, his first season here at the Momentum Multiply Titans, absolutely fitting right in.
Yeah, very good player. Remember, but a season ago, so he's got that 200 in the 4-day. So he's definitely a player that has grown a lot in confidence, as you rightfully mentioned. Has been in that SAA squad now. So doing very well. He's got the confidence, moved from Northwest, went to the Knights. And then after the Knights got relegated down to Division 2, came up now to the Titans. Looking very good. I think that might have been the first sixer of the day. Don't remember seeing any other.
Oh, there was one that came down to the long on region earlier on by Daniels. Oh no. And that's a wicket for Simmons. As we're speaking highly of Lesego Senokwane, he goes down on one knee, tries to sweep that one by Carl Simmons, and it goes through his defense. That's a wicket for the WSB Western Province.
It's a bit of a soft dismissal there for Lesego Senokwane. It's always going to be difficult to be playing against the 10 to Carl Simmons and just get bottom edge into his stumps. So that's the third wicket down for the momentum multiplier Titans. Good innings from Lesego Senokwane. Would have liked to carry on just getting that 36 from 40 balls.
And it brings to the crease Neil Brunt. I think a fantastic time for him to come in. He brings in that left hand right hand combination. And I think it's a great battle that's going to happen between him and Carl Simmons right now. Carl Simmons has actually had a fantastic season thus far. He's been bowling great, fantastic. So this battle right here is going to be very interesting. A very interesting one to watch as he is turning it into him. So slightly easier for Brunt to face Carl. He's been bowling it quickly as well. And I mean, I watched Neil Brunt bowl earlier, and whenever he gave it a little bit of air, there was a bite from the wicket. So let's see how he handles Carl Simmons.
Oh, first up. Got him. Carl Simmons just catching Neil Brunt, hanging back. As you spoke about it, Cody, that when gets the ball to come up the way that Neil Brunt did, just throwing it up there, nice and slow. Neil Brunt found himself back. And that's the fourth wicket in quick succession. 2 wickets. The momentum multiplier Titans. A bit of a spot of bother here. 110 for 4 after 22.5.
You did say all it takes is a little quick bang bang. Neil Brunt trapped in front, LBW. There was a little bit of flight, creating doubt whether he should go forward or back. And unfortunately missing that one. And it brings to the wicket the exciting Keegan Lancashire. Only 3 matches with an average of 51. High score of a 37 not out against Boland this season. Very exciting player in Lancashire. We did see last year, or 2 seasons ago rather, when the USA competition was held in Bloemfontein, when he was representing the Stripe Nation in Tucks of Nicks. He scored 100 every match, and that earned him the call up to the Momentum Multiply Titans. So there is definitely a lot of excitement with this young player here in Lancashire. He's also got quite a lot of gears. He knows how to shift from gears from 1 to 4 to 6. He's that talented.
Ooh, pressure early on here from Carl Simmons. With the slip still in. A catching cover. A couple of guys around, and belated over call there from the Empire. 110 for 4 after 23 overs.
Just count to 6. 1, 2, 3.
There's a little bit of banter coming from behind the stumps here from Carl Verreyn. Going into the umpires, I think it should go to the batters, Kyle. but he's having a great time. And I mean, it was such a fantastic over that I'm sure they didn't want it to end. Picking up 2 important sticks in that over. That is Carl Simmons. There. In form. Lesego Senokwane. Bottom edge onto his stumps. And after that was Neil Brandt. Caught in between 2 minds, going forward and back. And trapped RBW in front. There's so much happening out there. There's so much emotions as well. As you see the players all to play for out here.
Wait.
Yeah, definitely. I think 220 as a Titan supporter, you might have thought that that should be easy enough. And having been on 110 for 2, that has quickly changed to 110 for 4.
You did say cricket is a funny game. And we're seeing that movie right here, KG. It is a very funny game.
Yeah, I'd say though that the Titans, looking at what's still to come for the Titans, that they've still got a good enough team to carry on and win the game. However, there will be some sort of doubts with the season that the Titans have had. There might be a few that might be doubting if they can't cross over the line. But I'm sure the team will be feeling confident enough to win the match.
Keegan Peterson pulls that one. Swivels down to deep square leg. If Keegan is still out there by the 40th over, they should be walking this one. It should be that easy because he also has that wealth of experience. And right now you will see he will probably be going down to speak to Keegan, the other Keegan, Lancashire, just to make sure that he understands what's going on here.
And of course, Lancashire, very talented youngster, but wouldn't have found himself in this kind of a position before at this level. Might have maybe at club cricket level, but this is a different kettle of fish altogether. So it is good to have the more experienced Keegan on the other side to sort of calm the nerves. Just say to him that yes, we might have lost 2 quick wickets, however, the rate required is still 4.2, which is very, very much manageable. So it's going to be a good contest there.
Clips that one off the legs. He's very quick between the wickets. Keegan squared. Keegan squared gets 2 runs there off that ball to end off that over. With that said, KG, I'm sure you know young Keegan very well. And I know whenever we're speaking of air, you are a walking Wikipedia. How has he done in club level right here in Pretoria? Because Pretoria Club League is known to be one of the most competitive in the country at the moment as it stands. So, from what you know, my walking Wikipedia, how has he been doing?
He's been doing very well for tax cricket, and that's why he finds himself there. He's actually not played too many games because of how well he has done, that he finds himself playing for the Titans, was also in the SA20. So I think there's still a lot to come from him because he sort of like had to be pulled in as see a bit of a misfill there, allowing the Titans to come back for 2. So you can understand, and we speak a lot about the Titans in terms of the production that has happened through the Titans system for the Proteas, that there's a lot of gaps that get left behind. So probably if a Deva Brevis was around, then he wouldn't play a Keegan Lancashire, but they make it to the Proteas and they open up the space for somebody else to come in. So some players come into the space a little bit earlier than what it's meant to be, but because of the space that gets opened up.
I'm sure it happens a lot here at Titans, but also one of the biggest feeders for this amazing union is, of course, a very massive university in Tuks. We look at the players they've produced for the Proteas. I mean, currently, at the moment, you've got Aiden Markram from Tuks. You have Lungingiri on that flight to New Zealand, Tony DeZozi. So there's plenty of players that come from that system.
Donovan Ferreira.
How can I forget? One of my very good friends, Donovan. I mean, if we had to go, we'd go on for the whole day. But again, it just shows the great system that Pretoria has here. But for now, they are up against a great side. Keegan gets a single. A little bit of a misfield.
Oh, one bounce.
Taking the momentum multiply Titans to 115
Come, he's explaining.
after 25 overs, halfway.
No Smithers walked into the line, I wanted to throw. I was like, and I wanted to hold it. That's the best thing I've ever seen.
A new bowler has been introduced by the WSB Western Province, Tiwakaya Nabe, bowling his first over of the day. He goes nice and full. You can hear from the stump mic there. Keegan Peterson disappointed that he couldn't dispatch of that. 105 to get for the momentum multiply Titans.
Yeah, 105 of 149. It is, however, very important to note that they've lost 4 wickets. And from here on, you basically have your all-runners to come in with Kalim, Petlukwayo, Janssen. So Western Province will feel that if they can pick up 2 more quick wickets here, they'll really, really get the Titans in trouble.
Tiwakaya Nabe bowls a lot of variation balls. And now it's going to be a challenge to the momentum multiply Titans batters to see how they get through this period. Once again, when they find themselves here, it's about taking those singles and finding that odd delivery to dispatch.
And as you say, Nabe is a type of bowler that bowls with a lot of variations because he isn't gifted with the greatest of pace. So he has to be more skillful than anything. But on a good day, he can be a very big match winner for Western Province.
Keegan Peterson leans into that one for a single. The first single of the over with one more delivery to come. I want to say Lankisha is going to try something here. I want to say that. But he's only faced 4 deliveries, so maybe a little bit premature from me.
Wouldn't put it past anyone. Mostly because whenever you're a batting team and you're facing up to bowlers, you will always have 1 or 2 of the bowlers that will be a target for the batting team. They feel that this is the player that we can get the most runs off. And you're looking at the bowling attack of the Western Province, you think that if the Titans are to pick on anyone, they'll probably pick on Nabe.
Definitely agree there. And I mean, here at the Highveld, variations aren't as effective as they are at the Coastal. So maybe he is the right guy to go after, as Carl Simmons has been fantastic. 6 overs, only going for 20 with 2 wickets, coming in for his 7th over.
Quick signal. The only thing is that having lost 4 wickets, you don't want to find yourself trying to attack someone and then you end up giving your wicket away. So you've got to feel that for you to do that, you have to have a lot of wickets in hand, so that even if you lose 1, you still know that you're ahead of the game, because 1 more wicket here might see Titans in trouble.
Oh no, a little bit of misfield there. Fortunate boundary for Keegan Peterson. Goes through Mihlali Mpongwana. Calvary not happy behind the stumps with Mihlali. But again, we are taught to anticipate as young cricketers, and I think that's what he was trying to do. Unfortunately, going the wrong direction. And Keegan Peterson there getting some fortunate runs.
It definitely looked like it was a bit wrong-footed there. He was anticipating it to go to the right. As you say, you are told to do that. Looks silly when it doesn't work out. But however, it is just one of those things, part of the game, that sometimes you might have the one that doesn't work out. And that's exactly what happened that time to Mpongwana. And with where he is fielding, he doesn't have too much time to react.
One of the tall guys as well. Very interesting choice of fielders there, because I would probably think you'd want someone shorter, someone a little bit more agile. Fantastic fielder, but just a little bit shorter. Oh, he rocks back and he cuts that one in front, and it goes down to deep extra cover, I would say, for 4 runs. Keegan Peterson stepping on the paddle a little bit there. Very smart in how he's going after Carl Simmons. He's not too loud about it, yet he's getting the runs that are necessary. A single to end off what is a great over for the Momentum Multiply Titans. 10 from it, from the over of Carl Simmons, who's been fantastic. Momentum Multiply Titans, 128 for the loss of 4 wickets. With that said, it is, of course, the finals today of the ICC World Cup final. It is India up against New Zealand. The country at the moment is caught in between two. Some fans wanting India to win because New Zealand beat us, but some people just want New Zealand to win this one. KG, what's your opinion?
I'm still upset with a semi-final loss. So my opinion is that both teams must lose. I don't know how that's gonna happen, but yeah.
Oh, KG. Oh, KG. I know we've had such a great World Cup up until that semi-final. Played some fantastic cricket. Started off with that Afghanistan game.
Some of us still have scars from 1999, so it is not easy at all. Every time something happens, you think of 1999, you think of 2015 against New Zealand. Now again, 11 years later against New Zealand. So, yeah, the teams in the Southern Hemisphere, 1999 was Australia, then New Zealand, now New Zealand again.
Well, while KG's trying to figure out which team he would like to win, going back into this one here, Keegan Peterson on 41, close to that milestone. Tiwakaya Nabe, another over where he's bowled 3 dot balls. Seems to be working.
Yeah, it looks like Nabe putting a bit of a squeeze here on the Titans. So he came into bowling at the right time when Keegan Peterson is looking to rebuild. And Keegan Lion Keshe just came to join him. But no doubt that Peterson will know how important his wicket is going to be in this partnership, or in this innings rather, having lost the 4 wickets with Pretoria's Munsami, Sinokwani and Brandt all departing. Good shot. Good shot. Keegan Lion Keshe just letting the ball come to him, leaning handsomely over it, hitting it between that mid wicket and the mid on. Very good shot here from Lion Keshe.
He's got such quick arm speed. And just letting, I think Nabe missing his mark there, going a little bit too straight and too full. But Keegan Lion Keshe onto it quickly, clipping it off his legs, going down to the boundary. A similar field that the Titans had earlier on, just one less fielder outside the ring for the WSB Western Province. They only have the 2 guys at the back in your third man fine leg and deep square leg. Looks like a lot of conversations are happening there between captain and a senior bowler with Nabe.
Yeah, it does look like the umpires were also signaling to the ground staff to come and fix probably some holes in the pitch. So we'll have a bit of a delay here to resume. And in the meantime, it does look like the Titans batters in particular will be getting some drinks, while the ground staff are getting the necessary tools to come and fix those holes that might be hindering Nabe as he's looking to bowl the ball. And we'll just bring it back to you once there's more live action.
Looking at the wickets that fell earlier, Luandre Pretorius falling to the experience, Hendricks, and he just kept on going, getting another important wicket of Rivaldo Munsami. Brilliant catch by Valentine Kitime at point. I did say they looked like they were running in, but look at how brilliant that is. He's nice and low. Again, some of the things that you're taught as a young player. Lesego Senokwane will be very disappointed with how he went to Carl Simmons. He was in, looking good. And unfortunately, Neil Brandt's first ball caught in between, going forward and back. And Carl Simmons getting that wicket. With that said, we spoke about the Tuks players earlier on. And this year in Varsity Cup, they have what we call Who's Next. As we look at the players that varsity rugby has produced in the past. But we forget to say some of the Protea players as well have gone through the same system. I look at your players like Aiden Markram, who played varsity cricket for Tuks. I look at Henrik Claassen. The list goes on. At the moment on the field, we've got Mihlali Mpongwana, who represented UWC at some point. So varsity cricket is a very important pipeline system for our domestic cricket here in South Africa. And David Bedingham also playing for one of the universities. I think UCT. He does look like a smart oak. Looks like a UCT guy. I know he played varsity cricket as well. And of course we have Tony DeZosi, who's also played. Donovan Ferreira. His last stint in Gqeberha playing against the great University of Johannesburg. And he absolutely demolished them. So the question is now to all the universities out there, who's next? Who's next to represent their university in domestic cricket and hopefully go on to represent the Proteas? At the moment, Tuks boosting with most players in that Proteas side.
It's just a very funny thing there. 12 from Western Province ran away with the glove of Keegan Peterson. Had to throw it back.
It's all fun and games out there with all the tension that's happening out there. I think the funniest is Carl Verheyen. He is very funny behind the stumps there, is Skolzy, as they call him. What a character he is.
Yeah, very animated character, Carl Verheyen. He does bring about energy into the team, which is very important because each team just needs that one player that's gonna annoy everyone out there, keeps the batters on their toes, keeps the umpires equally on their toes. Can't sleep on the job when Carl Verheyen is around.
Oh, and he thinks he's the most brilliant football player South Africa has ever seen, eh? You ask him about his soccer skills, he thinks he's the best. But one thing we know he's the best at is behind the stumps. He's been fantastic today.
It's a very important spell that Kyle Simmons is in the middle of. He'll just be left with the 2 overs after this, so question is if he'll just go on and finish. Don't see any other way as a spin bowler because you need to really get the wickets. If you're saving him up for later, how many runs will he be coming back to bowl to? So I think he'll bowl his full 10 overs here.
Definitely the way to go about it, KG. He's bowling well. He must just carry on and finish his allocated overs. Keegan Peterson getting a single there. A much better over from Carl Simmons. 2 deliveries to come.
Really putting the Python squeeze here on the Titans. The required rate is still just 4.1. So in terms of the rate, Titans have certainly kept ahead of what is required throughout the match.
Oh, as we say that, Carl Simmons gets the wicket of Keegan Lancashire. Another one off the bat onto the stumps. What have you done, Keegan? What have you done? Just 2 more overs for him. Again, being very innovative. And unfortunately, the execution not going well there as planned by Keegan Lancashire. You can see the disappointment on his face. WSB Western Province smelling it right now. They are in the game, 5 down. And they are going to get into the all-rounders. And the next all-rounder coming in at 7 for the Momentum Multiply Titans, Dain Khalim. We've seen him grow over the years. His batting has improved immensely from under 19 level. Being one of the players looked at, he's definitely grown.
Yeah, disappointing wicket here for Lancashire. Moved a little bit early. then went back into position. But the experience of Carl Simmons, knew exactly what he needed to do. Missed out on an opportunity there. Len Cachet was in a similar situation to what Whitehead was a little bit earlier on. Whitehead went on to score a half century, which did get the Western Province to 220, a fighting score. But Len Cachet, unfortunately, bottom edge into the stumps. As we spoke about Kyle Simmons and the importance of his bowling spell, no doubt that he'll go on to bowl 10 overs. He's picked up 3 wickets in his 8 overs. Feel that one more wicket, especially that of Keegan Peterson, trouble, trouble, trouble.
Keegan Peterson in no rush, just trying to rotate the strike. Still capable batters around him, which he can trust, which makes it a little bit easier. As you can hear on the stump mic, he's just passing on information to Khalim, saying it looked like it stopped a little bit. But again, Tuakaya Nabe bowling loads of a variation here. All of a sudden, 86 looks a little bit of a task. Valentine Katime looks like he'll be getting under the lid there, behind square. A little bit of planning going on there.
Nothing says confidence more than what we're seeing right now with Kitime coming under the helmet in the 30th over in white ball cricket. So that is saying that Western Province are smelling some blood here, smelling some blue blood.
Oh, someone had a parachute there. Someone had a parachute there. Mihlali Mpongwana and Juan James both looking at the ball. It was an opportunity. Oh, they will look at it as an opportunity. Just going down there.
This time just past Kitime under the helmet on that mid wicket. A lot of chitty chatting happening out there. Can certainly see that Western Province probably feeling a bit more confident than what they were about 6 overs ago. But I think they'll be looking that for as long as Keegan Peterson is still out there, it's not gonna be an easy stint.
Oh, beautiful shot down the ground by Keegan Peterson. Goes all the way for 4 runs. He's been waiting for it, waiting patiently, and bowled into his area. He latches onto that one.
Yeah, very good shot there from Keegan Peterson. Just allowing the ball to come to it, showing the full make of the bat. Very good shot. He knows how important these innings are. In the context of the game, where it is, the experience that he has, he knows exactly what's required of him.
No!
And that's the end of the over. Momentum Multiply Titans still needing a further 81 runs to get over the line. 30 overs have been completed by the WSB Western Province.
Peter. All stump. Dan, 4 minutes up.
All right, change in commentary. I've got Ken joining me here. Ken, it's always been great listening to you whenever I've been watching.
Well, thank you, Cody. Great to be alongside you. Good cricketer in your day. Coach as well. And very good behind the mic as well at the various stadiums.
We try. Multi-talented, they say.
What a wonderful game of cat and mouse this has been between Kyle Simmons and the batsman. And he's winning it at the moment, Kyle Simmons. What a superb piece of bowling that was to get Leon Cachet out. The way he just slowed down that delivery quite beautifully.
As you say that, he gets another wicket. Carl Simmons definitely on fire. Getting the wicket of Dayan Khalim. Caught by David Bedingham. He is absolutely toying with the momentum multiply Titans batters. We spoke earlier on we spoke with KG if whether he should finish his allocated overs. And it seemed that was the right call, as he's gotten 2 in that period where we've spoken about him. What a smart bowler. Giving it a little bit of air as well, a little bit of flight. And Dayan Khalim falling for the trap there.
Oh, walked right into it, didn't he, Khalim? It's a very disappointing way to get out, but credit to the bowler here. Yeah, I think he just had that instinct that Khalim was coming. And so he just darted it in a bit flatter towards the pads. Khalim didn't have the room to free the arms and just scooped it to mid-on. A better batter, you would say, would maybe have realised that he wasn't to the pitch and would have just adjusted. But Kyle Simmons, well, he's got a bowl out. He's going to win Western Province this match if he keeps going like this. Role to play with the bat. But we know from international cricket that he can do it.
Most certainly can. And when you say that, I look at how Mtuekaya Nabe is currently bowling. Similar bowler to Andile Pehlukwayo. So now Andile Pehlukwayo, bigger role with the bat. He's got a massive mammoth task ahead of him. 81 runs to get from 117 deliveries. Another lefty in, which brings that right-hand, left-hand combination in play. Carl Simmons changing bowling action, coming over the stump to Andile Pehlukwayo. It's been very interesting what's been going on there with the Mike Stumps there with Carl Verena behind the stumps. Very funny.
All wicket keepers think they're stand-up comics, don't they? We should give them a night. They should have like a Comedy Central wicket keepers night. Give them all a mic. Put them up there.
Who's your money on? Who's your money on, Ken?
I tell you, he wasn't a wicket keeper. It was very funny. Neil McKenzie.
So you're putting him in there as well? You think he's going to take that one? So far, Carl has impressed me. He's always got something to say. A dot ball to end off the over by Carl Simmons. A fantastic maiden wicket over. 31 overs completed by the World Sports Betting Western Province. Keegan Peterson is going to be very vital in this chase here for the momentum multiply Titans. But he is out there with an experienced player in Andile Pehlukwayo, having represented the Proteas before. He has been in similar situations plenty of times. And that experience is going to be needed right now. Talking of experience, back into the bowling attack is the experienced Bjorn Hendricks for the WSB Western Province.
I like this move by Western Province. Captain Daniel Smith recognizing that how important this partnership is between Keegan Peterson, who really has to bat through now for the Titans, and Andile Pechlaquayo, who... So he's well accustomed to pressure situations.
Oh, what a beautiful shot by Keegan Peterson. And that boundary brings about his 50 runs. Brilliant shot. Just waiting on it. And just going through the shot. That is his 16th 50 over. That is Keegan Peterson. We spoke about the importance of him staying in there up until the end. I think with him out there, WSB Western Province will still worry. And he's looking absolutely fantastic.
Well, a very handsome way to get your 50. Keegan Peterson. Bjorn Hendricks, a bit of a loosener. He is 35 years old. Hasn't bowled for a bit. Bowled, 7 overs up front. Maybe a little bit of stiffness, but he gave him a wide half volley, and goodness, he jumped all over it, didn't he? But, yeah, it's been a really good knock by Keegan Peterson. Calm head. Always looks good at the crease. But he's got to finish the job now for the Momentum Multiply Titans.
Oof. And that one, an inside edge onto his pads. Andile Pechlaquayo. Hendricks starting his first spell in a similar way. A couple of looseners that Luandro Pretorius climbed into. But we know he's good enough to bring it back. As we can see at the moment, 3 more deliveries in this over. And it's going to be very interesting to see what's going to happen as he has been brought in for a reason. He knows how to strike.
Slip in place.
Andile Pechlaquayo going on the front foot there. Going straight into the cover region for no run. This is when that experience is needed. Players are going to have to get together. Ideas discussed. And you can see the captain of the WSB Western Province. He's marching on his boys. He is very loud in the field. Another fantastic delivery by Bjorn Hendricks. Another dot ball. Dot balls at this stage of the game are golden because dot balls create a little bit of pressure, and pressure brings about wickets. So happy to see that happening for the Western Province. As you can see the captain talking to Bjorn. I'm sure he's got his plans in order. It's all about execution at the moment. Last delivery of his over.
I'm just interested that Bjorn Hendricks previously bowled really nicely coming around the wicket to the just to the right-handers. Pechlaquayo being a lefty, slightly different mode of attack. Trying to shape it away from him, slip in place. Anyway, that's going to be a drinks break now. 145 for 6. So the Momentum Multiply Titans need 76 more runs off 18 overs.
Yeah, it is still all to play for out here. Carl Simmons achieving his best figures in domestic cricket. At the moment with 4 wickets for 31. With 1 more over remaining. And I'm sure Keegan and Andile will be talking about how to handle that last over As we have said, Carl has been fantastic throughout this bit of the season. But for now, the players enjoy a much needed drinks break. Getting back into it, Carl Simmons to bowl. He's lost over today here. Once again, it's going to be all experience from Keegan Peterson to see how he's going to handle Carl Simmons into his last over. Currently on 53. Dances down the wicket for a single down to the long off boundary. And now time for Andile Pishigwayo to face the music. Another experienced player with 4 more deliveries to face from Carl Simmons.
Big thing for the Titans is that there's only 75 needed to win, and the rate required is just 4.2 to the over. So there's no need to do anything too extreme. See out Simmons maybe, as you say, last over. Last thing you want to do is give him another wicket. See him out, and then the run rate required is really nothing too onerous.
Andile Pishigwayo gets off strike. It's going to be very important how they structure this inning. Those singles are going to be very important. And once that bad ball comes, latch onto it. Just like that 8th wicket partnership earlier on. One thing WSB Western Province did well in that stage when Neil Brunt was bowling was how well they used their feet and going deeper into the crease. Just making sure that they're always getting that single. As we all know, spinners hate it when batters are getting singles of each and every delivery. And if that boundary ball comes, make sure you catch onto that.
It's been really fascinating how both innings have followed such a similar course. Western Province had a very promising third wicket stand between David Beddingham and Kyle Verreynne, and they fell in successive overs. Titans as well. Keegan Peterson and Lesego Senekwani put on 58 for the third wicket. And they were both out, or Senekwani and Neil Brunt were both out on the same score, successive balls. And then a bit of a middle order collapse. Both teams, as you mentioned, that 8th wicket partnership for Western Province between Oliver Whitehead and Ray Daniels. And the Titans will really be hoping that for them, that partnership is the 7th wicket one between Peterson and Peklequire.
Absolutely, Ken. And I think the difference between those two sides is that the momentum multiply Titans still have an in-batter in Keegan Peterson out there, which makes it a little bit easier for them, unlike having two new batters, just like Western Province did earlier. But again, fantastic effort from Whitehead and Daniels. Daniels playing the role of just rotating strike, and Whitehead finding his feet, as we speak about him now trying to find his feet with the ball.
And Western Province had the added pressure of knowing that they had to set a target. They were, I'm sure, trying to get more than 220. And so there's always that pressure of kind of not knowing how hard you have to go. Whereas Titans know they need 221. That's it. They don't need anything more than that.
He goes short for a single. They've got three guys on the leg side, on the boundary. They had deep square, a fine leg that was very fine, and a fine leg that's quite straight, which just goes to show the plan might be to go short and try get Keegan Peterson, but he has been handling the short ball quite well with the rotation rather in batting. Andile Peklequire on strike now. Oh, Andile Peklequire goes outside, fetches that one, and he snicks off to Kyle Verreynne. A fantastic catch. Another wicket falls for the momentum multiply Titans. Andile Peklequire gone for 1 run of 10 deliveries. This is exactly what the momentum multiply Titans did not want.
Well, and it's a sucker punch as well, isn't it? It's full and wide, outside or stump. Peklequire can't resist, and he's caught behind. That is a huge blow that Oliver Whitehead has struck. Having saved the Western Province innings with the bat, he's now made an absolutely crucial breakthrough here with the ball.
And that wicket brings to the crease Dwan Jansen with an average of 16.7. He's going to have to do a lot better today here. His highest score of 33. We know he's very capable with the bat. He's going to have to graft a little bit harder to get the momentum multiply Titans over the line. Once again, Andile Peklequire fetching a wide one. He will be very disappointed with himself there.
Nice catch too by Kyle Verreynne, diving towards first slip. So Dwan Jansen, well, we know how well his twin brother bats. Dwan is not quite there yet, but the potential is there. He's certainly not the worst with the bat in hand. But someone just needs to stay with Keegan Peterson, don't they? That's the key.
Agree with you there, Ken. Someone needs to stay with Peterson. He needs a partner. He's going well. And now it's up to Jansen to try and stay in there. All of a sudden, 72 looks a mammoth task for the momentum multiply Titans with 3 wickets in hand. No changes in the field. Similar field to Peterson with 3 guys on the leg side. Boundary. He hits that area again. Throughout the day, we've seen there's an area from the Henops River end that stays slightly low. And Whitehead hitting that area again. Janssen just defending that one very well.
And I've also seen a couple of deliveries actually stand up a bit from that area as well. So you're dead right. That's a good area to target for Whitehead.
Janssen just sending a couple of messages to Keegan Peterson. And I'm sure that was the conversation with Peterson, that there is an area that is a little bit funny, but otherwise the wicket has played fantastic today. A typical Highveld wicket.
I just wonder if it has been a bit too paced, because we've seen a lot of batters get out to what looked like soft dismissals. You know, hitting balls in the air straight to fielders, mistiming strokes. Maybe the pitch is not quite as flat as we think it is, and it's not just us who think it's flat. I've had former Titans players who've played a lot of cricket on this ground chat to me during the break, and they were openly saying, you know, Titans should get a bonus point out of this, should chase it in 40 overs. Well, that's not going to happen.
I mean, earlier on with the way Luandre and Munsami started, you would have thought that was a possibility.
Again, similar to the Province innings, started well and then faded.
You would hope and believe that the more time you spend out there, the easier it gets. But I mean, with 2 massive partnerships happening and then just breaking all of a sudden, you start to ask and wonder, is the wicket as easy as we think it may be?
Probably not, but I still don't think 220 is par. You know, I think 250 might be par. But it's a pitch that requires maybe a bit more graft than most of the batters have been able to show. Oliver Whitehead showed it. Keegan Peterson is showing it. And a test of patience, maybe, that you've got to try and stay there for as long as you can and keep the ball on the ground. Don't try and hit over the top because of if there is a too-paced nature to the pitch. Yeah, so we're in for possibly an exciting finish here.
Bjorn Hendricks changing ends, coming from the end that he started off the inning with. Seems to be enjoying this one a little bit more. Speaking of two-paced, we saw there Peterson just caught there. Maybe that ball just sticking. As we heard earlier on the stump mic, we heard Peterson saying that it is sticking a little bit. So that may be the case. And he cuts that one for a single. Once again, you're going to have to be very, very careful how you play square of the wicket when the wicket is two-paced. But again, Keegan Peterson has been there for 82 deliveries. Probably understands the condition better than anyone at the moment. And he's going to have to relay that message very well to Janssen.
Yeah, we also saw this in the Western Province innings around this time, 35 overs or so, when the ball starts to get quite soft. It really became difficult to score.
Gets on the front foot and steals a single there. That is Janssen. This is the period where the batters are going to have to try get as many singles, lessen the dot ball count as much as possible, and of course latch onto that art delivery that's there to be hit for a boundary. But it's going to be very important that they try and lessen that dot ball count.
There's that one that he's troubled Peterson with the whole day today, coming around the wicket, hanging in it and then just nipping it away a bit from the right-hander. You saw Peterson outside half of the bat to that delivery.
Bjorn Hendricks, his experience is going to be very important here. Oh no, it's dropped at point by Valentine Kitime. We did say he's been troubling him, and Keegan Peterson throws his hands at that one straight to point. Valentine Kitime, after taking a brilliant catch earlier on, puts that one down. That's the nature of the game. Very funny game this is.
Well, our co-commentator, Kaji Masubulele, mentioned earlier today, it was the very sharp Senokwani catch. He spoke about how sometimes it's easier if you don't have time. And Katima maybe they just had a bit too long to think about this one. The previous catch was very sharp that he took behind the wicket.
Another lifeline for Keegan Peterson, and I'm sure he'll relish this and take the momentum multiply Titans all the way. Hendricks left with one more over. The question now is, what's going to happen? What is the captain thinking? Who is going to finish off this inning right here, as Carl Simmons has finished? He's allocated 10 overs and Hendricks is left with one more. Who are you thinking is going to come in next and finish this with Whitehead looking good at the moment?
Well, Hendricks has still got 1 over left, and clearly brought back by Captain Daniel Smith to try and get rid of Keegan Peterson, which would be surely a mortal blow for the Titans, but unfortunately a very regulation chance to Kitime went down. Quite a few options left for Western Province. 15 overs still to bowl. Hendricks, who said, have just got one. Ray Daniels has got 7. Pongwan has got 5. Simmons has bowled out. Absolutely outstanding. 10 overs, 4 for 34. As Whitehead continues. Nicely controlled. Pulled by Peterson for 1. Simmons really bowled Western Province back into this match. Ripping through the middle order. 4 for 34 he took. And Whitehead is bowling his 6th over, so he's got 4 after this. Tiwika Inabi's got 7 remaining. So lots of options for Western Province. We have a few options as well, and we've brought back Otto Simon.
Good afternoon, Ken. Titans making heavy work of this chase, but Western Province really sticking to the basics well. And like you said, Simmons there making the difference for Western Province.
I just thought his craft and his skill was so good. I said it was like a game of cat and mouse with the batsman, and he certainly won that battle. Lovely changes of pace and flight.
Yes, indeed. And I was just looking at the scoreboard. We were talking about the DLS pass score, not because it might rain, but because it gives you an idea of where the Titans are in terms of the chase. The required rate is now more than the rate achieved. 4.7 is the required rate. 4.3 is what they are scoring at. And the DLS pass score at the end of this over, 181.
Yeah, the rate required though is 4.7 only, which I think if two batsmen get in, it's perfectly doable. That's not the pressure. The pressure is the 7 wickets,
Exactly.
and someone needs to stick around with Keegan Peterson.
Operation Stick with Keegan for the Titans, indeed. He is holding them up and doing a good job of that. He needs people to stay with him at the wicket. Yeah, you're quite right. It's not an out of control required rate. It's once again just struggling to find the middle of the bat, struggling to get the ball away. It looks a lot more difficult than we thought it would be.
Well, we saw the Momentum Multiply Titans use this exact same tactic. 3 men on the boundary, square leg and almost two fine legs really, and then banging it in short. Junior Dala did that job for the Titans, and Oliver Whitehead's doing it for Western Province.
And even when the shots do come off, there's protection. It's only a single. It's another nice and cheap over for Western Province, 155 for 7 with 3 runs off that over. Now they are definitely making a good fight of this.
Using this rapidly softening ball to very good effect.
Maybe it's got more to do with all the moisture in the air, all the rain that we've had up here on the high veld that's making the ball go softer a bit quicker. It's making the wicket misbehave a little bit. Maybe that's what we missed. Oh, yesterday was quite warm. Hendricks bowling his final over. What a shot. Keegan Peterson take a bow. Just lifted it off his toes and it sails over deep mid wicket for 6. Magnificent stuff. Have a look at this. Goes down the pitch, gets to the pitch of the ball and sails into the crowd. What a shot.
Superb batting. Absolutely brilliant. That's arguably the shot of the day that we've seen, and at the start of the over as well, so it immediately puts the bowler under pressure. Bjorn Hendricks in his final over.
That brings the runs they need down to 59 now, along with that single. That's how quickly things can change when the margins are so small. 2 more wickets for Western Province, and you would think that's the game in their favour, but 2 or 3 big overs here from the Titans, and it swings their way. So this game has been evenly poised the whole day, really, and throughout the chase. It looked like the Titans were on top, but turns out Western Province have other ideas.
Well, I said before how similar the 2 innings have been, and we're not the only ones who thought this would be a relatively easy run chase. Spoke at the break to a former Titans bowler who's picked up many, many wickets at this ground, and he and others were talking about the Titans doing this in 40 overs, getting a bonus point. So a lot of us have been fooled by the pitch, I think.
Ken, I overheard a part of the conversation where it was said that you don't go from 90 odd something for 6 all the way to 200 on a bad wicket, on a tricky wicket. So there is something there for both batter and bowler. Certainly Keegan Peterson seems to think so, and so does Oliver Whitehead. So it's not completely impossible. But yeah, Titans, only 3 wickets left.
It's ironic that the best partnership of the match so far, one of 68, was for the 8th wicket in the Western Province innings between Oliver Whitehead in his one-day cup debut and Raik Daniels, who's not known for his batting. So if those two could bat for 45 minutes and they scored a nearly run and ball as well, 71 deliveries for those 68 runs. Why can't the others?
Indeed. That's a great question. And they came together in the 29th over. So it was a proper batting partnership in the middle of the innings. So, yes, very puzzling. I'd love to hear what the captains have to say after this match.
So, Bjorn Hendricks has finished his spell. Those are the 2 wickets he took. Lonrep Pretorius bowled by an absolute beauty, swinging it in through the gate. And then Rivaldo Munsami. This was the very sharp catch by Valentine Katime. Sadly, he dropped a way easier catch off Hendricks' previous over, which would have been the key wicket of Keegan Peterson.
Can you imagine? The Titans would surely be in a much worse state. Taking those fielders on is Keegan Peterson. Luckily didn't get hold of all of that. That would have gone straight down square leg's throat if it had gotten a little bit more.
Well, there's definitely variable bounce out there. I mean, Peterson has been in now for a long time, and he's got 68, and that pull was just totally mistimed.
So 58 needed to win for the Titans. 3 wickets needed for Western Province to take it. And we are unexpectedly going down to the wire. We might not get all 50 overs, but we certainly will have a result. And it could go either way, with Janssen pulling that one beautifully down through deep mid-wicket. 1 bounce 4. Titans taking control back here, trying to wrestle it back. Very nicely done.
Stupendous stroke by Duan Janssen. Look at that. It's a standing drive that he's belted over wide mid-on. I said he's got inklings of the ability of his brother, of his twin brother, and that's the sort of shot twin brother Marco would have played. What an extraordinary shot.
Yep. So just making sure that we're all interested in the outcome here. Titans. Oh, what a lucky inside edge that was. Duan Janssen escapes. Goes for the booming drive.
We spotted a few Northerns and Titans dignitaries earlier in the President's box. Vincent Sinovich, Alan Jordan, Heinroth. And there's a former president in our midst as well. Tebogo Siko. I'm sure the Titans' fortunes will change now that we've spotted him. Well, the Titans will hope so.
So this over is a big one for the Titans so far, as Janssen just got off strike there with a nurdle down to backward square leg. All the pressure now on Oliver Whitehead. Final delivery. Will this one beat the man coming around from square leg? No, just the single. Keegan Peterson will retain the strike, and the Titans need less than 50 now. Still 3 wickets to go for World Sports betting Western Province.
So 1 good over, 11 runs off it, has brought the required rate down to exactly 4 per over now. So good way just to release some of the pressure by Peterson and Janssen.
Indeed. So Mpongwana now back into the attack. He's changing ends as well, coming from this F-bob end. So his economy is more than what the required rate is. But that's why we love this game so much. Anything can happen from here. It can go either way. Western Province know they can take it. The Titans know they just need to stick it out and get to the end of this innings and they'll win it. So who's going to blink first?
Yeah, it could be all over in, a dozen deliveries, 3 wickets. Or dozen overs left. We could be to the bitter end.
Nice quick single there. Rotating the strike and Duan Janssen now will force the fielders to switch to the left-hander. Let's see, Mpongwana's got 3 men on the boundary. He's going to drop back. Of course, he bats right-handed, excuse me. So, dropping third man back.
These guys who bat right and bowl left, it's ridiculous. Very unfair. And, especially since you have to be so talented to do it.
Indeed. And doing both so well. I mean, his brother is now a proper all-rounder in the Proteas side, and he's showing that he can do the same.
For those who maybe haven't watched too much domestic cricket this season, Duan Janssen's been one of the bowlers of the season domestically in all formats. He's been the Titans' standout bowler.
Nice delivery. Just keeping it tight on off stump, forcing the defensive shot. So this is a fascinating battle. Now they've brought third back into the ring. The men on the boundary will be square leg and wideish mid on. Nice looking drive. Sweeper on the boundary on the offside comes up. Just a single.
Well, it's good work from Joan James. Coming off the cover boundary there. Quickly to the ball. They were certainly looking for 2. They couldn't get it.
Yeah, that's good work, as you said. Nice attacking running there, straight onto the ball, cutting down the angle and getting it back to the wicket quickly. No, well done to World Sports Betting Western Province. They just kept going, never gave up, kept chipping away. Just the run out that wasn't given and the drop catch so far.
The run out wasn't too costly. I think it cost 9 runs. The Seko Senokwani, lucky to survive a direct hit from Raik Daniels. But Keegan Peterson, how costly is that going to be? Chopped on 57 by Kitime off Buren Hendricks. He's already added 13, only 13 to that. But the mere fact that he's there.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, if they had taken Peterson's wicket then, Titans would have been in real big trouble. So just one more thing about this bowling attack. Extras totaling exactly 1. which tells a story. Titans were a bit looser with the ball, straying down leg side and bowling, wide bouncers. So well done to this Western Province bowling attack so far. They've been very disciplined and not giving, just giving that one single run away.
It's a great point, Otto. The momentum multiplied Titans bowlers bowled 10 wides, one of which went to the boundary 4 byes. So total of 14 wides in total. That could well make a difference in this tight contest.
Most definitely. I mean, you take that off the score that they now need to chase, and it makes a huge difference. So once again, Western Province managing to quiet things down after that big over. They had a 7-run over and then a 11-run over, and now back to more dignified runs conceded by the Western Province bowlers. Nabe replacing Whitehead, as you can see there from the Henops River end. Just good basic execution, except for that drop catch.
Well, Tibukai Nabe in particular is a very handy bowler because he does the basics so well. He just bowls wicket to wicket, nibbles it around, no great pace, but I've seen him be very successful.
There's that back of a length again, causing trouble. And we can see they've got a mid-wicket close in, as well as an extra cover close in, waiting for the mistimed shot.
It's just perfect by Nabe. So difficult for Peterson to get it away through that offside. Trying to judge the pace off the pitch.
No.
Every dot ball just builds and builds the pressure on the batters. The required rate nowhere near anything to be worried about from a Titans point of view, but they know 3 good deliveries and they are gone. They would love to get this Keegan Peterson wicket. And he knows he's concentrating, keeping his cool. Showing a bit of frustration there that he didn't manage to score off that delivery. As we say goodbye to Mr. Ken Borland, I'll be joined by KG for the end of this match. Until the end of this match, at least. Not going to end the match right now. Still have a little bit of a ways to go. Titans 45 runs. Western Province 3 wickets. Which way will it go? Welcome, KG.
Thank you, Otto. Didn't think we'll be back with the game in this kind of a situation. At some point, I think, with the Titans 110 for 2, would have thought that their eyes now are on to go on and get that bonus point win, but making it a bit difficult, yeah? 4.5 they need to the over. As you've been saying, not too much to worry about, but only 3 wickets in hand. Already, Keegan Peterson got a lifeline with the drop of Valentine Kitime. Should have been taken, and I think we would be speaking a different story if that was indeed taken.
Indeed. So just like we saw with the Western Province innings, the quality of this bowling attack, even though they're not quite household names, these guys have been exceptional in their execution. Could have been so easy for the Titans to just run away with it, but the Western Province bowlers have been really, really good in their discipline.
Yeah, definitely. I think Western Province found a way to just keep on chipping away with the wickets, particularly Carl Simmons. 10 overs, 4 for 34. Really, really inflicted some damage on the momentum multiplier Titans, Carl Simmons.
He was absolutely devastating. And the right-handers all struggling to score runs off him. So doing the job well for his captain. Only 34 runs. That was the other key for his success in this innings. 4 wickets, but only 34 runs. And that's what is making it look like the Titans are just struggling.
Yeah, definitely. It's not often that you use devastating to an off spinner or a spin bowler. Normally they're quite gentle beings, but the way that spell went just rattled through the Titans. You could say with the Titans though, there was a few soft dismissals playing against the 10, looking to just make something when there isn't anything in play. Just look at the wicket of your Andile Petlukwayo, for instance.
Good shot by Peterson, but there is protection down there. Bedingham will field. So it's just another single. Anticipation and the tension just keeps building. Just when it looks like the Titans want to cut loose and chase this runs down, Western Province come back with a quiet over, string of dot balls.
And obviously they've got a plan here with Mpongwana bowling with the keeper standing up. He's somebody that does get a bit of extra carry. That might also be giving an indication of how soft the ball has probably become, which makes it difficult for the batsman to take it away, but also the extra bounce doesn't come as much. Hence you see Calverain standing up confidently so.
Another one straight to the fielder there. Good looking shot. Probably would have gotten at least one, but straight to the man at that short mid wicket. And that will be a drinks break. So, oh no, it's just a change of gloves, it looks like, for both batters. And maybe some messages coming through.
Yeah, I was gonna say, just wondering if that change of gloves is also coming with a message coming through. Few people in the crowd there with a bit of a blanket. We did say that it's been a breezy day here in Pretoria today. At 9 overs to go, Titans needing 43. Keegan Peterson set on 71. Jansen on 14 from 26 balls. I think we do have a contest here.
Nabe continues. Keegan Peterson gets it straight down the throat of fine leg on the boundary. He falls for the trap. Nabe with the short ball. And Keegan Peterson with the pull shot. He cannot believe it. He fell for the trap. Walked right into it. And that is Keegan Peterson done. He gets caught by Daniels off the bowling of Nabe for 71 off 101 balls. Just couldn't get all of it, not enough of it at least, and Raik Daniels mops it up, and that is 8 down now for the Titans. Western Province need 2 more wickets to win.
Oh, Keegan Peterson, what have you done, Keegan Peterson? Just hooking that one. Just came on slowly onto him, hooking it around, and Raik Daniels is not gonna get too many easier than that. Still lots of work to be done here by Momentum Multiplier Titans.
Forlornly strolling off is Keegan Peterson. Daniels hardly had to move. I mean, that is how good this field placing and these plans set by Western Province have been all throughout this innings. And they are really in with a good shout now. Junior Dala to the wicket. He can slap it around in his 100th match. Will he be able to, in these conditions where everybody else except Keegan Peterson and Oliver Whitehead have been struggling to get runs on the board?
Yeah, I think 43 to go with 53 balls in under better circumstances in terms of the wicket column. You say the Titans should easily be winning, but 8 down, just the 2 magic balls that the Western Province need in order to win this match.
Yes. Now, for the first time in the match, the ball is in Western Province's court. They are on top here.
Had a bit of a chat with Ken Boland earlier off air. He spoke about how SuperSport Park is normally the wicket that you back yourself every time when you're chasing. Can't chase anything here at SuperSport Park. However, the record in 50 over cricket is not as great as it is in T20 cricket. And that is why we are seeing the game evenly poised as it is now. 220 runs. As the momentum multiplier Titans, we walk off the field thinking that definitely this is a game we should be winning, but this is where we find ourselves now.
Exactly right. Western Province was saying to each other, remember Newlands, and Ken and I looked it up. They beat the Multiply Titans at Newlands by bowling them out. So they are channeling that day's energy. That was a T20 match.
Yeah, we need a similar thing. We did say a bit earlier on that 220 is going to be very hard to defend. The only way that you're going to be able to walk away with a win is to bowl the Titans out, and they're well on their way here. Western Province, they're well on their way here.
So, can the Titans score some runs, get a big over? It doesn't look like they're going to be able to do that against Nabe. Daniels still has a few overs left. Mpongwana is looking good as well. 29 off 7. Daniels was a bit expensive. So, looks like for now, Nabe and Mpongwana.
You've got to say that, you know, because of the match situation, after this, you'll have 8 overs to go. Mpongwana still has got 3 to go. Nabe will still have about 6 to go. So if they're going well, you keep on going with them. If they can bowl the next 7 overs, that means that you just need another bowler to come and bowl 1 over. And if you get to the last over, if it gets there and you need about 18 to win, then it might be a lot of work and a lot of cushion for whatever bowler that's going to come in to bowl that. 1 for the over, that time from Nabe, getting 1 to rise up. And definitely at this time of the game, normally the bowling team would start to feel a little bit dejected, but 8 wickets that they have, just the 2 wickets before they can wrap this up.
Now that is the key. That is the only reason why World Sports Betting Western Province are still in this game, because they managed to take those 8 wickets. They only need 2 more deliveries to go their way. So even though we thought it would be easy for the Titans, Western Province had other ideas. Well into the tail now. See a replay here of the Pretoria's wicket. Björn Hendricks showing his class. Moonsami as well with that lightning catch. And then Mr. Simmons came into action. LBW Brunt, first ball. And then bold line cachet. Cleaned him up. So down the wicket came Khalim, caught by Bedingham. Easy as you like at mid-on. And then Whitehead getting rid of Peshukwayo with a booming drive outside off. Then we see Nabe getting the big one, Keegan Peterson. As Mpongwana carries on, Janssen goes for it. Down to cow corner, 1 bounce, 4, 2 bounces, 4. Good shot by Janssen. Going for it, and nobody there to catch that one.
Yeah, good shot here from Dwan Janssen. Knowing that he needs to transfer the pressure back, just walking across, opening up that leg side. Nobody on the boundary, the cow corner. He will be looking to target, obviously, and that has brought in a fielding change with that mid-wicket going to that cow corner in the similar area where the ball was hit.
What a shot by Janssen. Straight down the ground, straight as a die, down to long on. He's got a dinner appointment he wants to get to. And putting some pressure back on Western Province, showing them that he can do the business here for the Titans, if they let him.
Definitely look at that similar type of approach coming across, this time hitting it straighter, hit it like a bullet train there. And they go back to that plan that they had in the previous over of having Kyle Varane standing up. He was back for the last 2 shots, but they've decided that they want to limit the movement of Janssen. The one thing that he doesn't want to do is that he doesn't want to keep on feeling the pressure that he is. So now he's trying to transfer the pressure back onto Western Province.
Long off also back on the boundary, quite straight, trying to cover both long off and a straight long on shot. Thick inside edge, but the damage has already been done in this over. So Janssen happy just to get off strike. Some lusty blows, giving the Titans hope. They need 31. World Sports Betting, Western Province need 2 wickets. See there, Hendricks discussing the plans with Mpongwana. He's going to bowl to Junior Dala, the lesser favoured batter of the 2 that are out there. Lots of space on the offside now as mid-off comes up. Just the sweeper on the boundary and third man. But loads of protection on the square and behind square on the onside as well. Full and straight goes Mpongwana. Dala manages to get off strike. Game on here, KG.
Yeah, definitely. I think this over has went the way of Titans so far, getting those 10 runs in the first 4 balls. But still, just the 2 wickets that Western Province need. The plan will be to try and give Junior Dala more strike than Janssen, which they actually executed it well by giving Janssen a single in the previous ball, but then Junior Dala immediately got a single and got Janssen back onto the strike.
It's going down to long on, but it bounces just short of the fielder. Lucky escape there for Janssen. He didn't quite get all of that. And Whitehead with his hands on hips. The kettle is out there. He was standing right on the boundary rope. So maybe with the softer ball, maybe come in a few meters from the boundary, or...
I suppose it depends who you ball into, because you don't want to take that chance when you've got a Dwan Janssen who you know has got long levers and can easily clear the boundary. True. When it is Junior Dala on strike, then you feel that you can get your guys halfway there a little bit. So what do they do now? They need to give Junior Dala the single so that he can get to the other side.
And they do take the single, so no farming the strike here for the Titans. They've got faith in Dala. So a really good over for the Titans there.
Yeah, it does look like Janssen is not afraid to give the responsibility to Junior Dala. He does know that Junior Dala is a capable batter. So one would have thought at this time of the game, number 10 batter on the other side, you do not want to give them the strike the first ball, but he's decided that that's exactly what he's going to do. How much would Western Province pay to have an over or two from Biren Hendricks? This would be a perfect time for him to come and bowl in at the tail.
Yes, indeed. And I think it was the right choice to bowl him out. No use keeping him back. Dala gets his off strike immediately. He's doing the job here for the Titans. A runner ball will walk it home for the Titans, no problem. They just need to hang on to their wickets.
Yeah, then Titans know that they just need to stay in the game. There will be that odd one where they'll get a boundary ball that they can hit away. Janssen has been looking like he's got the appetite for boundaries. Wouldn't be surprised if the first ball from Nabe that he's going to face in this over, he will go for it. I think he'll try to just ease the nerves by just countering attack the Western Province, ensuring that the game doesn't go too deep.
So backward square leg and deep mid wicket, long on the boundary. And forward defensive there, the bluff from Nabe, he just plants it outside off stump. And then they've also got long off on the boundary as well as a sweeper on the covers, so nobody behind square on the boundary. Full and straight. Goes for the cross-batted shot off that short ball and gets the 4. Duan Janssen cashing in there.
Yeah, very good shot here from Duan Janssen. Certainly not looking to hang around for too long. Wants to make sure that he gets the team over the line. Been countering attack here. Duan Janssen. We go once again, not too short. But he just hung back and hit it through that mid wicket.
It's fascinating, these tall guys, the problems that they pose to bowlers. Because a short ball that would come around the chin or the shoulders to almost anybody else is a hip high, pull shot for Janssen.
Yeah, and he's picked up the scoring rate here. He was on 14 from about 28 balls at some point. So the next 7 balls, he's gone 15 runs.
Flicked off his pads, he calls for 2. They're going to come back for it. Throw is not great, so they do make it easily. Bitter disappointment there from Nabe. He's been so economical, he's been so disciplined. And they take the 2.
And also that brings the 200 up for the momentum multiply Titans. Still needing 21 to win from 37 balls.
But it's those 2 wickets. They have only 2 wickets left. That is what is making this so tense. Janssen keeps the strike. Excellent over for the Titans. Just 20 more runs needed from them.
As you say, those 2 wickets will be Navy because there is a couple of times there were a quick succession of wickets. As you see the crowd here having a good time on a Sunday afternoon. The gentleman there just doing his dance move, showing the little one how it's done. Enjoying his time out here at the cricket at SuperSport Park.
And it is a really pleasant day. It's been a really pleasant day. Cool breeze. Nice early autumn day here. Late summer. Not too warm outside.
He's seen himself on the camera and is enjoying the 5 minutes of fame that he's getting here.
you've got it, flaunt it, baby. Right, so big caucus going on here. Indaba. Consultation. Plans are being laid out. The Western Province have been really good so far in terms of their tactics and their discipline, execution. And Whitehead looks like will replace Bongwana from this AFBOB end. He's got the ball in his hand.
This is where stars are made. Otto, Whitehead, bit earlier with the bat, and Western Province were in a bit of a trouble. Went in to score a 50. Does have the opportunity now. Picks up a wicket or two, and he'll be feeling very good about himself. So, can be a hero, can be a star after this game.
Exactly right. When your team is in trouble, you can stand up and stamp your name into the history books. Jansen, easy single down to long off. So they've got lots of protection. They did have for Jansen down here at cow corner, long on cow corner, and square and extra cover were mid wicket, excuse me, were on the fence, and now they're bringing them up for Dala.
Bit of a consultation here because the ball was thrown in from a long off. Calverain decided that he can run out Junior Dala. Bit of a consultation here between the umpires because according to Calverain, the ball wasn't dead as it came directly from long off. So could be a bit of trouble here for the Titans.
He picked it up and threw it in. Why would you say throw it? Because he picked it up and he's holding it walking. So I said, let it go, throw it in, he threw it in. He didn't give it to anyone else.
Lots of discussions going on here, but the umpires haven't signaled anything. Let's have a look. So he's holding on to the ball, signaling, and then he throws it. And then Carl Verena decides he can run out Junior Dala. So I'm not sure. It doesn't look like the umpires have agreed with Carl Verena, and Carl Verena is having a discussion now with the two batters in the middle of the pitch. What do you think about that, KG?
It's a bit of a tough one because Junior Dala did make his his ground, and then after that went into a consultation with Dwan Jansen. So as we just take a look at that again, just stopped, then threw it in. So it is a bit of a tough one. What do the rules say? The ball wasn't dead because it came from the long off, but he did make his ground and just gently walked out. Wasn't looking to steal a run or anything like that.
Sure. We'll have to hear what the umpires have to say about that. Dala does get off strike though. He's still there. Titans still have 2 wickets. And so another umpiring decision that goes the Titans' way in this innings after Senokwane was adjudged not to be run out when replay showed that he was short of his ground. But we carry on.
Tight line there from Whitehead. I think both teams will just need to keep their cool here. The Western Province should be looking and saying that yes, there's just 18 runs, but we just need the 2 wickets. And the Titans on the other side, the partnership building up 25.
So just beating extra cover there, Jansen. Throw coming in immediately this time. Yeah, I don't know. I think if you indicate to the batters that you're not throwing the ball into the wickets, but the ball is still live. That's the thing, right? The ball isn't dead until it's in the keeper's gloves, right? Or where did I miss that lesson?
Yeah, probably one that needs a bit more consultations afterwards. But I think in the naked eye, the ball came from long off, straight to the keeper, almost like a runner type of a thing. But on the other side, the Titans will say we were not even attempting for a run or anything like that, made the ground, and after making the ground went. But then the question there is, during the time of making the ground coming out, was the ball adjudged to be dead at that time? But only the umpires can make a deliberation on that if they feel that the ball actually was dead. The question becomes, when does the ball become dead?
Exactly. That's exactly the point. And that's what we're not sure about. Is at what point is that ball judged to be dead? Because there, it's clear that he's making no attempt to effect a run out or to get the ball back to the wicket. So it stands to reason that the batters would assume that they're not going to try and run me out. So I've made my ground. Ball is now dead.
Yeah,
but is it dead?
Yeah. I think the tough one, or the questions that probably would be asked there, or the bowler might say that if I wasn't attempting anything, then I would have just gently thrown the ball back to the bowler, because the bowler was the closest one, so that the bowler can continue bowling. But through on the other side, was it because he wanted to, or was it because Calvaran actually said to him that the ball is not dead, throw it to me? So a tough one, lesson that we need to check out after this match.
Well, the umpires say the ball was dead. Bongwana changed ends. Did that one keep a little bit low there? Yeah, definitely variable bounce on this wicket. It's not as easy to bat on as we first suspected. Western Province still need 2 wickets. The Titans now only 13 runs away from victory.
It's just the 13 runs to go here for the Titans. 30-run partnership, very important. Does Duan Jansen want to finish it quickly, or does he still feel that we can just easily get into this?
So they don't have a deep mid wicket for Jansen. They've got mid wicket, square leg, and mid on. Again, ball is what looks like a shortish length, but it's not coming up. Good 2 runs there by Jansen and Dala, putting pressure on the fielders and getting away with that second run.
Yeah, very good run in there from the Momentum Multiply Titans, identifying that what the Western Province are trying to do is to limit Jansen from hitting the boundaries, and thus that man there is on the boundary. The Western Province probably should think that they need to take a risk. If they're going to win this game, they need to ball the Titans out. So they would need to take a risk and say, just come 5 up. So sort of like being in a position where if the ball gets hit there, you hit it for a 1. If it tries to go over, you still have a bit of a chance maybe to catch it. But standing on the boundary is definitely not going to help Western Province, as Titans are looking much into victory here.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Because they need the wickets. That's the key for Western Province. That's the only way they're going to win this game. 2 more wickets. Field is still the same for Jansen. Mid off is there. Jansen just gets the 1. So, very interesting contest still. Just 10 runs needed now for the Titans. 2 wickets for World Sports Betting Western Province. And the wicket they would want the most would be Jansen, for sure. For Dala, they've brought in those catches that you were asking for. Short mid-wicket and short extra cover. Mid-wicket now going back to the boundary.
Suppose the question now is it too little, too late? Just the 10 runs that they need? 'Cause it does look like Jansen, when he is on strike, seeing the ball like a soccer ball out there. It's had a very
There we
good
go.
game.
So, right, so Smith fiddling with his field a little bit. Smith. And he's going back to extra cover in a more conventional position. Again, look at that bounce. Just nothing. Just what do they call it? The mole delivery. Just almost underground there as it hits the wicket. And Carl Verreynne takes it next to his shoelaces. 46 overs gone. That was a good over by Mpongwana, just 4 off it. Quiet rate now. 2.5 runs per over, so it's really just the wickets that will save Western Province now.
Still a chat going on between Calvaran and the Empires about that run out.
No, I think that is something that will need to be cleared up and clarified, and Verreynne is still not happy with the decision that the umpires made. That's it, yeah. So you can hear the umpire making the case there, why they decided not to give that wicket out, because the fielder indicated that he was not going to throw. And indicated by not throwing, keeping the ball in his hands.
Until it was convenient to do so.
I mean, it makes sense. You can't just keep the ball in your hands, wait for the batter to leave the crease and then throw it in. You know, it's... yeah. So that's what the umpires decided. That is their argument or their reason. Only 9 needed now for the Titans. Only 2 wickets needed by the Western Province side.
Some few people around as we see Hamisen Mutwa, Alfred Mutwa, that plays for Northwest Dragons, enjoying the game here.
Going for the Yorker. Dala up to the task. Keep it out. Doing some gardening there, Duan Jansen. Right, so there's no protection on the boundary on the offside except for third man. Nice and straight onto leg stump there. Going for the kill. Oliver Whitehead wants this wicket. They don't care if it's Dala. That would mean they just need one more.
Umpires look to be hurrying up a little bit. Duan Jansen, as he was doing some gardening, was just called back and told that it's not the right place to be planting any trees here.
Nicely done by Junior Dala. Clipped off his toes. Is the ball going to win the race? No, Kyle Simmons gets it in. Well done there. Good shot by Dala. And did they run 3? Yeah, it looks like it. So, only 6 needed to win for the Titans. Goodness gracious. Did not think with that total, with a 220 on the board, that we would see this tight contest at the end. It can still happen for Western Province. They need 2 wickets.
Yeah, 6 runs to go. Wouldn't be surprised if this one ends with a boundary.
Well, they are stacking mid-on quite wide, deep mid-wicket, cow corner and square leg. Full and straight again by Whitehead. He's doing the right thing. He's going for the wicket.
Yeah, he's doing exactly what is required of him. Obviously finds himself in a position where it's very, very difficult due to the numbers on the board. The Titans now just need the 5 runs. Yes, we've been saying that just the 2 wickets needed, but you've got to feel that the Titans have got this one in the bag.
Stranger things have happened, KG.
There you go. Just take a stroll to the other side. Junior Dalla. 4 to go.
And they've got no problem trusting Junior Dala with the strike. All that experience, all the 99 one-day matches before this one. So just the 4 runs to get now, and I tend to agree with you, KG, but that's why we love cricket so much. You can bowl a team out with 10 deliveries, you can score 36 runs off and over. Somewhere in between there we have a match up here. Still Kyle Verreynne. Oh no, he's not talking to the umpire. Alright, this is just the normal planning session. I thought he was still up in the umpire's ear, but no, it's just the normal discussions, captain, bowler and wicket keeper. Mpongwana to continue from the Henops River end.
I think having a Junior Dalla on strike, the Western Province will still feel that there is a slimmer of hope here. Just thinking of funnier things that could have happened. Probably throw the ball to a bit of a tail ender to loop one up, but they went to the traditional way with Mpongwana.
Steered down to fine leg by Dala. Gets the single. 3 runs now to win. So for Duan Jansen, are they going to protect the boundary or follow your advice and rather go for the wicket? So they are sending fine leg to square leg. Sending mid wicket back, well, backward square leg on the boundary for Jansen, and third man also back on the boundary. The rest of the fielders are close in mid wicket and extra cover quite close.
I think it's that type of a field where you almost like want to have people that can catch the ball on the boundaries, but you also want to plug those easy singles. So they find themselves in a situation here where they have to play a game of 2 halves, defend and attack at the same time.
No, exactly right. And so far so good in this over, just a single so far. Man, they did put up a hell of a fight, the Western Province players. They're still holding their heads high, good body language, a few kettles out there, but for the most part they still look keen to take a wicket here, walking in, ready to take their chances. Oof. Another one that deceives the batter off the pitch.
He wasn't too sure there, Jansen. Got himself caught up in 2 minds. I think if I was Jansen here, I would say, you know what, let me just continue batting the way that I have been batting. Go for it, get it over and done with. It's just getting yourself a bit navy now.
This is more excellent work here by Mpongwana, sticking to his disciplines, executing the plans, and the ball is finding the fielders. So you have to say well done. His last ball of his 10-over spell, and he will end with magnificent figures in the context of the game especially.
Junior Dalla loves these situations. He's been here a couple of times.
There we go. Duan Janssen putting it to bed, winning it for the Titans, and they win by 2 wickets. You can hear the celebrations from the tall tail end batter. Joy for the Titans, so close for Western Province. Here and there, things just didn't go quite their way, and they did put up a very valiant effort to defend this total, but the Titans have managed to chase it down. So 222 for 8, and a 2-wicket win for the Titans. What a match we've had. Thank you very much, everyone, for joining us today. So that's also the highest score for Duan Janssen in limited overs cricket. His previous best was 33, he ends on 45 not out, hitting the winning runs. And so in the chase, Björn Hendricks opened the bowling with Munsami and Pretorius. Pretorius striking 8 off that first over. Daniels opening the bowling from the other end, and Munsami and Pretorius rollicking along at quite a clip until Pretorius was bowled, played on by Björn Hendricks in the 5th over, as I'm joined by Ken Borland. Oh, not quite, so we'll just see where we go from here. There you can see the match summary. Whitehead saving the Western Province. We will be going through to the post-match presentation, so please stick around for that. Beddingham and Verena looked dangerous for the Western Province while they were together, but in the end they lost their wickets in quick succession, and that really pinned back the Western Province batting. In the reply, Keegan Peterson was the rock that the Titans could build their innings on, and Duan Janssen came in at the back to finish it off, with the Titans in that precarious position of having only 2 wickets in hand for the last 5 overs or so. So thank you very much for joining us. Thank you very much to all the production staff, all the staff here at the venue at SuperSport Park in Centurion. It's been a magnificent day of cricket, and the ground staff as well, of course, all the sponsors of this tournament and Cricket South Africa, thank you very much. Do stick around for the post-match presentation. We will be going down to the field to speak to the captains and announce the player of the match.
Welcome to the post-match presentation here at SuperSport Park, where the WSB Western Province were playing against the home team, the Momentum Multiplier Titans. Momentum Multiplier Titans winning the game by 2 wickets at the end. And we've got our player of the match here, Duan Jansen, bowling 8 overs, 3 for 45, and then ending up with a 45 not out. Duan, well done on that performance. How was it out there today?
Thank you so much. Yeah, this morning we thought it was going to be a belt of a wicket. We got clopped for the first 10 overs, but we brought it back nicely, especially from the bowling unit side. And then the batting, as the day went on, the wicket got a bit slower and tacky, and I think that's why it was a bit difficult to score than this morning. But we're very glad. We got over the line.
And 220, what is it that made it difficult to bat out there today?
Like I said, the wicket. As the day went on, it's like the wicket stopped and got a bit slower as well. And as the ball got softer as well, it got difficult to just hit down the ground and through the gap. So compared to this morning where it was just flowing a little bit, that was a difficult part, yeah.
After they got 220, you guys going back into the change room, what did you think about the target as a team?
No, I think we definitely could have chased it because, like I said, this was definitely like a 280, 300 wicket when we bowled. But as we've seen as the day went on, actually 220 was a difficult total to chase. If they got 250, then they probably would have got themselves over the line. But like I said, the bowlers did very well. And yeah, it was a tight game and a good game for the crowd.
It looked like at the end there with 40 runs needed, you decided to take it on. What was going through your mind with 40 runs needed from you guys?
No, I was just thinking about the short boundary and the wind going with me, so half a hit is 6. But yeah, no, I think that was like a more tactical decision. And then from the other side, just take 1s and 2s where it comes, and if the boundary comes, it's a bonus. So yeah, and I think luckily it worked out at the end, yeah.
Thank you, Duan, and well done for that performance and getting your team over the line. That was Duan Jansen, and now we'll call up the losing captain from the Western Province, Daniel Smith. Daniel, tough one. What went wrong out there today?
Yeah, very disappointing. I think with the bat, we didn't bat well today. I think we struggled to build some partnerships, but immensely proud of the guys for the way they fought back with the ball there, just to get ourselves in the game there, and could have won it. Small margins, but yeah, not today.
After scoring 220 and you guys going out to defend, did you think you'll be in the situation that you found yourself in at the end here in the game?
Yeah, well, happy to be where we were, but obviously you want to try bowl them out before that. But yeah, to take it that deep was an incredible fight back. The way Simo bowled there showed his experience, but just couldn't get over the line.
When you look back, would you say that it was a tough wicket to bat on, or was it just good bowling that was displayed by both teams here?
I think a bit of both. I think we struggled to form partnerships with the bat there. I think the ball was just sitting a bit. Felt like I was coming on quite nicely at the start, and then it held up there a bit. But obviously also good bowling.
Right, unlucky for that, Duan, and good luck with the next games. And we're going to call up now the winning captain from the Momentum Multiplier Titans, Rivaldo Munsami. Valdo, bit of a navy end there to the game.
Yeah, KG, look, we made it a bit tough for ourselves there. I thought it was a pretty average performance from us with the bat. We need to go back to the drawing board and see where we can get better as a batting unit. But I thought the bowlers were outstanding today. I thought they set the tone and they bowled pretty decent today.
And would you say, I know you talk about how you guys average batting, but would you say there was equally good bowling for Western Province, or a couple of soft dismissals that you think were out there?
Look, to be honest, no, I thought they did bowl really well, but too many soft dismissals from us, including myself and everyone at the top of the order. Till the middle order was too soft from us.
And what conversation would have been had as a team chasing 220? It's that type of a score where you're not sure whether you want to attack it early on or you want to go slow. What kind of approach were you guys looking to take into the chasing of the innings?
Look, myself and Luandre are pretty attacking batters, no matter what format it comes to. But yeah, I thought we started off decently and then we just fell apart towards the middle order. But yeah, I mean, we played a long batting lineup for a reason, and credit to Doozy there for an unbelievable knock towards the end there.
A bit of a yo-yo that you guys went out there. What kind of conversations would you be looking to have with the team to make sure that when you are in command in the game, you keep on putting the pressure on the opposition?
I mean, look, 50 over cricket's a long time. I mean, it's one of the toughest formats in the game. But as a batting unit, we need to just realize that we've got so much time than we think. It's not just all about boundaries. I mean, we can knock it around for a while as well.
Thank you, Rivaldo, and well done on winning the game. And that is it from us here at SuperSport Park. At the end of the day, a little bit of a game that looked like a yo-yo. One team was leading, the other team was leading, but at the end, the home team, the Momentum Multiplier Titans, walked away with the match by 2 wickets in the 48th over. That's it from us at SuperSport Park. See you next time on the CSA YouTube channel.